right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the Reno City Council meeting, Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have some very special guests with us today, and that is troop number 508. Am I correct? From the Our Lady of Snows. So, good morning, girls. Do you want to stand up and lead us in the pledge this morning? Yeah? You're going to be great. All right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. All right, Madam Clerk, I am going to send it to you, and then I believe the first public comment is going to be from our Girl Scouts, correct?
Yes, so we are calling roll for the Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor? Here. Councilmember Dewar? Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Ebert?
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
Here.
Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Mayor Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to head into public comment at this time. So I hear you have a special project to share with us, correct? And I just want to recognize Dr. Bayo. Thank you so much for being here and all your community service. You're amazing. Thank you, thank you. She's an influencer too. Follow her on social media. She's amazing.
And Madam Mayor, we also have some elected officials in the audience.
We do?
Yes, they should stand up.
Yes.
Diane.
Where are you?
There she is.
Diane, Nicolette, good morning. Thank you from the school board. And someone that's no stranger to this life, Katie Simon, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. It's great to see you women. All right. Madam Clerk, we're going to start with public comment, and that is the Girl Scout presentation. I'm super excited I know a little bit about it. So who wants to come up? Why don't you all come up? Future mayors, by the way.
I do need to read the disclosure in the link as well.
Okay.
Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://reno.gov/COUNCIL05-07. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, girls, you ready?
Yes.
Take it
Mayor
away.
Sheevy, I'm Michelle Leach, and this is Ava, Drew, Charlotte, Jordan, Cameron, and Kaya from Troop 508 of Our Lady of Snows. And they have a presentation for you.
All right.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, Reno Council members, and guests. We are Girl Scout juniors from Troop 508 at Our Lady of the Snows School. We decided to work toward earning the Junior Bronze Award, which is the highest award a junior Girl Scout can achieve. We have been learning about the process of planning, leading, and carrying out a project to help our community. We have followed the steps to develop a team, discovering the skills needed to be effective leaders, exploring our community, finding common ground regarding a topic we feel passionate about, and brainstorming to formulate a solution.
The problem we identified and decided to focus on
is pet grief and loss. The meaning of grieving is going through a difficult time following the loss of someone you loved. Pets are special family members, best friends, companions, and the ones who are always there for us, no matter what. They are a source of joy, comfort, fun, and for some, service or therapy. Man's best friend has usually been considered to be a dog, but we form special bonds with many animals: cats, bunnies, horses, birds, even lizards and snakes.
Yeah.
We all have experienced the extreme and lasting sadness following the death of a cherished pet, and we have shared sadness along with grieving family and friends. It is an intense and heartbreakingly painful feeling. It even affects animal workers such as veterinarians, caregivers, and euthanasia providers who experience loss right along with their clients. Our research shows that the process of pet bereavement can last for years, and there are very few ways to help it. It can also lead to depression and other mental illnesses. We found a few available methods to heal. Paying tribute to a pet brings comfort and happy memories. There are companies who create personalized memory items such as jewelry, ornaments, garden stones, pet ash containers, photo blankets, and also there are many wonderful books for readers of all age groups that focus on pet grief therapy. But the reality is there are very few ways to comfort those who've experienced death of a pet.
We've created a survey titled Understanding Pet Loss and had a local school take it. We received 230 responses, kindergarten through 8th grade, and 82.5% of those that took the survey said that they had been significantly affected by pet loss before. We asked a question about how much the death of a pet impacted them on a scale from 1 to 10, and 73.2% of the answers were a level 5 or above, showing that the situation seriously affected them. 76.7% of those polled were between the ages of 8 and 12, and one of this age group's most common mental health issue is depression. The death of a family member or a friend, or in this case a pet, can contribute to depression. Lastly, 66.8% of the people who took the survey said that it would have helped to have a special place to go mourn, to be alone with their feelings and memories as they grieved. This shows our community has a need that we feel we can help them with.
Searching for the literature related to our topic
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
led us to a popular poem, The Rainbow Bridge, which was written by a Scottish woman 65 years ago. The poem and its message of hope are well known worldwide. Many people are familiar with the concept of pets crossing the Rainbow Bridge to a beautiful place where they are young and healthy again, and they will see their owners someday. Our goal is to support our friends and neighbors by creating Reno's Rainbow Bridge, or as we like to say, the biggest little rainbow bridge of Reno. Creating this unique place of healing would be uplifting and inspiring to our community and show we care. Originally, we were looking for a location to build a bridge, but we found that our community already seemed to have bridges where they are needed. The idea could occur to us that an existing bridge could be used. As we continued to explore our area's parks and public spaces, the idea grew and flourished. We saw many beautiful and suitable bridges that could be adopted and assigned for this purpose. Our Bronze Project team would like help with choosing a location, a bridge with railings or where railings could be installed. Our plan is to do any needed repairs, sand and prime the bridge, and paint it as a rainbow. We have listed a few possibilities on the handout provided, which included bridge structures at Bessie Dolney Collin Park, Manzanita Park, Chrissy Collin Park, and others, but we are open to all suggestions.
Besides painting the bridge, our team has other ideas, which include the installation of a special sign with the Rainbow Bridge poem and dedication of the bridge to commemorate our beloved pets, past, present, and future. It is possible that depending on the location chosen, we could add a bench where our citizens could sit to enjoy the memories they made with their pets and many ways their pets enriched their lives. We would also like to publish a pamphlet with helpful links or at least a QR code to allow people easy access to some of the comforting books and other resources we have found. A weatherproof brochure holder could easily be posted to keep these materials available.
Our final idea is the hope that it will be approved to allow people to leave their pets' colors on the bridge railing. Beside commemorating their deceased pet, this would demonstrate to other visitors that they are not alone in their grief. Our team is committed to checking on the bridge regularly to ensure that everything is tidy and secure and does not become an eyesore or a source of litter. We have been considering many troop fundraising ideas to cover the cost of our supplies and any additional costs. For example, a rainbow lemonade and snack stand at our school on Fridays.
The Rainbow Bridge project is very important to us. Pet grief is a problem we are passionate about. We strongly feel that providing a place where our communities, individuals, and families can honor their pets' lives will benefit us all. We envision this place will be quiet, calm, and comforting, and everyone is welcome. We have shown how difficult it is to cope with pet loss and hope that you can see how helpful it would be to have a special place to go to be with your thoughts, emotions, and memories, or to talk and share experiences with other people. We want you to understand how meaningful this project is to our troop and with your approval and assistance to our whole community. If you care about animals or have pets who are near and dear to you, please consider our proposal as a step in a wonderful healing direction. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Wow, that is impressive. Give them a huge round of applause. I am so incredibly impressed. You girls knocked my socks off. Future mayors, actually future presidents. You girls are outstanding. This is such a really important project on so many levels. How many of us have pets that we absolutely love and adore? Raise your hand.
Yeah.
I have a very, very pet-friendly council. They all know, and we all talk all the time about how when we get home from our stressful jobs, the best thing that we have greeting us at the door is our pets. And we're also grateful that Petco deemed us a pet-friendly city, which is sort of a hard award to get, and they have given us over $100,000 in grants to take care of pets in need with veterinary care. So we are a city that absolutely embraces our pets. And to your point, you mentioned mental health. And that is really, really critical. And I work with a lot of seniors that their pet is everything to them. And to your point about the grief, we've all experienced grief of losing a pet. And it's probably one of the most difficult things in the world. So I am just beyond thrilled. I know this council would love to help you with this project in any way possible. I'm sure we can find the perfect bridge. I did not know that tale, that it started 65 years ago from a Scottish woman. So that is something. Did you know that, Naomi?
I didn't.
She didn't know that either, and we're major dog lovers. So anyway, I'm going to let my council give some remarks because I know that they're chomping at the bit because they're so impressed, and they probably have some very good news for you, too. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I just want to say you couldn't have struck a more important note. I mean, you're hitting on mental health, as the mayor mentioned, but also empathy. You're talking about healing. We're about to cry. We have all, and I certainly have, gone through that unbearable loss of your cherished pet, and right back from childhood all the way to current day, just a few months ago. So it's incredibly hard to heal. You keep them in your heart forever. And one of the reasons is that they give that unrequited love. They don't ask a lot in return. They just want to be food, water, and love, right? And I think everyone in this room can relate to that. I happen to be your council member now. You said the school.
Yes.
Yeah, and I happen to be your council member now, and so it will be a privilege to be able to make a financial contribution, both personally and from the city. and also to help you find the right location, because I think that's very symbolic, the concept of the bridge and it being a rainbow bridge. It wraps up so many things together. And there are some good places in city parks, besides the ones that instantly come to mind, that could be really, really valuable. So thank you for being here. I don't want to take up too much time, but, you really, and both dogs and cats. I mourned a cat for 15 years, and I'm just barely getting over it. So thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor and Ms. Dewar. First of all, incredible presentation. It hits on a lot of things for all of us because we all have lost pets. But another thing is I love the leadership that you're exhibiting as young people getting involved in civic education and engagement and public speaking, something that I'm very passionate about. I think Director Uliat, who's here with us today from Parks and Recreation, is waving in the back, is going to help us to find the right bridge. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, of course, is that financial commitment. And like Ms. Dewar, I will donate specifically to the Girl Scout troop. And so we'll make sure we get those things taken care of here in this fiscal year to help support you. I know that the fundraising can be a challenge, but there's also a learning component to that. I heard you said you might sell drinks at school on Friday. Good for you. We'll get you some money to help you get going. I don't know what the cost is, and maybe you've costed that out, and that'll be another component of learning about this process. Sometimes the hidden costs are the ones we don't think about, and we learn about how to get through them. And so we'll make sure we get you some dollars that'll help to the goal, and it'd be an honor to do it both on behalf of both the lady to my right, who has been a champion for pets, and the lady on my left, who has recently lost a pet, and it's hard. So thank you so much, ladies. Very appreciated.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you for your commitment to our community, and thank you for the presentation. I'll keep this brief. I will absolutely donate personally and help you achieve your goal. Please reach out to me and let me know what you need, and I will take care of it. Thank you.
She's not expressing this, but she's a major animal lover too. Major, right?
I shouldn't say this, but I once had 4 rescue dogs. And I think you're only allowed to have 3, and they were so poorly behaved. And I've had a few couches that I've donated to the landfill. But yes, absolutely.
She's being very humble. She'll send me pictures of her laying on the bed with all her dogs. Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I'll just add that I appreciate your troop leaders as well and making sure that you all are prepared for this conversation. You've shown the excellent skills that you've gained throughout this program, so happy to support alongside my other council members and make sure that you all are successful. I'm glad you did your research and you even found out from your own school mates on how bereavement affects their daily lives. So thanks for identifying the problem and working to make our community better.
Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. I, too, am a big pet lover. I just want to commend you, ladies. A lot of times in the world, people identify problems and then they talk about it or they complain about it or they worry about it. But what you did was you identified something that matters in your life. You did research. You asked other people how it affects them. You did research. You wanted to be part of you're part of the solution, and then you brought a proposal to a group of people that is obviously extremely excited to help you, as I am as well. So very great, just great job there. And all of you gave public comment more calmly and succinctly than most of us, do, including myself. So very, very proud of you, and whatever I can do to help, I'm excited about it.
Great, fantastic.
I do want to thank you so much for all of those comments, and I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Colpin wherever he went for his encouragement, and he was just so helpful to work with.
Well, he's a big animal lover too.
Yes.
So you got a lot of friends in your court.
Yes.
Just really quickly, the bronze award, so you did get the award?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, you're submitting this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we got approved to do the project.
Okay.
And hopefully it will occur in a somewhat timely way.
When
but
will we
we'll-
find out? I'm very competitive. I don't like to lose. So tell me who I need to go and make sure they know that we're serious.
Well, we're represented by our council here, so she is going to make sure that this happens for these girls. We have, they're 9 and 10 years old, so we have a couple that are going to be a couple of our girls couldn't come today, but we have a couple
Okay.
who will be
Well, that's great.
aging out in September. So we're trying to
Got it.
have that.
Okay, and you've got a lot of support in this room, friends like Steve White over there, correct? All of you, and Steve White has many, many bunnies that are his pets, and so you have a lot of supporters out there. We would love to get a quick picture, and then I need to get you guys to school so I don't get
Yes.
fired, okay? All right, so come on up, and we have Feisty Mike for you.
Oh.
They're a little mascot.
Thank you, guys.
So come on over. But we've got to be appropriate because we love. And we all should have a racket. Okay? No, probably not. One, two, three. All right. We can't wait to find out who wins.
I was going to say,
Cameron? I'm sorry.
Proclamation. Oh, we have two more proclamations. It is Historic Preservation Month for Arts and Culture, and then we have Teacher Appreciation Week. So, who has our proclamation?
Megan Burke.
Oh, there you go. All right, Megan, come on up.
Hi, thank you. We are here to present a proclamation for Historic Preservation Month. It's National Preservation Month in the month of May. And today, our intern in Historic Preservation in the Arts and Culture Department, Dylan Bloomfield, is going to read the proclamation.
Hello. Whereas the National Trust for Historic Preservation established May as Historic Preservation Month in 1973 as a way to promote historic places for the purpose of instilling national and community pride, promoting heritage tourism, and showing the social and economic benefits of historic preservation. And whereas the City of Reno Historical Resources Commission recognizes May as Historic Preservation Month and sponsors annual events to instill awareness and promote historic preservation in the city. And whereas Historic Preservation Month can instill awareness of the local historically significant buildings and landmarks to the residents of Reno and surrounding communities. And whereas historic preservation can be a community discussion that unites residents behind an important cause. And whereas preservation work strengthens communities, breathes new life into neighborhoods, supports a healthier planet, and builds a more just and connected society. Now therefore I, Dylan Bloomfield, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2025 Historic Preservation Month.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to invite the whole council. Tomorrow night are the Historic Reno Awards. And they have picked some amazing, both people and businesses, that we are going to be very proud to honor. It's over at the Elm Estate at 5:30. And everyone will be here, as well as all of our awardees, and we're expecting a really good crowd. So I want to invite you to come and be part of it.
That's fantastic. And the awards go to what?
They go, well, why don't you just explain, Megan, or Melissa, either one?
Yeah, sure. So Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record. We have our Historic Preservation Awards tomorrow night at the Elm Estate, 5:30 to 7:30. And these are awards that go to advocates in the community for historic preservation, legacy businesses, which are businesses in the city of Reno that are 50 years and older, and to historic preservation projects in residential and non-residential buildings.
Okay. Well, the first thing I think about is Alicia Barber. So I hope she is getting an award. I know she's probably gotten some.
She
in the
wasn't
past, but
nominated
she
this
should
year,
have-
but she has had many.
Well,
Yeah.
I would nominate her, so.
And I got to say, we started a couple years ago the legacy business, and we had businesses over 100 years old winning awards, 136, I think, one of them. But anyway, the business aspect has just been transformational for them. They're bringing their whole families, their whole team to these awards. They're so proud. And the list is like the who's who of businesses in our Reno area.
Yeah, that's impressive. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, next proclamation, we have Teacher Appreciation Week, which I absolutely love, because if it wasn't for some teachers that believed in me, I probably would not have gone to school for a couple of years there, to be honest with you. So I know firsthand how important our teachers are and the work that they do. So good morning. It's nice to see you both.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, council members, staff as well, and community. Trustee Diane Nicoletta, proud trustee to serve Washoe County School District. And I am joined by one of our many fabulous teachers, Jenny Camacho, and she's going to read the proclamation. And if time allows, I have a little letter of appreciation, very short.
All right.
Okay. So, whereas teachers play a fundamental role in shaping the future by educating and inspiring students to achieve their highest potential, and whereas teachers dedicate their time, energy, and expertise to fostering a love of learning, critical thinking, and personal growth among students of all backgrounds and abilities, and whereas teachers often go above and beyond their professional duties, serving as mentors, counselors, and role models who provide guidance and encouragement beyond the classroom, and whereas the impact of a dedicated teacher extends far beyond a single school year, influencing students for a lifetime and strengthening the entire community. And whereas teachers have demonstrated extraordinary resilience and adaptability in the face of challenges such as technological advancements, shifting educational standards, unprecedented circumstances affecting the learning environment, and whereas it is fitting that we recognize and express our deepest gratitude for the contributions of teachers in our community and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Jenny Camacho, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of Reno, of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2025 Teacher Appreciation Month.
All right, congratulations.
As a trustee, I again, I'm very proud to serve our community. And I've been in education a very long time. The silver hair can attest to that. And I wrote a little letter of appreciation thinking about all the teachers that I have in my life and still have in my life. Teachers, always remember, teachers, you are interested in our lives. Patiently, you dedicate your work to helping us understand. With great care and effort, you share your time, expertise, and knowledge. Teachers, you coach us on what life holds and its meaning. You encourage us even when you need encouragement. You add to the very existence of every student. Teachers, you touch our lives in a way that leaves an enduring mark on our minds, hearts, and existence. Through tough times, moments of joy and feelings of uncertainty, you teachers were with me to celebrate, console, and champion. Your trust gave me courage. Your teacher look helped me check my behavior. Your daily presence helped me want to come to school. Teacher, for all of this and much more, I thank you now and forever. You will always be a part of my life. Please never, ever forget, teacher, you are needed. With gratitude and deep respect, Dr. Dot.
Wow,
Thank you.
that's fantastic.
Thank
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, sure. One more time. One more. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. All right, thanks, AJ. Oh, thank you. All right. Isn't it so true? Teachers just make such an impact in your life. I bet every single one of us in here remembers something about a teacher that means a lot to us, right? Anyway, okay. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, to keep us on track.
Just a quick reminder to attendees on Zoom, if you would like to speak, to please raise your hand, because I think we have some people registered.
Okay, sounds good.
Mark Markell, followed by Paul White,
Good
followed
morning,
by Terry
Mark.
Brooks.
Nice to see you.
Hello, my name is Mark Markell, and hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members and City Manager and whoever else I forgot. But anyways, I was involved in a drunk driving crash back in '89, and the reason I tell people what happened to me is because I don't want it to happen to them. I was in an automobile crash. We rolled 8 times, and I was ejected, and it landed on my head, and it put me in a coma for a month, and I was in the hospital 5.5 months. Anyway, I just want to make sure this happened. I got in the car with the drunk driver. I just want to be sure nobody else does it. Fuck the drunks. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
But they're just... I have nothing else to say.
Okay, Mark. Good message. Thank you so much.
You're doing, Mark. I love you.
We love you too.
Paul White, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Good morning, Paul.
Well, good morning. Paul,
No, you're Paul.
I'm Paul.
You're Paul.
I'm
Oh,
Paul.
okay.
You're Hillary.
Yeah, okay.
Hi.
We got 2 Pauls in the room. So there you go. Okay, go
All right.
ahead.
You know, it's funny because when I was in school, I was almost always the only one in the classroom. But it may at some point become a popular name. Who knows? Okay. Honorable members of the City Council, Madam Mayor, I am here to express concern about proposals affecting the Grand Sierra Resort and a proposed arena and its relationship to the UNR. There are many technical matters involved in this that are way beyond my competence, and I thank staff for being able to provide some of that information. But in general, I do have one statement to make about this sort of thing. For 18 years now, various citizen advocacy groups, currently Faith in Action, have advocated for the inclusion of community benefit agreements as part of any profit-making corporation's privileges of use of city infrastructure, tax breaks, sometimes financial participation, and so forth. We have never really adopted a firm policy on that that would be applied across the board. I wish we would, but if wishes were horses, then beggars would ride. I only hope that everyone keeps in mind that the council and Madam Mayor represent all the people of Reno, not simply those with the deepest pockets. On a side note, Madam Mayor, I wish you well in the face of surveillance, potential harassment,
Thank you.
potential aggression,
Thank you.
which is probably going to be achieved with impunity because of a suit to prevent the perpetrator's name from being public. Anytime I've been involved in a court process, I was not so shielded. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate you being here.
And for the record, I believe that was Paul Lenart, so we're going to move on to Paul White.
Okay, Paul. Second, Paul.
Paul White, virtually co-signing for the GSR's billion-dollar arena project and partnering with their owner, Alex Morello, would be a huge risk Reno cannot afford. Mr. Morello says he has genuine concern for Reno. He promises he'd be a good partner on this project. I don't believe him, and I urge you to vote no. I base that on a first-hand incident from the past few months that's shown that Mr. Morello and GSR have no genuine concern for the people of Reno or our future. One of GSR's other local properties is a maintenance building on Spring Street on the backside of GSR's Golf Lake. Immediately next to this GSR property is a strip of half a dozen small businesses, including a gym, a book publisher, and others. On Mr. Morello's property, right next to this small business parking lot, fronting Gregg Street, sits a homeless camp with a pile of typical homeless trash. Mr. Morello has allowed this illegal camp with its periodic noise and controlled substance use to stay on his property for months because it doesn't impact his casino or his ability to make money. But two of the female business owners next to the property have told GSR how the homeless camp does impact them, makes them feel fearful, coming and going from their parking lot, sometimes in the dark, with the homeless camp just a few feet away. For months, these homeless business owners have urged GSR to remove this camp, but they've refused. In the last month, on behalf of the business owners, I've spoken with GSR 4 times. I've asked them, please have concern for your property neighbors and remove the illegal camp. Every time I've spoken with GSR, they've told me how much they care about the situation, said they would remove it immediately, and then did nothing. The illegal homeless camp and garbage remain, as does the daily intimidation of the small business owners. GSR could remove this camp in 30 minutes. It would cost them almost nothing, but they haven't cared enough to do it. This small incident is a canary in the coal mine for the council. It should warn all of you how GSR and Mr. Morello would deal with Reno in the event of unanticipated problems. GSR would do what they want to do, regardless of how negatively it impacted our community, just like they've done with their small business neighbors. I urge you, vote no.
All right, thank you, Paul. Paul number 2. Okay.
Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Bridget Harmon.
Terry, so glad you're here. Where have you been? Where have you been all my life?
I've been here. I'm usually early.
Good to see you.
So good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on retirement and social activity and what seniors go through. When seniors had spent most of their lives working with a lot of people, they got to know and routinely interacted with a lot of people. But when seniors finally retire and spend more time at home, They might not spend as much time with others while they are at home. Many seniors remember the time that they spent with their children, and when they retire, they may get to spend more time with their grandchildren. But many seniors have children that have moved to faraway places, and then their grandchildren may also be in faraway places. So many seniors now have already lost a spouse, so they wind up being alone in their house. So when such seniors are less socially active, they're probably less physically active and less mentally active. But the more physically active that seniors want to be, then the more mentally active they will probably be. And the more mentally active that seniors want to be, then the more socially active they will probably be. The more time that people spend with other people, the more active they are and the more they learn from other people. So it's good that there are so many senior centers and so many good activities at such senior centers. People usually have a lot of fun spending time with each other while they're getting to know a lot of things about each other. I spend a lot of time with quite a variety of people, and I've even learned to write about what I've learned from people. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I'm sure that I'll be back after learning more from people someday. Oh, I'd like to add another good thing about pets is that they have interaction with elderly people who live alone a lot. And I didn't have time or space to bring that up here, but
Do you have a dog?
I used to have pets when I owned my own houses or farms, but since I started renting the place out here, I haven't had a pet. But I've got a lot of friends who have pets, and they're sort of like my pets.
Yeah,
They
I
all
love that.
come up and spend
I love
time
that. Okay, maybe, Terry, the next one you can do on pets.
Actually, I am going to do a series on animal rights,
I love that.
so
So important.
it'll be a while.
Okay,
before I
good,
do-
but we'll publish it.
Yeah.
Good job.
Did you get my book on discrimination?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did get it. It was fantastic.
Okay.
So we're going to publish that too.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great job. Thanks, Terry. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Bridget Harmon, followed by Mac Rossi.
Jerry's a pizza man.
Hi, Jerry. Come on up, Jerry.
Jerry's a pizza man.
Good to see you.
Good for you. Okay. Can we get some, a little bit lower. I'm Jerry the Pizza Man, okay? Myth Sud. Not easy to say. I'm also a deputy sheriff, and the power invested in me, making the citizens arrest. I like the following: Carl, Devin, Mr. Martinez, the mayor. I want you to stand up against the wall, put your hands up, and spread your legs. You're under arrest. Just a little joke. Okay. I've had extensive talks, Mayor Sheevy, can I have your attention? I've had extensive talks with Brian Copen. There he is holding up the wall over there, okay? If you'd like to retire me, and I want to be retired as a what?
The grandfather.
A grandfather, okay? I would like to add to my legacy some paperwork. So being recognized for my body of work that you've helped me with, Mayor Sheevy, you remember? We put in the first senior-related street sign on Paradise Drive, thanks to you. Once I got to know you, everybody else fell in line. Oh, boy, some retired real fast, but that's all right. I did a lot of work out there to protect my fellow citizens and threw a big party. You gave me $500, and so did other city council members. I want to thank a few people. I see Nathan over there. He's the guy that wears an ascot, okay? He needs more money, more staff to run the 100 parks that you have in this town. He's a great leader, but he needs more staff. And give him a raise, for God's sake. Look at the guy. You know, he wears an ascot. Who wears an ascot anymore? I told you I'd pay you. I want to thank a few people, because I promised to be nice today. Marissa with Reno Direct, used to be Danilin, right? She is great.
Yeah.
Paul Ellison with the traffic department. You wouldn't know him, maybe you do. He's on the 8th floor. He helped me put in the speed humps on Paradise Drive. Maria Paz Fernandez, a Latina lady. I think Mr. Martinez. Now, there's some people I don't want to thank, but hi, Carl, how are you? There's the city attorney, looking more like J. Edgar Hoover every day. Oh, I'm getting that look. Anyway, I got 3 seconds. Thank you very much for your time. I like that certificate.
Thank you very much. We'll make sure we get you one for all the work you've done for our seniors, so.
She's on the record, Brian.
Anyway.
I have a Bible here.
Have a great day, Jerry.
I also brought a joint. Can you give me a match?
Okay.
It's
All
tobacco.
right, go have a great day.
You're trying to get rid of me.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Bridget Harmon, followed by Mac Rossi, followed by Stephen White.
All right, Bridget.
Give me a minute here, okay, Hillary?
Okay.
You know how long it takes you to get ready. You're so lovely. Me and Mark, the guy in the wheelchair, are fighting for your attention. We're both in love with you. Okay, and away we go.
All right, bye, Jerry. Hi, good morning.
What did I forget?
Mayor Sheevy, City Council, thank you for having me this morning. My name is Bridget Harmon. I am a lifelong resident of Old Southwest Reno. I currently live in Ward 2 with my husband Dan and our 2 little boys, Ren and Rivers. I'm here today to ask the council to prioritize a matter of great importance to my family and the residents of Ward 2, to revisit the changes to neighborhood commercial zoning made in January of 2025, specifically allowing drive-through businesses to be developed in residential areas zoned neighborhood commercial. I would like to recognize Councilwoman Naomi Doerr for her communication with the neighborhood and her efforts to help bring your attention to this issue. For the last few months, our neighborhood has been very concerned about plans to develop a drive-through quick lube in one of the lots zoned as neighborhood commercial. Located on the corner of Mayberry and Hunter Lake Drive, this lot is within a school zone a mere 500 feet from Hunter Lake Elementary and in an intersection heavily used by parents and children walking to and from school. Had the special use permit been granted to the Jiffy Lube, this would have presented an unacceptable risk to school children. In addition, this drive-through quick lube would have been built in the heart of Mayberry Avenue in a highly residential location, forever changing the face and the feel of the area. After nearly 800 public comments were submitted in opposition to this project, we realized that the real underlying issue is that the changes to the zoning put in place January 2025 failed to recognize the unique characteristics of this lot and failed to take this into consideration the needs of the neighborhood and the residents who live there. The description of neighborhood commercial in the city codes has an emphasis on pedestrian-friendly businesses, and a drive-through business seems in contradiction to this zone description. On behalf of our community, I am asking that you immediately reevaluate these changes and do away with allowing drive-through businesses to be developed in this residential area. On behalf of our community, I am asking that you immediately reevaluate these changes and do away with allowing drive-through businesses to be developed in the residential area and all other neighborhood commercial zonings. Reno is showing tremendous growth, which is a wonderful thing, and the residents of Old Southwest are not opposed to development. But as we continue to grow, all the more reason to keep these pockets of neighborhoods unique and family-friendly. These are areas worth conserving, and the residents that live there agree. The amount of public comment submitted in opposition of this drive-through quick lube is unprecedented and a true testament to how much we love our neighborhood and our community. As I said, we are not opposed to development, but a drive-through in a neighborhood commercial zone does not serve the well-being of the community. All we ask for is that these neighborhood commercial lots be zoned appropriately so that as Reno grows, we can welcome in a business that enriches our community, a place where the neighborhood and the business can both thrive together. Time is of the essence. I ask you to prioritize your consideration of this issue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your advocacy. Great job.
Mac Rossi, followed by Stephen White, followed by Craig Bronson.
All right,
Good morning,
Mac
Mac Rossi
ya?
for the record. Just want to touch base on a comment for the engagement for community through the board, committees, and commissions that has been addressed. All city employees are compensated for serving the residents of the city of Reno. Many residents of the city of Reno volunteer by engaging in community through their boards, committees, and commissions, which those volunteers receive no compensation for the many hours of help serving the city and their fellow residents. I would assume the city staff is needed to conduct these board meetings and for the committee and the commission meetings, which take place sometimes after the hours of 5 o'clock, possibly 2 times a month. With this possibility is the staff members are now being paid overtime to conduct these meetings, which is possibly the staff members starting their days a little later on the days they are going to be conducting a meeting, and they won't fall into a possibility of overtime on the pay scale. I do not believe that this one issue is going to affect $26 million gap that is underway. I assume this would be a no-brainer for the city by canceling any board, committee, and commission meetings that the many volunteers have put their time into. Thank you.
All right, good job, Mac.
Thank you.
Stephen White, followed by Craig Bronson, followed by Angelique Martinez.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members. I got to tell you, I'm having some post-traumatic issues here this morning, watching the little Girl Scouts up here, talking to all of you. Kind of blew what I had to say today, but you see, in the spring of 1999, I was invited to talk to a bunch of Boy Scouts at a local church, tell them how they could go to the parks and have art shows and raise money for the camping trip. The next morning, I was getting ready to set up my own artwork in front of a park there. Gunshots rang out. That was a massacre at Columbine that morning. I witnessed it firsthand, and those Boy Scouts that I talked to the night before walked right into that massacre the next morning. Changed my life forever, put me on this mission to deliver the gift of art back to the children of our country as an alternative to guns, drugs, and violence. I've been on that mission now for 29 years altogether. I fought federal lawsuits. I got a state assembly bill passed here in Nevada. And you don't do anything about it. None of these girls, did anybody tell any of these kids that they could go to the parks this summer and have art shows and raise money for their camping trips? You're having a senior art show down here at the Art and Cultural Center. Is anybody going to tell any of those seniors that they can set up right in front of the Art and Cultural Center all summer and sell their artwork? And you know what the problem is? The mayor, you hit it on the nail. You talk to other mayors about it. They have a blank look on their face. They don't know what to do about it. They're clueless. All of you are clueless. You have no idea how to deal with it or even what to tell people. You need to sit down across the table with me and visit with me for an hour. Each one of you needs to. Mayor, you know that, don't you? I have information to give you that we can finally do this. You don't understand that each one of you has the personal power to deliver the gift of art back to every city and every kid in this nation. Because you have this opportunity to create art in the park in the city parks here in Reno. You know, I gave you a document. I handed this out to everybody. I'll put this down here right now. It gives you the wording to tell everybody. I want you to hand that document out first to all of your staff They don't know any of this. Your city business license department is telling me I have to have a license to sell my artwork in the park. I asked them why. They said, because I'm selling a commodity. They have no clue. Your own city, what the ladies told me up there, it wasn't their fault, it was your fault. What they told me was a violation of your city ordinances, a violation of state law, and a violation of federal law. And it wasn't her fault, it was your fault, because you didn't know what to tell them.
All right.
Please.
Thank you.
God, please give the gift of art back to your kids. God, please do it.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you so much.
God bless y'all.
Thank you so
I'm out of
much.
here.
Craig Bronson, followed by Angelique Martinez, followed by Connie Silvera.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, good morning. My name is Craig Bronson. I'm currently the chair of the City of Reno Recreation and Parks Commission. Having worked full-time in Parks Recreation over the last 36 years and continuing to work as a consultant with local government for the past 11 years, I have a pretty good understanding of the needs for citizen boards and commissions. And I'd like to discuss 3 points today related to agenda item C2, which is the 90-day hiatus that has occurred with city boards and commissions. First, I support the city review of all boards and commissions, as this is a best practice that should be done on a regular basis. Without a regular review, a board and commission creep can occur when a city continues to set up citizen involvement opportunities and doesn't sunset the groups when the need's been addressed. Second, the edict from city staff for a 90-day hiatus without warning is, in my opinion, a slap in the face of every citizen who stepped up to volunteer for their time and sends the message that we don't need you. City budget problems are unfortunately not new. However, I've never heard of a city taking it out on their citizen board and commissions that serve as volunteers in service to their community. Yes, we take staff time for the things that we do as a commission. However, as your staff reviews the need for boards and commissions, I would hope that they will also identify the dollar value of the many hours boards and commission members have contributed to the city, so that this 90-day, we don't need you, is reflected in the value of the community loss, the amount of money that we've been putting in as volunteers on your behalf. I would also hope that city staff includes board and commission members in the review, so that any action that is done together and not to us as volunteers. Thirdly, as chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, I've made a formal request to staff to allow the commission to have a joint meeting in June with the City of Sparks and Washoe County to discuss the forming of a regional park and recreation district that could relieve the City of Reno for general fund support for parks and recreation. Since historically, it is Parks and Recreation departments that are the first ones to be hit when there are budget problems, I would think that you would want your Recreation and Parks Commission to be proactive and look for alternative funding sources. And my understanding is, I heard from our director this morning, that may have been approved, so go ahead and have that joint meeting. And if that is the case, I thank you for doing that. And since this wasn't on my list, but I have 30 seconds, the presentation by the Girl Scouts is the example of things that go on in the community that your Park and Recreation Commission can work with staff and the community to make things happen. Unfortunately, if this hiatus sticks, it's going to have to wait till August or September because we're not in session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love your comments.
Angelique Martinez, followed by Connie Silvera, followed by Danny Heinzen.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Angelique Martinez. I'm with Nevada Mining Association on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce Leadership Class of 2025.
That's awesome. I was going to say, I don't remember ever mining coming to the city of Reno, so welcome.
Thank
Probably
you.
At the state, but not so much at the city. So welcome.
And these are my classmates, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jenny Naughton. I am an employee of NB Energy.
Hi, Jenny.
And I just want to thank you all for having us.
All right.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jarrell Goforth. I'm with Panasonic HR, specifically with our strategic programs and community outreach.
I love that. HR is always so stylish. You just are. I love it.
I'm Michaela Porter from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern Nevada. And I just want to thank y'all for your continued effort to the community and your dedication. Even though we may not always agree on all the things, I think we have the common goal of wanting to put our people first and our community first. So thank you.
All right, great job.
Hey guys, I'm Lance Galgon. I'm one of the owners at the Alma State.
River West Resort, a couple businesses downtown, so always a
We
pleasure.
know who you are.
I know you guys.
I know your mom.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
She'd be proud.
So, yeah, right? So thank you guys for the opportunity today. Really appreciate it.
Lance, don't you have a
Fantastic.
grand opening coming up?
Yeah,
for
in
a
13
new-
days for a mini storage facility. So,
Wow.
Yeah, right downtown. So if you guys need storage, let me know. I know hooked up.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
But yes, thank you all for having us today, and it's been a pleasure to experience Reno City Council meeting.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you guys in these seats because usually that program has really sort of inspired a lot of young people in the community like yourselves to run for office. So hopefully we can convince you to do it. You know, they're kind of like, no, you got this, you got this. Hashtag mayor made me do it. You guys are our future. Yeah, come on up.
Always
Yes,
happy.
sure.
Sorry, does anyone have a phone?
I do.
How are you doing? Good.
Connie Silvera, followed by Danny Heinzen, followed by Manuel Ortiz.
And Mayor, I want you to know you have mining in the house every day, over here.
Oh, yeah, I forget. Councilman Dewar, the minor.
At least a finder.
Finder.
Not a
Finder,
minor.
minder?
Yeah.
Hi. Good morning. Who's your special guest?
I'm Connie Silvera, and this is my grandson, Frank Silvera.
Well, no wonder. Frank, do you know what she does? She comes here every council meeting and advocates for better parks, better slides, a better environment for your future.
And
He's going to say, I remember when you...
We'll watch him on YouTube tomorrow. He'll be excited then.
I love it.
And Jackie, thank you for the distraction, raccoon. Perfect. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'll be brief. I gave you all a handout with all of...
Got it.
But mostly can we bring this up? Yeah. So I'm advocating, I know ADUs are not on the menu today, but I didn't know when it would be back or the final one or what opportunities would have to speak. So I just wanted to give you a few handouts. The two main things that I'd like to be heard about is, one, the architecture thing keeps coming up with ADUs. And there's several examples I gave you of different architecture and how it kind of runs the gambit. It doesn't seem fair to really focus. Here, Frankie, yours, not your turn. And so I just wanted to get that across. And I wonder if it isn't motivated by, now you can buy a little house on Amazon. And maybe people don't want that in their neighborhood. But a lot of them are really nice. I mean, they have the snow load capability. They're well-built. They're inexpensive. And the funny thing to me is you can even get free shipping on a house.
Wow.
And I find that totally amazing.
It's amazing.
But a great option, like I've told you before, for the multi-generational housing. Frankie lives in my little house back here with his mom and his sister. And we would like to, this is one of the prefab homes you can see over off Villanova. If you ever get a chance, go by there. It's less than 1,000 square feet, but it's a 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath, perfect for a small family like this. And you can see by my chart that I have no options at this time on what I could do with that property. And so for 30 years, it's just been a maintenance issue. So the other thing is lot size, because this is a 6,000 square foot lot. And I think what's being lost is the fact that 6,000 square feet in our neighborhood is a large lot. And we have small houses, large lots, a lot of maintenance issues. That in the old days, you had $30 a month for water. That isn't the case today. We don't have time or money for all of that. So I do hope that that really brings it home to you. And so that's about all, other than I would be opposed to the GSR thing.
Okay.
Having lived in
All right.
downtown Reno in 1983, when it all began, Too many horror stories.
You remember
so-
in 1983,
Yes.
right?
We still own the little house down there. And
Do you?
yes, and it has been a problem for years.
Oh.
Oh, and Jackie, this is Frankie's rendition of the raccoon.
Oh, I love
So-
it. Look at that.
So thank
That
you.
is incredible. Look at you. You're an artist. I hope Steve White is outside. If you see him, let him see your art. He will love it. Great job, Frankie.
Madam Mayor, through you to the manager, I'd like to make sure that Ms. Silviera's excellent letter to us and the pictures especially are included in the packet for
Yeah.
our planning staff working on the ADU ordinance, because this is the kind of real visual representation of what we're trying to help accomplish that I think would be very helpful to the people, and you've done a better job than we have, I think, of telling the story.
Well,
Thank
thank
for
you. I
that.
really appreciate those comments.
Yeah. It also, I would just say, to reiterate what you're saying, it really matters when we see the people that it impacts instead of just, some people aren't experiencing that. And so when we see it firsthand, it really makes a difference. So
Yeah,
thank you
I
so
think
much.
so. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Have a great day.
Danny Heinzen, followed by Manuel Ortiz, followed by William Puchert via Zoom.
All right, Danny, come on up. You've been waiting so patiently.
Absolutely.
Good job.
I wasn't planning to speak at a city council meeting with less than 24-hour notice, but when opportunity knocks, you answer.
All right.
My name is Danny Heinzen. I'm the founder and executive director of My Hometown Heroes. Our mission is to help bridge a gap between cancer and college, one scholarship at a time. Back in May 1999, I graduated from the University of Nevada with a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. A week prior to graduation, I woke up with a headache that just wouldn't quit. Went to a couple doctors, and they said it's probably stress of finals, you're anxious to graduate, and you're excited to go to Europe. If symptoms continue, call us back, you know the routine. Graduated on a Sunday. 2 days later, I'm supposed to be on a plane to Bilbao, Spain to backpack Europe with my best friends. But Monday, the day before I left, the headaches were worse than ever. And my dad and I went to the emergency room at St. Mary's. And after 2.5 hours of testing, met my dad back in the waiting room, and he said, "It doesn't look like you're going to Europe. The doctors think you have a tumor." They found a racquetball-sized tumor on the left parental lobe of my brain, which was removed 3 days later. Due to massive seizure complications, I had to relearn how to walk and talk and tie my shoes at the age of 23 years old. July, I had a conclusive craniotomy where I was conclusively diagnosed with primary central nervous system lymphoma, a type of cancer with a median survival rate of 5 years. I'm happy to say that 2025 is my 25th year of remission from brain cancer.
Wow.
And
That is incredible.
I'm a big celebrator of milestones. In 2010, I celebrated my 10th year remission from brain cancer, and I decided I'm going to compete in my first Ironman triathlon, 2.4-mile swim, 112-mile bike ride, followed by a 26.2-mile marathon. And with that, I was going to crowdfund to raise over $10,000, symbolic of the decade milestone, and start a foundation called My Hometown Heroes, because the people who were there for me when I was diagnosed, the community, the hospital staff, the nurses, they were my heroes. So this is 100% reciprocating back into the community. And since 2011, we have awarded over $350,000 in scholarships to college-bound cancer survivors, not only in Northern Nevada, for cancer survivors all across the country. And it's one of the most overlooked and underfunded demographics in our country today. Pediatric cancer gets 4%, this demographic gets much less than that. So our mission at My Hometown Heroes is to help bridge the gap between cancer and college. I believe in this mission so much that in 2015, I left my corporate job to go all in on the foundation and to build infrastructure. And now we have a sustainable board. And thanks to amazing people like Brandy Anderson, who I've known since high school, and to Devin Reese, who have stepped up to become sponsors of a My Hometown Heroes Scholarship. They get to be the first person to contact the recipient to inform them of their awards. One of my objectives is to get 100 people donating $100 a month, which equals $100,000 on the $100,000 a year if we get 100 people donating $100 a month on a recurring basis.
Wow.
And that looks like my time's up here today, but thank you so much, Devin, for your time. Great to see you, Brandy. Love you. And
Oh,
thank you for
Danny,
your time.
what a beautiful story and what an inspiration you are. And you're so right. I don't think people realize the young age whenever you're affected by cancer, because your life is just sort of starting. And I think the hard part people don't realize is that all your friends are young around you, and they're going on to live their life very vibrant, and you feel a sense of loss there, and it can lead to depression and all those other things. Watching, everyone else around you kind of get excited, like you were saying, going backpacking. And so I think it is harder on that demographic, for sure.
It is.
So-
Thank you for bringing that to light, Hillary. Going through that myself, because especially for just anybody in general, but especially for young men, we're very stoic. We're very guarded on our expressing our feelings.
Most men.
Yeah, right. So it's very important that we get out there and we definitely express ourselves to highlight this overlooked demographic.
Wow.
So I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you to Councilwoman Anderson and Councilman Reese. I really appreciate that, because I think everyone in this room has probably had some relationship with cancer, and it's really remarkable what you're doing. Love to help you too, so I'll get in touch with these guys and love to see how we can all get involved. Good job, thank
Danny,
you.
don't you have some events coming up this summer and into the fall?
Boy, do we ever.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we have our networking night at the ballpark on Tuesday, August 12th. We have our signature event called Heroes Night Out taking place on Thursday, September 25th at the Wilbur DeMay Garden Atrium.
Oh, good. Okay.
Brandy's son was our honorary speaker last year. Devin was there as well. And we have a fundraising poker tournament that's really starting to catch fire. We raised over $20,000 back in the end of March this year. We're going to keep that flame burning and grow it bigger and bigger.
Awesome.
It's awesome. Well, congratulations, and you look like you're doing amazing.
Thank
It's
you.
very inspirational.
One day at a time.
Awesome. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes 1 minute at a time. All right. Madam Clerk, good job.
Manuel Ortiz, followed by William Puchert via Zoom, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Who are all your friends?
Good morning, good morning. My name is Manuel Ortiz, for the record. I have some of the mentors for a program called Dean's Future Scholars. and-
Yeah, future mayors. No, future presidents.
Yes.
Future scholars.
Yes,
Right?
yes, DFS for short.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually a lot easier to say. But anyways, good morning, Mayor Shivi and council members. Good morning, Trustee Nicolette, who we have the pleasure of working very close with the school district. Like I said, my name is Manuel Ortiz, and I'm here to speak in support of agenda item B23. I have been a part of the Dean's Future Scholars Program for 24 years. As you can tell, I have grays in my beard. I didn't always have them. But I was recommended for the DFS program when I was a sixth grader at Glen Duncan Elementary School. And prior to that point, I had never stepped foot on a college campus. I never even thought about college as a possibility for me. I had no idea what it was. And to be honest, I didn't see the value of the counselor coming to me and telling me that I was going to be a part of this program. I actually always tell the story that I got in trouble in that first meeting. But I'm so glad that the counselor didn't give up on me. And even after this point, I didn't want to participate in the program. I didn't want to give up my summer and go to the university. However, I have a very strong-willed Hispanic mother who is very persuasive in her ways. And I remember she literally dragged me to the university. And after that, my life changed for the better. I voluntarily went to the university, and I actually met my wife, who was also a participant in the program when I was going through the program as well. And now we have two beautiful daughters. Through the DFS program, I received academic support, mentorship, college prep, and perhaps most importantly, a sense of belonging and a belief in my potential. After a lot of time and hard work, I eventually earned my bachelor's degree, my master's degree, and my advisor was here earlier. I even took some PhD classes, so that is in the queue. Today, I am honored to serve as the program's assistant director, and for me, it's a great story that now I get to help shape the lives of students who are walking the path that I once did. Dean's Future Scholars is a local homegrown program housed in the College of Education and Human Development at UNR. It supports first-generation college students from 6th grade through college graduation. All of our services are free and include summer programming, academic tutoring, paid internships, mentoring, and assistance applying for college. DFS knows that college is not for everyone, and so we support students who want to enter the trade, go to the military, or enter the workforce. Our number one goal is to help students graduate from high school, and we have supported close to 2,000 students from underrepresented backgrounds achieve their goals. On behalf of our team, our students, our families, I want to sincerely thank all of you for public service. We know your job isn't easy. We'd like to especially thank Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Reese for your support and considering Dean's Future Scholars as a recipient for your support. Thank you.
That's awesome. Great job.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Do you all mind if we take a picture with you?
Yeah, we'd love it.
Yeah.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Well done. Well, hello. Who are you?
Future scholar right there.
This is our youngest scholar. Right?
Oh. Good morning. I know, right?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3.
Okay, good job. Good job. Thanks, you guys. Goodbye. Bye. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
William Poochard via Zoom, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Emma Doty.
Hi, Willie. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is William Poochard, and I am speaking to you today in the capacity as President of the Sons and Daughters of Erin, Northern Nevada's Irish Heritage nonprofit organization. And I am speaking to you on item B22. I wish to thank you on behalf of our organization for the discretionary funds and especially Councilman Reese. We have been around over 50 years. We were one of those legacy businesses mentioned by the Historical Preservation Society last year. We were very proud of it for our efforts in preserving Reno's Irish history. And we would like to invite all of you and the public to our upcoming Northern Nevada Celtic Ceilidh, which will be held next Saturday, May 17th in the Reno Brewery District in the 400 block. And I just would like to say on a personal note, I was listening to the Girl Scouts and I found their presentation very moving. We all have pets that we miss.
Isn't that so true? Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Willie.
Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
You too. Take care.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Emma Doty, followed by Nicole Anagapasis via Zoom.
I got this thing for you. Ilya Arbitman for the record. I am on the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. I'm going on 4 years on that body, and I was at the community forum last night, which was scheduled in lieu of the board. I actually thought it went great, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I'm speaking today on the GSR tax increment financing, which was a matter of heated discussion yesterday, and City Manager Bryant was definitely trying to explain to us and, sort of do some acrobatics and justify why it made sense to give the GSR the deal that the city's poised to give them. So I wanted to speak to a couple issues that I see with the deal. I'm not necessarily opposed to the arena, but I think that we should be learning our lesson, especially given the budget crisis that has canceled the boards, right? We need more revenue. We do need developers to actually give back, and we also need requirements on those developers that whatever they build is actually going to benefit the city. So the redevelopment zone, why are they even eligible for tax increment financing in the first place, right? I have some clips here from NRS. As we know, this is a very specific statutory designation that refers to blighted areas. I mean, there's really a lot. I was trying to kind of highlight some of the areas here. It's found and declare that a blighted area eligible for redevelopment, right? Communities blighted which constitute the social or economic liabilities, right? The benefits which will result from remedying such conditions, constructing in blighted areas, right, will accrue to all the inhabitants and property owners of the community in which they exist. Not really sure that the parking lot of the GSR is even would qualify. It's not a blighted area. In fact, there are no residents there. There is no community there. It's just a parking lot on the other side of the freeway. It's very difficult to really indicate what benefit the city will get from this. I think we're taking a big risk saying that, oh, we're going to make money from sales tax, we're going to make money from this and that, right? Because we might not. We don't know what's going to be happening in a few years. Are people still going to be showing up in big numbers to events like this? We don't know. We do know that if they build this, we will get property taxes from them if we allow them to pay the property tax like they're supposed to, rather than giving them back through the financing. Also, TIF financing should really only be used if no other reasonable means of financing, right, are available. This guy's got $1 billion. He can build this thing without the city's help. Here's on the city's website. Here's agency goals for RDA stuff. Increase the diversity number of residents living there, quality housing options, optimizing flow of pedestrians, cycles, vehicles, right, safer, more accessible spaces, outdoor spaces, right, all of these things. I'm not seeing any of this in the proposal, right? We're just basically saying this is going to bring money because of people coming to shows and concerts. I'm just not sure that it qualifies. Finally, a lot has been reported on this, but I have some of your guys' C&E reports just to show here. Devin Reese, 15 grand from the GSR. Miguel Martinez, here's $5,000 from the GSR, right? This list, it's pretty long here. Naomi Dewar, I think we have here $5,000 from the GSR. So, and here's everyone else's campaign contribution. So,
Thanks, Ilya.
Attorney Hall would know, but probably best for most of the council, except for Councilmember Ebert, to recuse yourselves from the discussion anyway.
All right, thanks so much. Ilya, you're on three now?
I'm on Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. Well,
Okay,
I
you're
was.
3 now.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And you said 4 years.
Going on 4 years, yeah.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear you said, it was just nice to hear you say that it went well yesterday.
It went great. Let's keep them going.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Emma Doty, followed by Nicole Anagapasis via Zoom.
Hi, Nicole. Oh, Emma.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, yeah, first I'd like to thank a previous public commenter for drawing attention to cancer in young adults. I am a 22-year-old cancer survivor myself, so I'm glad that is, the attention that was drawn on the public record today. To move on to my prepared remarks. Good morning. My name is Emma Doty, and I'm a UNR student. I'm not here to necessarily speak against the proposed GSR Arena, as I understand this is not tied to a student fee. But while UNR is in the spotlight today, I would like to draw attention to students' basic needs. UNR students are struggling to afford the essentials of food and housing, and this is not expected to get better anytime soon. When I served on the student government, ASUN, I learned about all of the data that has been collected on this topic. To run through some numbers. A survey last year showed a 45% food insecurity rate and a 25% housing insecurity rate, as well as that food insecurity unsurprisingly correlates with lower GPAs. Visits to the campus food pantry, PEC provisions, doubled year over year in FY23. And the starkest indicator to me, the Student Emergency Fund, which requires that all other sources of aid, including loans, be exhausted first before applying for assistance, had its entire annual allocation from ASUN depleted less than halfway through the current fiscal year. To add insult to injury, every single student fee increase proposed to the Board of Regents in December passed, totaling an extra $237.50 per semester in fees. No wonder enrollment is projected to drop. Make no mistake, this is a threat to the future of our city, state, and nation. If more and more people are simply priced out of college, then we can expect shortages of doctors, nurses, teachers, lawyers, engineers, scientists, and other essential professions. Meeting the needs of students is something we can't afford to not make a priority. Though a new basketball arena as currently proposed would not directly worsen the financial situation of students, which is why I'm not really speaking against it today, I wish this same attention could be devoted to ensuring that we students have access to the bare essentials needed to earn our degrees and become the future. And that maybe one day, sooner than later, a project of similar ambition, aimed at building an affordable campus grocery store, affordable student housing, or support for programs so as to prevent further fee increases, could come before this body. Thank you.
Wow, you need to run for office. Impressive.
Thank you.
You did a great job. Were you nervous at all?
Kinda.
No, you didn't. You didn't seem like it. I thought you did a fantastic job.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Emma.
When I was on ASUN, I did a lot of fighting for food insecurity. I've been down to the legislature to discuss it. I do
love
think it's
that.
just not enough of a priority, and while we're talking about UNR, here's what UNR needs more than anything, in my opinion.
That is fantastic. I am glad that you brought that up because I don't think people think about that food insecurity when it comes to your age group, particularly, right? So, good job. I think we need to do some initiative there for sure.
Very much.
Yeah, keep coming back. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Nicole Anagapasis via Zoom.
Hello, Mayor Sheevy. Can you guys hear me?
We can now.
Awesome, that's fantastic. Hello, good morning, Mayor Sheevy, and I'd like to extend a special hello and thank you to our most ethical council member, Councilman Reese. I'm unable to make it today in person, but despite what Councilman Reese may believe, myself and my friends are always tuned into these meetings. They're incredibly entertaining. And we watch the decisions that the council makes very closely, and we do our best to stay informed about sort of how those decisions affect our daily lives and the work that many of us do in the mutual aid space. I'm here today not just to remind Councilman Reese that he's very lucky to have such a devoted constituency, but also to ask of an audit of the so-called activation efforts that are taking place in downtown Reno this summer, especially those taking place at the Believe Plaza. While the city is in an active deficit, it does seem to be spending or considering offering a billionaire tax break for a proposed stadium at the GSR and allocating $370,000 of ARPA funding to a well-sponsored, well-funded organization that holds events at perhaps the most active and well-utilized space in downtown Reno. That organization is the Downtown Reno Partnership. I heard someone mention in a public comment the other day that budgets are about priorities, and I could not agree more with that statement. My question is how defunding the neighborhood advisory boards and essentially incentivizing a billionaire to move forward with a development that arguably has little evidence to activate the downtown area or the university area fits on your list of priorities. But I'm sure Devin will let me know on Facebook, so that's always great. Also, the presentation that the Girl Scouts did was fantastic. I'd like to remind council and everybody that we see a lot of homeless pets in our weekly mutual aid distributions. We actually get pounds and pounds of dog food and cat food donated to us that we distribute. It's always uplifting to see these animals and the people that love them out and joining us for our little block parties. But it is very heartbreaking, and we do our best to keep those pets comfortable. Also, somebody was mentioning, cancer, and how I think Mayor Sheevy, you said that we all know somebody who has been touched in their lives by cancer in one form or another. I myself am one of those people who knows and lost people to cancer. I'd like to remind you all again that we do see a lot of people experiencing homelessness because of their health issues like cancer. One woman I know spent her time doing chemo in a shelter, which is just a horrible way to have to go through that. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And also to touch on students. We have many students that utilize our services as well. Either they come to get food, we hand out plenty of non-perishable food items, hot meals and the like. And we see lots of students. There are lots of students who are definitely food insecure. So I appreciate Mayor Sheevy that you're going to give some more attention to folks experiencing food insecurity as students. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Okay. Madam Clerk.
And with that, we have no additional public comment registered. We did receive 41 comments that were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to yesterday, May 6th at 4 p.m. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. These comments were distributed as 13 letters of support, 11 letters in opposition, and 17 letters of concern.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to City Manager Bryant. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to pull item B17 off of this agenda as it's an accidental duplicate of a donation made at a prior council meeting. Then we will hear any items that are pulled from consent. Move into C1, the joint fire presentation. After that, we'll have lunch and a labor meeting. return for around 1 o'clock for the GSR TIF agreement after we've opened the RDA. We'll close the RDA and then move through the agenda as in order with the target of handling items D1 through 3 for Ranchera around 4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just want to say goodbye to Miss Nicolette. Thank you for all you do. You're amazing. I've, had the pleasure to see you work with students and speak with them, and I just want to say thank you for your service. You really are, and you can tell how much you care when you're just looking at that teacher and just being so compassionate. So thank you, and may the force be with you. I know it's not an easy job, but you got this. All right, take care. Bye. Okay.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the agenda as presented then.
Second.
So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Were we pulling consent items?
We're not at consent yet.
Okay. Sorry, you missed that.
Okay. I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, then we're going to head into approval of the minutes.
Move to approve.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now we are at consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do have one person registered, Kessa Lee.
Okay. Come on up, Kessa. Love that name.
Thank you.
Great.
Good morning, council members. My name is Kessa Lee. I'm here on behalf of Eddie House, speaking in support of agenda item B18. We just wanted to express our sincere gratitude for your support and donation so that we can do all the important work that we do. Thanks to donations like yours, last year we were able to serve 544 homeless and at-risk youth and give them the life and job skills necessary for sustainable independence. We also began construction on our TLC 36 building, which is expected to open later this year, and we're looking forward to seeing you all at the ribbon cutting.
All right. Yeah, when are we doing that?
We're not 100% sure on the date yet, just a little bit later. We're hoping late summer.
But you're going to keep us posted.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's awesome.
And
Good
I saw
job.
some new donations of furniture just the other day. That sounds exciting too, like
Yes.
literally rooms and rooms of furniture.
Yes, yeah, we're so excited for, we just had our gala this last weekend and
I heard it
everything
was
is
amazing.
going. Oh, it was beautiful. I loved it so
It
much.
was incredible.
Yes,
Congratulations, such a great organization doing great work.
thank you so much.
All right, good job, Kessa. All right, I'm actually going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I need to pull item B18
Okay.
for disclosure.
For disclosure, okay. With that being said, I'm going to ask council members what items they want to pull off the agenda. Vice Mayor's B18.
Madam
And-
Mayor, I have B21 for disclosure, please.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson. Is there anything else you'd like to pull off? Nothing? Okay, Councilman Martinez.
Wait. Did you get B21?
B21.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Councilman Martinez?
I'm okay, thank you so
Okay,
much.
all right. Any other ones? Okay. Councilman Reese?
Madam Mayor, I have items B17 to pull, and then I have B22 for a disclosure. So B17 and B22.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Councilman.
B17 was removed from the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Dewar.
Nothing today.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have B11, B14, and B15.
Okay. All right, may I get a motion to approve all other agenda items?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, we are going to head into, Madam Clerk, I believe, item B11.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can I ask that we do the disclosure items before this one?
Absolutely.
Only because we have people here who are waiting on those items.
Sure, no
and I
problem.
think they are just trying to get
Okay.
back to it.
No problem. We are going to head into a disclosure for
B18.
B18, B21.
And B22.
And B22. Okay, so let's start with B18.
Madam Mayor, on item B18, I am a board member of Eddie House, so I will not be voting on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. We have,
I'll move to approve that item then as directed by staff.
okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, item B21.
Okay, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, on item B21, I'm disclosing that my son has been the grateful recipient of a college scholarship for 2 consecutive years from Hometown Heroes and continues to pursue his degree. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I've been advised that my son has a significant pecuniary interest in the scholarship, and I have a commitment in private capacity to the interests of my son and his continued education. I've been advised that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my son's scholarship. I will not be participating or voting on this item today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting pertaining to these agenda items, and I will step out of the room for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, item B21 is mine. You've heard from Danny about the incredible work that Hometown Heroes is doing. I certainly wish it was more than the $1,200 that our discretionary funds allow, but I will invite each of you to participate in any way you can in the programming that this incredible organization is doing. Certainly, many of you know that we lost Emily Reese to cancer, and it's always a difficult topic for me, but so honored to be able to make this small contribution this year, and please try to attend their events when they have them. But with that, I'll move to approve.
Love that.
Second?
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
And Madam Mayor, we should do item B21.
22.
I'm sorry, B20, I'm sorry.
That was 21.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Okay, we're at B22.
B22, Madam Mayor, I pulled this one, and fellow city council members, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, item B22, I am disclosing that I am Irish and a paid member of the Sons and Daughters of Sado. Sado is a nonprofit charitable organization that works to revive, foster, and promote Irish cultural events, interests, and sentiments in Nevada.
Irish.
The city donation will support Sado's mission, and I pay an annual membership fee to meet fellow Irish Americans, participate in, and receive discounted admissions to the organization's sponsored events. On this matter, I sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I have been advised as a paid member of a charitable organization. I do not have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of Sado. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting. Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to move to approve item B22.
All right, thank
Second.
you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Now back to 11.
Okay, now we're going to head into item B11. Hello,
Hello,
how are you doing?
doing good, and you?
Okay, good. Okay, you look like you're ready.
Ready. Senior Civil Engineer Justin George, Public Works. I don't have a presentation for today, but am available for any questions.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is for a contract to do a project in the North Valleys. It's a North Valleys Corporate Yard Phase 1 for about $3.5 million. So can you just kind of say what this project will be for, what this $3 million will cover?
Yeah, so this is the first phase of several phases of building a corporation yard in the North Valleys area. And this will be for O&M to be able to store, service, and utilize sewer and streets and parks, equipment and vehicles up in the North Valleys to be able to provide a much better response to the North Valleys rather than having to come from the downtown Corp yard.
Great,
So this is
great.
being able to reach up north and put less wear and tear on our city vehicles and provide a more timely response.
Great. So will there be designated street sweepers and snowplows that are just there year-round?
I believe that's the plan eventually. Yeah, this first phase is getting salt sand shed and brine mixing tanks up there, and also a wash rack and drying beds up there. So we don't have any covered storage facilities up there with this phase. This is getting the site prepped and ready, getting it fenced and secure, and then just getting those basic services up there that we can fit into the budget available at this time.
So it's not, this 3.5 million is not for any structure?
Not yet, no. There's
Okay,
a
so this is-
considerable amount of work that needs to happen before we can get to structures.
Okay, so basically just prepping the land and moving materials up there?
Yeah, and we will have a salt barn to be able to store the salt sand we use up there and also brine, so trucks don't have to come all the way back downtown to refill on those.
Okay, so there won't be any storage of snowplows or street sweepers at this location until the structure's completed?
We don't have plans for that until we have a structure up there to protect them during the winter, but as you know, during the events, those trucks are moving 24 hours a day, so they're not
Yeah.
stopping to be stored.
Yeah. What about street sweepers that don't necessarily need to be protected from the snow, like when they're being used?
I will step aside and let Travis talk about that a little more.
Good afternoon, Travis Trill, Director of Maintenance and Operations. I think I can answer some of the questions about what we're doing. It's, this, first of all, this is a phased project, so it's gonna take many years to complete the construction overall. Right now, Public Works has been really doing us a solid by being able to, get this property, started. We're gonna get paved, fencing in, as Mr. George was talking about, we're gonna get a salt and sand tent put in, so we can store material there. There's gonna be, wash racks for sweeping operations, for sewer and storm drain operations. We do have the intention of being able to put possibly some sweepers up there. However, we're still on a schedule around the city. So when possible, we'll have equipment staged up there when it makes sense.
Okay.
Snow plows, we do anticipate probably having a couple up there, just ready to go.
Yeah.
They'll be staged when we know a storm's coming.
Okay, great. And the structures for the salt and other materials, will those be like the kind of tent structures we see, or will they be a more permanent?
Nope, we are going with the tent, right? Yeah, so it's the sprung structure. If you've been out to the corporation yard, we have that big white tent there. And so it'll be just a scaled-down version of that.
Okay.
Essentially, this yard will be just a scaled-down version of the corporation yard.
Okay, and what's a life expectancy of one of those kind of structures?
Well, the one we got up right now is about 15 years old, and
Okay.
it's doing very well.
Okay,
So
all
they're
right.
they're just very economical to build.
Okay, great.
Yep.
All right, I don't know if anybody else has questions. No?
Madam Mayor, I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Truehold, first of all, thank you, and Mr. George for the presentations. I want to sort of go back in time. In the first year that I was on council, I had the privilege of spending a fair amount of time in the Corp yard with your teams and just learning about the various parts of the city. And this was the outgrowth of not only your efforts, but Madam Mayor and I sort of found ourselves in the odd position one time on a snowplow, thinking about what was going on in the North Valleys. And it seemed so odd. We had so many employees who lived in the North Valleys who, when a snowstorm was about to hit, they had to leave their homes quite a distance. It's challenging to get in and out of the North Valleys at times, even in good conditions. But they would leave, they would come to the Corp yard where they would park their car, get in a snowplow, and go back into the neighborhoods where they live and now are working. They would then have to take the snowplow back to the yard, get in their personal vehicle, and get home. And I think we recognized that long-term, that just was not good for our people. So I want it to also be said, it's not just about our equipment, but that the people who work for us and who live in the North Valleys deserve a much shorter commute. And so I know that this is the long-term play, is this additional satellite Corp yard, and you all are bursting at the seams anyways. So I have, and I know that Madam Mayor has for a long time thought this was a good idea, and I'm glad to see the first parts of it happening. I'll be excited, of course, to see the next phases of it as you get to the build out. I do hope that at least, especially for the next couple of winters, that we really do prioritize having the equipment there on site before the snow hits. And I know you study the weather and do all those things. I won't tell you how to do your job, but I think we'll be okay if it's exposed to some elements in advance of that. Ms. Ebert has been advocating for this as well for a long time. The time has come. I'm glad that the Street and Sewer Fund is making accommodations for that. And I know that we had another sort of idea that did not come to fruition, which was to use the decommissioned elementary school up there as a site for all of this. So thank you for continuing to work with the concerns that we have for this community, because what we want is for the roads to be plowed and safety to be first and foremost, so that people can get to where they're trying to get their kids and to school and all those things. So it's just a great program, and I'm glad that it's being constructed in Ward 4, an area where it's desperately needed.
Thank you. We're very excited about this project. We think it's really going to bring a lot of benefit to the community.
Councilwoman Dorr?
No.
Okay, your light's on.
I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the board member for pulling this item because I just recently got the survey about our sewer rate increase. And I think it's important for the community to know the projects that we do on a regular basis and the importance of why we're asking for this to create projects like this for all of the community. So thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Councilwoman Ebert?
Yeah, I did have one more thing. How did we come up with this construction company? Was there like a request put out there? Was there different bids received?
It was a competitive bid process, but I'll let Mr. George talk about it.
Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works. We bid this project publicly, so we advertised it in RGJ and went through our typical bidding procedures.
Okay, and I know we use CMARS for other projects. Is that something that we're interested in doing with this project or anything
I think
similar?
for a project this size and something that we've got a really solid plan on, low bid was the way to go with this one.
Okay.
CMAR would have drawn the process out a little bit longer than we
Okay.
had. So this one was fit for low bid.
Great. All right, thank you. And one last thing, what, can you just real quick describe the location of this site?
Location is off of North Virginia, just north of Lemon Drive.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, indeed.
All right, no further questions? May I get a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve item B11.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin and Travis. Good job. Okay. We are at, well, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's just see, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
B14.
Go ahead. B14, okay.
Hi, Lori Miles, Property Agent, Public Works. This item is, in brief, is a property project cleanup. We need right-of-way carved out for the Military Road widening project. However, about 5 years ago, we got a $5 million grant for installing effluent treatment at the plant, which put a restrictive covenant on the property. So in order to carve out any right-of-way that city needs for the military widening, we need to get the streets carved out. So as you can see, this is kind of a weird parcel. You got military running through the parcel at the top, so that will allow us to carve out any right-of-way that's needed for the city project.
Okay.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, will this be affected at all by the American Flats water purification project too? Will we need to come back and address any other locations on here?
No, this is strictly just carving out the right-of-way, cleaning up the property that should never have been part of the restrictive covenant.
Okay.
So that we can use it for
Okay.
right-of-way.
And do we know for sure this is how much RTC needs, or are we gonna have to come back?
They don't need all of it, but it's cleaning it up, and it will carve the right-of-way out.
Okay.
From any future widening.
Okay, and can you show on the map where the carve-out will be?
Yes, let me put this other map up here. So the areas in blue is what's being carved out of the restrictive covenant. It's not all of what RTC needs, but we do feel that in the future, Lear may widen, so we're asking for a little bit more carved out of the covenant. But the parts that'll be right away will be military and then the corner right there.
Okay, so is that enough room for the military to have an additional lane on each side?
Yes.
And the bike lane?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? No. All All right, Councilman Ebert, give me a motion.
All right, motion to approve?
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Lori, great job. You did great. Now, you can never tell if you're nervous at all. Good job, Lori.
Number 15.
Okay, B15.
B15, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this. This is acceptance of a calendar year 2025 Violence Against Women Act, services training officers, prosecutors, otherwise known as STOP grant, from the Nevada Office of the Attorney General to provide services to victims of domestic violence in the amount of $131,000 and some change. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about this because I know that we have every year there's homicides that are a result of domestic violence. So I just want to kind of highlight that and highlight the things that RPD is doing to address that and stop that wherever possible.
Absolutely. Chief Nance, for the record, this is a grant for a little over $130,000 that pays for victim advocates that respond to incidents of domestic violence and assist with the victims of those cases to ensure that they have all the resources that are needed.
So does that connect people with like shelters that they could go to, emergency services? Is it long-term services? Is it, legal aid, or what does that look like?
It's not long-term services. It's really short-term in the right after an incident happens or to the point that case is adjudicated. We don't provide long-term services. We're more of an emergency stopgap between an incident and needs. There are long-term services out there that we connect them with. Sometimes some of our cases go on for longer, but a lot of this is in-the-moment emergency services for victims.
But you guys connect them to the available services, correct? You
Yes.
have like a toolkit or a list of resources where you connect people to those things. Because I can't imagine how stressful these situations are and how terrifying it must be for people and not knowing what resources is available. So I was just curious to see what that looks like and how people get connected with the available help.
Absolutely. So we do provide the resources we can. We're not the only resource. We're just really for that emergency or immediately after an incident or crime. And then there is other resources throughout the community that we do try to get victims of crimes connected with.
Okay, so if somebody were experiencing domestic violence, what should they do if they need immediate help? Just call 911?
Yes, for the most part, or if it's not an emergency situation or a long-going situation, they can reach out to the police department either through the non-emergency number or coming into the police department or really to any of our local partners or resources that we have out there that they could provide assistance with also that can connect them to law enforcement if needed.
Okay, so I really just want to stress that because of the number of homicides we've had that doubled over, when was that, last year due to domestic violence. So I just really want to highlight if people know anybody that's experiencing domestic violence or if you're in a situation like that, please call the Reno PD or other resources available.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, motion to approve?
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Item C1 is the next one. Do you want me to do it?
Yes, okay, so item C1, we are actually moving that because it is now the 12 o'clock hour and we are going to go into an attorney-client presentation. So I'm going to ask everyone to get up and attend that meeting, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. And that means we will skip over,
We'll open the RDA.
we will open the RDA and,
Item B1, GSR.
yes, item D1, or B1? Wait. Oh, here, yeah, B1. Got it. Okay, so just, that's what's happening next. So I need everyone to get up, and we'll see you in our attorney-client meeting. Thanks.
Didn't mean to. This is fun. Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, ready to continue the meeting? Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. How many of you have been to a council meeting before? All right, there you go. Good job. Nice engagement. I know we have a lot of dignitaries here today. We have former governor of the great state of Nevada, as he would say, the great state of Nevada. President Sandoval, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. I also know that we have, I think, some school board members. If you're in the house, raise your hands. I want to just recognize you. Oh, I think he's in the lobby. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you, everyone, for being here this afternoon. We do have a process. I'm going to let my council members know we are going to stick to the same process that we do at every single council meeting. We're going to go with 2 rounds, then we'll come back. I know that this item will be full of discussion, so I want to stay on track because the other thing is we do have still a very, very full agenda for the rest of the day, correct? So I want to make sure we get to that hearing as well. So I do want to stick to procedures. So just letting everyone know, so everyone in the audience knows that I don't mean to cut off my council members, but we also have to make sure that everyone has equal time and it's all fair in the rounds that we get to deliberate. Okay, that being said, we're going to go into public comment, and I'm going to open the RDA. I'm just waiting for Mr. Hall.
No, you don't have Mr.
No?
Hall.
We don't have him today. Let's do,
Oh, that's right.
why don't you do an open and then we'll do an introduction.
Okay.
We do need to take roll for RDA and open it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just wanted to know if our city attorneys want us to make any disclosures before public comment or after.
I'm not aware of any disclosure.
There are. No?
Madam Mayor,
Jonathan,
just as
can
a
you-
point of order, I think Ms. Clerk and I discussed that we would first open the RDA, take roll, approve agendas for the RDA, go through that process. Then when we open the agenda item, you want us to first do our disclosures. I know, Madam Manager, you have one introduction to make of us, someone who's new to the room. So I'll let Madam Clerk take that part, Madam Mayor. Does that work for you? Okay.
No problem.
Okay, we are calling roll for the Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor? Here. Councilmember Dewar?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Ebert?
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
I'm here.
Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Mayor Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to you then.
For public comment, we do not have anyone signed in for general public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, as to item A4, the approval of the agenda, I'll move to approve as posted.
Great, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Manager?
Thank you. I'd like to introduce the body to Rory Robinson. She will be our attorney on all matters involving the next agenda item.
Well, welcome. I looked over and I'm like, you're not Carl.
Thank you, happy to be here.
This is the first time we are meeting, so thank you for being here. Okay. All right, we're going to head into item B1. Madam Clerk?
Are we opening public comment first, or?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to check. I have Daryl Gardpipe, followed by Eloy Hara, followed by Elliot Malin.
I'll tell you how.
Be close. Eloy Hara.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the council. Good afternoon, Major Shivi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
So my name is Eloy Hara. I'm the business manager of Labor's Local 169. So we are in support of this project. So we are in strong support. So my parents emigrated. I'll tell you guys a little bit about myself. My parents emigrated to Reno in 1989. It was a small town. So the growth that's happening, I've seen it. I went to Ecoloder School, Vaughn Middle School, Wooster High School, class of 1997. So with that, I've seen the Reno growth. So what they're intending to do, I think it's part of the smart growth, I call it. So what the GSR is intending to do in partnership with Nevada Wolfpack, I think it's a great thing. So it's much needed for our community. So and along with that, it's going to bring good family supporting jobs. So that's what we're after. So if I say smart growth, if I say that it's going to create family supporting jobs, this job, so it's a really good thing. So from my point, being the business manager of the local, I'm new. My predecessor, 2022, he retired. And now I'm blessed with being the new leader of Labor's Local 169. And I can say that we support construction, smart growth. And this project, to me, it's part of that smart growth that is coming our way. So everybody's heard about the growth that Tesla is going through, Microsoft moving into town, Apple expanding, Redwood Materials. So the lithium mine project that's going on in McDermott. So everything is part of the growth that's coming our way. So if this project was not to go through, it would be bad. So we would not be able to continue going in the direction that we're heading. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, Eloy. You said small town. Nice to see you, neighbor. It's been a while.
Yes, thank you.
That's how small Reno is. This is my neighbor. 10 years ago in Midtown. All right.
Yes, so real quick, and with that, I'll ask the members of Local 169 wearing orange to stand up, please.
Well, hello, everyone.
So we are all in support of the project. So after this, we're gonna leave and create room for the next people to, have a chance to enjoy the Reno City Council. So, yes.
Thanks to all the men and women for being here. We appreciate all that you do in our community. Our labor force is the glue, for sure. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Elliot Malin, followed by Japheth Sanchez, followed by Ryan Gold.
Elliot, where are you? There you are. There you are, Elliot.
I know, you just have to look down.
Small world, and also Elliot was, you were selected as almost one of our Ward 3 members. This is how small Reno is. This is why we all love this community. Take it away, the floor is yours.
That is right. Again, old habits die hard, so Elliot Mallon for the record. And I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't mention my great ward member from Ward 1. I want to say something a little bit unique because I got to say this to President Sandoval recently, which is that it is so great to be with you guys and say something positive for once. No, but really, this is a great project. The Grand Sierra Resort, the GSR, has been a great partner for the Jewish community here. They've really stepped up, especially in the wake of October 7th, and been a great advocate for us, a great partner for us, and gone out of their way to help us. Beyond that, it's beautiful to see our industries coming together to help propel the university forward. In this new world of college athletics, we have to think about the future and how we are going to be competitive moving forward. And I think that this project is what's going to help get us there. It also creates another great venue space here in Reno, which I think is incredible. I grew up in Las Vegas, as I think all of you know. I moved up here for college, decided that Reno was the place to be because there's seasons, there's water that I'm not afraid to get into, there's mountains, and it's beautiful here, and our community is incredible. And I think that this helps bring that community forward. It helps revitalize the area. It helps bring more investment into the area, and it helps create more jobs. So I really am a big proponent of this. I thank the GSR for being a great ally to the Jewish community. I thank President Sandoval for working with industry here in Reno to figure out how to make the University of Nevada a world-class institution for all Nevadans. And I thank you guys for bringing this up. Thank you.
All right, and a birdie tells me you just passed the bar? Is that true? Or you're now an attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
Past the July bar.
All right, good.
So thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Japheth Sanchez, followed by Ryan Gold, followed by Daryl Guardpipe.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy and council members of the City of Reno. I'm Dr. Japheth Sanchez. I'm the director of the Latino Research Center at the University of Nevada, Reno. Our center is committed to advancing research collaborations, student achievement, and engaging in advocacy and outreach. We work to help others make informed decisions when uplifting communities and doing so in a way that contributes to the well-being of the state overall. That's why I'm here to express my support for the Grand Sierra Resort Arena project. It's a project that exemplifies the intersection of economic development, educational partnership, and cultural inclusion. The project represents more than just a venue. It's an engine for opportunity. It will generate over 2,000 new jobs, many of which can directly benefit Latino Hispanic workers, entrepreneurs, and families. And it will do so responsibly without using existing or new taxpayer funding. It will leverage only the new tax revenue that the arena itself creates. And that's fiscally sound as a strategy and advances the growth without burdening the public. As an educational partner, the University of Nevada, Reno, and by extension, our students, they stand to benefit from the programmatic opportunities that is connected to this arena project. I lost my space because I'm on my tiny little phone here. Hold on. In a region where Latino Hispanic identities continue to shape the fabric of our schools, our businesses, our neighborhoods, the GSR Arena can help affirm that identity. It can welcome our families to multi-generational experiences, strengthen local pride, and boost small business through tourism and all the related activity with this. And importantly, it aligns with the values of leadership and representation. We know that we're strengthening the work of individuals like Cuban-American entrepreneur Alex Murillo and with some privilege, our University of Nevada, Reno president, Brian Sandoval, who is the first Hispanic president at the University of Nevada, Reno. And many of you know that while I have been part of the university in some capacity for over 20 years, I've only been part of the Latino Research Center for roughly 3 years. And so many of you have often heard me speak about transformation and about investing in initiatives that really create a lasting impact. And the GSR Arena project is one such initiative. It's an opportunity to reinforce possibilities, drive development, and celebrate community. It'll also be a nice chance where I don't have to go over to Sacramento to watch much Enrique Iglesias, because we do see that when we do all of these things, it creates an opportunity to also have that cultural connection and other endeavors that we strive for and that we absolutely need in the area. So with that, I ask for your strong consideration and support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Ryan Gold, followed by Daryl Guardpipe, followed by David Pappas.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor.
Hi.
I'm Ryan Gold. I'm here with Martin Harris Construction. We're a prospective bidder on the arena and the garage. We're estimating at peak a combined workforce of over 600 construction jobs on this arena and garage combined. Our region is very lucky to have lots of work east of town. Nationally, construction jobs are slowing quite a bit. I think many regions would jump at this opportunity to have a private individual and group pour multi-millions of dollars into our community at this time. I think we're really fortunate to have the opportunity to keep positive momentum in this town, and I trust you all make a great decision. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Daryl Guardpipe, followed by David Pappas, followed by Kaylin Evans.
Hello, Chairman.
Gardapi.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Nice to be here in front of you guys. As you know, my name is Daryl Gardapi. I'm the new chairman of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And our reservation is right across the freeway from the Grand Sierra, with more than 800 of our tribal members and their families live. And our tribal government offices downtown are located there too. There has been a good history of cooperation and goodwill between the colony and the Grand Sierra, and that has continued during the whole planning process of this arena and expansion. Concerns about some lighting issues were by our planning department was expressed in meetings with the GSR team, and some of the changes were made. We're happy with the outcome and think that will work for the public's benefit. We know the arena will mean more traffic and disruption, both during the construction and after. And we hope and believe that the social and economic benefits for everyone as a result of the new arena will outweigh the income impacts of this. We hope that we can continue to work with Mr. Murillo and his team to minimize the burdens on the colony and the residents in the project area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
David Pappas, followed by Kaylin Evans, followed by Michael Brady.
Hi, Mayor, hi, Council. Good afternoon. My name is Dave Pappas. My wife Monica and I own Fingerprinting Express. We're a locally owned and
I
operated
love your
business.
wife. I've met her
Thank
many
you.
times.
She loves you too, Mayor.
She's so cool. People think we're sisters.
She's a big fan.
See, Reno's small.
Very
Did I not
small.
say? Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
go ahead.
I'll tell her you said hi.
Okay, please
She's very busy right now. Like, you're going where? Okay, that's important. Okay. So we hold hands with over 100 people a day, fingerprinting, 90 different agencies, industry. When I heard there was a chance to speak on behalf of this, very impromptu, unscientific poll, we started asking our customers what they thought about the projects. We had like 5 minutes to hold hands with them, and there was overwhelming support for the project. Some people didn't really know about it. Other people didn't understand with the tax abatements, but overwhelming, a lot of support. So today I'd like to speak in strong support of the GS Arena project, because it's not just a building and arena, it's about creating jobs, boosting our economy, and reinforcing Reno's identity as a city of opportunity, tourism, and innovation. At Fingerprinting Express, we provide background checks and pre-employment screenings essential for thousands of workers who will be hired throughout the construction and ongoing operations in this arena, from hospitality, events, staffing, security, food and beverage, and then the additional jobs that are created from the incremental tourist trips, creating more demand for additional employment. We believe that every new job creates a ripple effect in our local economy. Fingerprinting Express is just one of the first stops on that journey. As a low-margin, compliance-based business, we rely heavily on hiring spikes to stay profitable. Large employee projects like this give businesses like mine a lifeline to stay open and support our community. More importantly, our company lives by our culture to care philosophy. Since 2003, we've given back nearly $1 million in discounted fees to volunteers, teachers, nonprofits, nurses, and active military members. The only way we can continue to offering these deep discounts is by staying financially healthy. A large-scale hiring project like this makes it possible. But this is bigger than just one business. Reno is an incredible growth with our logistics, our tech, our warehouses, our industrial sectors. But I want to remind everybody that our DNA is a hospitality city. Right now, with 95 events that are projected over the next year, that's not just a number, but it's reasons for people to fly and stay in Reno for the weekend. Right now, to see large acts, we have to go to Vegas, we got to fly to the Bay, Sacramento. This gives us an opportunity to see these great acts that we don't get a chance to enjoy right now. In closing, I'd like to urge you to vote yes for the GSR Arena and give Reno the kind of momentum we want to see and deserve. Thank you for your time and leadership.
All right, thanks,
Thank you.
David.
Appreciate it.
Kaylin Evans, followed by Michael Brady, followed by Carrie Groth.
Good morning, or good afternoon, actually. My name is Kaylin Evans. I serve as the president of the Washoe Education Association, representing over 3,900 educators in the Washoe County School District. That's your teachers, counselors, social workers, and other certified professionals. But that's not just 3,800 employees, it's 3,800 families and tens of thousands of residents who directly connect to the health of this community. I want to start off by acknowledging what I know many people may be thinking about when they hear a proposal like this, that it's just another tax break for folks that can afford it. And to be clear, I get that reaction. Our organization has been extremely critical of development deals at the state level that incorporate public tax dollars without meaningful returns for the community. We've spoken out against projects where the public carries the risk and private interests reap the rewards. If this proposal looked like that, similar to what we've seen with stadium bonding or transferable tax credits for movie studios down south, we would be opposing it. Even with the potential funding increase to the school district, we would not support this if it came at the expense of the broader community. But this proposal is fundamentally different. The Grand Sierra is based, the project is based on the TIF structure, a tool that uses a proportion of the new tax revenue generated by the development itself to reimburse the project costs over time. There's no upfront costs to the city, no use of existing tax dollars, no risk to the general fund. If the project underperforms, the public owes nothing. It's a performance-based model that rewards results and not promises. This expansion is projected to significantly increase tax revenue, not only for the Washoe County School District, but also for the city and county, supporting critical services like public education, safety, infrastructure, and transportation. And it doesn't take money away from the existing budget. But I also want to emphasize that how this project is built matters as much as what is built and the revenue it generates. That's why I'm hoping that the Grand Sierra result will move forward with agreements that include responsible contracting language with the building trades of Northern Nevada. And this is a chance to include all the trades, creating good paying jobs for local workers and ensure that this development supports the families who keep this region running. And finally, I want to make a direct appeal to the ownership of GSR, Mr. Marullo. You're already a partner in public education, and we appreciate that. But if this project is going to have long-lasting impact, we hope to see that support expand. There's an opportunity here for the GSR to become a premier partner in education for the Washoe County School District, working directly with the schools and the neighborhoods surrounding your resort and investing in the students who will become your future, the future local workforce and community. We thank you very much for your time.
All right, Kaylin, nice to see you, by the way.
Michael Brady, followed by Carrie Groth, followed by Parker Stremmel.
Reno City Council, President Sandoval. My name is Michael Brady. I'm a market rep and tribal liaison for the Northwest Regional Organizing Coalition, and I'm also affiliated and represent Launa Local 169. I want to mirror a lot of what my business manager Eloy Hara said, but I also want to say that we feel and believe that the GSR will include Launa Local 169 on these great family supporting jobs. So with that, I am in full support of this project. Thank you.
Carrie Groth, followed by Parker Stremmel, followed by Perry Williams.
Mayor Sheevy.
Good to see you.
Oh, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, but I'm still here.
I love it.
So,
I love it.
City Council members.
Supporting your sports.
Yes. My name is Carrie Groth, and I stand before you today in unwavering support of the GSR Arena project, transformational opportunity for the University of Nevada and the Reno Sparks community. As Director of Athletics for the Wolfpack from 2004, I should say as a proud Director of Athletics for the Wolfpack from 2004 to 2013, I witnessed firsthand the passion, dedication, and resilience of our athletes, fans, and supporters. In my continued work today in the sports industry and as a consultant for NCAA institutions nationwide, I have seen what's possible when communities and universities unite to create world-class shared facilities, enhancing competition, strengthening economies, and igniting a sense of pride and belonging. Yet here in Reno, we face a growing challenge. The Lawler Event Center, once a premier venue, now lags behind modern arenas. It struggles to attract top-tier talent, concerts, special events, or elite basketball matchups. As newer, more fan-friendly arenas emerged, we fell behind. And for Nevada basketball, competing at the highest level has become increasingly difficult without the state-of-the-art training, practice, and competitive resources necessary to thrive. Outdated infrastructure limits our ability to showcase our program nationally, hindering recruitment and recognition. We recognized this problem back in 2006, nearly 20 years ago, identifying over $30 million in necessary improvements to modernize Lawler. Yet without a dedicated community partner, those renovations never materialized. The opportunity slipped through our fingers. But now we stand on the threshold of a once-in-a-generation opportunity, a state-of-the-art arena, a true home for Nevada basketball, and it will transform the game day experience for students, fans, and athletes. It will elevate our program's national standing, unlock new revenue streams, and strengthen our ability to attract elite competition, top recruits, and conference and NCAA events. And this project isn't just about athletics. This billion-dollar private investment will serve as a powerful economics engine, creating hundreds of jobs, improving local infrastructure, driving tourism, and generating significant tax revenue. It's a commitment to Reno Sparks' future prosperity, positioning our city as a thriving hub for entertainment and competition. And let's be honest, how often does a community partner step forward with such a visionary proposal? This is our moment. The GSR Arena is an opportunity too valuable to ignore, one that will reshape our university, our city, and generations to come. Let's seize it. Thank you for your time, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
Well, thank you to you and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you.
Parker Stremmel, followed by Perry Williams, followed by Nathan Alpert.
Good afternoon. My name is Parker Stremmel. Thank you for having me. I'm just a longtime Reno resident. I'll be quick because
We were neighbors too. What are you talking
we
about?
were. Yeah, we are. I was kind of hoping to sneak by on that one. We miss you in Midtown. I'll be quick because clearly there are a lot of people here who want to speak. I want to talk about this from the civic pride perspective. So years ago, in a lifetime that wasn't as follically challenged, I used to work at ESPN. And one of the things that was often discussed is how college sports is a driver for both the university and the towns in which they reside. For Nevada, that driver is basketball. It's been that way for a while. And we've seen what a strong basketball program can do for towns that are similar in size, like Spokane, Washington with Gonzaga, Durham, North Carolina with Duke. And for Nevada, this can be a huge, huge driver because these are cities that are comparable in size. In this day and age, a top-tier program comes hand in hand with a modern-day arena. Something like this will further elevate both the university and Reno's status. And frankly, I'm kind of tired of seeing UNLV get all the nice things.
Yeah.
I encourage you to approve this measure. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Parker. Nice to see you. Tell your parents I said hi.
Parker, you had me until you said Duke. Couldn't you have said Lawrence, Kansas?
Lawrence works. Lawrence is a fine university as well. Tucson, them too.
Perry Williams, followed by Nathan Alpert, followed by Heather Speed.
Good afternoon. My name is Perry Williams, and I'm here today as a hockey parent. I'm speaking on behalf of hundreds of families like mine who have found a second home at Reno Ice on the south side of town. And I'll get to GSR in a second, but first talk a bit about Reno Ice. So Reno Ice has become a third place for our families, what sociologists describe as the place between your home and your school or work, where community is built. So Reno Ice is where families from every background come together. It's in the bleachers where we meet our best friends. It's in the locker room where our kids learn teamwork, discipline, and how to bounce back after failure. On the ice is where my son learned hard work and practice pays off, and where he learned how to be confident and believe in himself. What makes Reno Ice so special is that it's a nonprofit, meaning it's accessible, affordable, and welcoming to all. And other places where hockey is run as a for-profit business, families like mine and others I represent would be priced out. But at Reno Ice, our kids get to play the sport they love, grow, and belong. And we have a community-based model that works. What we don't have is enough of it. So if this project moves forward, it means that a practice rink will be built. And I can't stress this enough that we urgently need more ice for our kids. Right now, getting ice time is a constant struggle. My 11-year-old son wakes up at 4 a.m. twice a week to practice before school. In the fall, when the season starts, they will cram 3 teams onto a sheet of ice at the same time where the people we compete against have the sheet to themselves. We can't field as many teams as there are players. At the 14 and under level, there are a lot of good hockey players who aren't going to make a travel team, not because of talent, but because there isn't space for 2 teams at that level. So that's why the partnership between GSR and Reno Ice could be so meaningful. GSR can give something tangible back to the community, a practice rink that provides opportunities to hundreds of families and supports youth development. With a new sheet of ice and a strong intentional partnership, we can amplify what's already working for so many Reno families without losing the values and the community-based model that make it so special. Okay, so I know you're weighing complex decisions and long-term implications, and I respect the challenges to come with that. I just ask in your deliberations to keep these people in mind, the kids who will grow up skating on that new rink and the families who will build community and memories there. For my oldest son, the new sheet of ice might come too late, but I have a 2-year-old who's already obsessed with the game. And another sheet of ice, you have additional opportunities to learn, grow, and be part of something special right here in Reno. So thanks for your time and giving families like me a chance to be heard.
That's great. Thank you so much, Perry. And no, he was not my neighbor, so.
Nathan Alpert, followed by Heather Speed, followed by Phil Satry.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy and Reno City Council members. My name is Nathan Alpert, and I am the General Manager at Rail City Casino. I'm here today to speak in support of the new development plans at the GSR. Rail City believes that this project is not only significant long-term benefit to the community, and therefore I urge you to support it, but it's of the utmost importance for me to reiterate, as many of people in support will tell you, no taxpayer money going towards this project is being risked, therefore there's nothing but upside to gain from the city. I've lived in Reno now for 22 years. I'm an alumnus of the University of Nevada. I'm an active member of the community and an enthusiast of all things that continue to grow this town. Therefore, as a casino leader, I applaud and welcome the innovation GSR brings to the town. It's my belief that GSR has its eyes firmly on the continued prosperity of the Reno-Sparks area with the creation of the proposed entertainment district and arena. Revenue, employment, future benefits for locals and people coming into Reno absolutely will be a huge boon and a benefit for this magnitude. Not only am I excited as a long-term resident, but as a concert goer, basketball fan, father, friend, and ultimately telling all my people who don't live here, come to Reno. Why wouldn't you? This project will do that and have that impact long-term. We should welcome and continued growth. While the physical GSR building, which was conceived in 1977 and has been many, many different names, Mr. Morello, in his ownership period, has transformed what literally was a black eye in the gaming world into the absolute class beacon of taste that stands today. I am incredibly excited to see how he and team roll this out to the community, the university, and all the people traveling to Reno who can enjoy this experience. We should be all looking forward to the future of Reno and thankful that Mr. Morello and GSR are willing to make the continued investment to grow Reno and the Northern Nevada market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Heather Speed, followed by Phil Satry, followed by Osvaldo Jimenez.
Good afternoon, members of the Redevelopment Agency. My name is Dr. Heather Speed, and I serve as the Vice President of Student Services at the University of Nevada, and I'm here representing our students and the student experience at the university. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today about the project that holds great promise for our students, our university, and our broader community, the proposed new basketball arena for the University of Nevada. A modern basketball arena is far more than just a venue for our athletes. For our students, it's a gathering place. It's a symbol of pride. It's a space where they can come together, celebrate their university, and feel a true sense of belonging. That sense of community matters. It fosters relationships, strengthens identity, and improves the overall college experience. This arena is not a burden for our students, but a benefit, one that will enhance the student experience across multiple dimensions. From a recruitment perspective, a new arena sends a powerful message. The University of Nevada is growing, investing in student life, and building a future full of energy and momentum. For prospective students, especially those considering where they're going to spend the next 4 years of their lives, that impression can be the deciding factor. And for those students who decide to come to campus without a car, it's not a problem. We want to make sure this experience is as easy as possible for students to attend these events. So we've committed to busing students to and from the venue. Not only do we want to attract students, but we want to retain students and get them to the finish line. Student retention is shaped not just by academics, but by engagement. When students feel connected, when students have the experiences outside of the classroom that build community, a sense of belonging, and school spirit, they stay, they thrive, and they graduate. And here's where the community benefit becomes undeniable. When that student experience occurs, they are more likely to stay local, to live, work, and contribute to the economy and cultural fabric of our region. A dynamic, exciting arena that regularly hosts games, events, and celebrations is a critical driver for this connection. This arena has the potential to become a community hub. It's a place where the university and the city intersect, grow together, and share in a mutual sense of pride. This is an investment in energy, visibility, and momentum. It increases our profile, benefits the students at no additional cost, and strengthens our bond with the community. It tells the world we are building, we are growing, and we are proud. Thank you so much for your support and for your vision in considering the impact this arena will have, not just on bricks and mortar, but on people, relationships, and the future of our shared community. Go Pack.
All right, thanks. Good job. I see we have a lot of student athletes in the house. Did you want to recognize them, or do they plan on speaking? Maybe, yes.
Yeah, I think there's one or two that are going to speak.
Okay, great. And if you're not, wave your hands. Yeah.
Thank you
Yes.
guys very much.
I'm going to assume basketball over here. That's basketball in the house over there. All right. Hello, Mr. Satry. Nice to see you.
See you, Mayor. Hello, everyone on the council. My name is Phil Satry, and I'm here to speak from the perspective of a longtime executive in the gaming industry. I moved to Nevada 50 years ago. 45 years ago, I began a career in the gaming industry. I served as the president, CEO, and chairman of Harrah's for 20 years, a stint for about 10 years as the chairman of IGT, and for the last 8 years, I've been the chairman of the board of Wynn Resorts Limited. I have a perspective, I think, on what's driving gaming, what drives investment in gaming, both from a Reno standpoint and a Las Vegas standpoint. And the big difference, in my opinion, is diversification of demand. If you're going to try to compete in this industry and you're going to try to do it just with a bunch of slot machines, table games, a few restaurants, and maybe a small theater, you're not going to make it. There's 45 Indian casinos in Northern California, and you have to get those people to drive past those casinos, whether it's snowy or sunny. And the issue is we haven't made those big investments that you need to drive the diversification of demand. I believe that we have the opportunity to do that now. This is a step in that direction. And I want to say a little bit about how that has affected Las Vegas. Las Vegas has significant tailwinds for growth, mostly because of non-gaming investments. It drives the diversification of demand, whether it's food or entertainment or sports events, sporting teams, big venues for entertainment like the Sphere, F1, concourse. There's just a whole panoply of investments that community of competitors have made to drive bigger business into Las Vegas. We don't get very many chances to do that here in Northern Nevada. This is a big opportunity for us to start diversifying demand, and I urge you all to support this project.
All right, thank you.
Osvaldo Jimenez, followed by Dominic Spallone, followed by Jeff Thompson.
Madam Mayor, City Council, hope everyone's doing good today. My name is Osvaldo Jimenez Estupiñan, and I'm the Director of Hispanic Latinx Community Relations at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm here today in strong support for the approval of the new GSR Stadium. I'm also a local business owner, and I'm very excited about the potential growth that the GSR Stadium will bring to the Reno community, the work it will bring to the community and the families, and also how it will give the university a stepping stone for bigger opportunities in so many different ways. It's something really, really exciting. I see this as an investment in our city's future. It will bring jobs, boost tourism, generate new energy in our local economy. A modern stadium will create a hub for entertainment, community events, and economic activity, while also putting Reno on the map for bigger opportunities. I heard someone mention a concert with Enrique Iglesias, so I think things like that. One thing I could add that I haven't heard yet is how growing up, GSR was the meetup spot with all of my friends, my family, and so I have so many memories with friends and family there. The new stadium makes me excited because it gives families another way that they can build strong memories in the community. It's even more impactful that there is the connection with our amazing Wolf Pack, because education and amazing sports are two things that I love so much, and just the thought that those two are connected with the community is amazing. I ask that we seize this opportunity and this chance to elevate our city and support a project that benefits all of us. Thank you.
All right, great job.
Dominic Spallone, followed by Jeff Thompson, followed by Josh Hicks.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I appreciate this. President Smurl. I own a company. My name is Nick Spallone. I own a company called Tahoe Supply Company. We sell the most glamorous items in the universe, facility maintenance supplies. Things like toilet paper and bowl
Hey, we all need it.
You all need it. And we are fortunate enough to have partnerships with both people that are involved with this. And I know that both of them understand the value of buying from local companies. And we are truly the last local company like us in Northern Nevada. Our competitors have all been purchased through private equity. When you buy from us, the money stays local, and I know that the organizations that we do business with, it's a big part of the decisions making that they have, and I love these guys. I want to support them. We are absolutely for this, and I hope each and every one of you sees this and also recognizes this and votes for this. So thank you.
Thanks, Dominic.
Jeff Thompson, followed by Josh Hicks, followed by Trevor Jensen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Thompson, and I serve as the Executive Vice President and Provost for the University of Nevada.
Yeah,
Very
I
happy to
almost
be
thought
here.
you were the weatherman when they said your name. I thought, wait a minute, that's not him. Have you gotten that before?
In a previous life, the weatherman worked on my faculty. So
Okay,
yes,
there
absolutely.
you go.
As Provost, I'm in charge of the academic programs and education on campus. I'm also a 34-year resident
Wow.
of Reno, and I came here because of an opportunity at the university and the beautiful community that we live in and the opportunities that come with our community. There's been many changes at the university and our community over the last 34 years. And like many people, I've come to love and care about the community even more as I've grown into it and built a family, and my children have grown up here. The Grand Sierra Resort project is an opportunity for us to improve, enhance, and grow the community and further build on opportunities that come with the partnership between the business community, our university, and the city, and our leadership. It will also assist me in recruiting students, and as Dr. Speed said, retain them. They graduate, they come to work here, they stay. 70% of our graduates stay in this community, no matter where they started. It will also help me retain faculty and recruit them. That will also continue to build our community. But I want you to think of this as an opportunity for all of us to leave Reno better than it was at where we are today. We always want to be better. We always want something better for our children. We always want something better for our community. This project will do that for all of us. So I encourage you to consider the project and support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Josh Hicks, followed by Trevor Jensen, followed by Neil Puckett.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Josh Hicks with McDonald Carano. I'm here to give you a quick break on the support testimony to provide some comments from a different angle. My client is a group of 6 other gaming properties in this area. Caesars, the Atlantis, Peppermill, Bonanza, Boomtown, and the Sparks Nugget. To make it clear, my clients do not oppose in any way the GSR's expansion. They think it's a great opportunity for the area. They fully support UNR Wolfpack Athletics, but they do have some very serious concerns about the issue that is specifically before you here today, which is whether the use of tax increment financing is appropriate for this project. This would be an unprecedented use of TIF for a privately owned arena, unprecedented in this state. So we have submitted, over the course of the past several months, several letters. We've submitted a report from an economic analysis rebutting some of the projections made by the GSR, and I hope you've had a chance to review those. One of the reasons I decided to speak today was because I did have some concerns about whether those letters have made their way to you. I submitted 3 letters and a report on Monday. I don't think they showed up until late this morning, at least that I saw online. I hope you've had a chance to see those in the past, or at least can look at those, because they go into some of the technical and specific issues that are actually before you today and the precedent that will be set with this project. So there's a letter in there signed by the principals of each of my 6 clients expressing their position on this, which is similar to what I've articulated. There's some letters expressing some legal concerns, and importantly, there's an economic report from a gentleman named David Wells, who did a deep dive into some of the reports that have been presented to council and to their advisory board. And I definitely would urge you to look at that and think about some of the displacement arguments that are in there, because there will be an impact on other parts of town, of events moving from other parts of town and harming those parts of town and moving over to the GSR. So I would just urge you to look at all those concerns. You've got a big issue in front of you today. It's not about the project, our concerns. The project is great. It's about the use of TIF, and that's where our concerns are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Trevor Jensen, followed by Neil Puckett, followed by Adam Mayberry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Holy craps, public speaking is not my strong
No,
point.
listen, take your time. You have 3 minutes. Don't worry. I promise you'll survive.
Absolutely. I just want to tell you from my perspective as an employee of GSR, Mr. Morello, after the pandemic, after we came back working, this man talked about how he was crying in tears about the possible effects of what that would do to the employees. Not working, he cares about these employees, he cares about everybody. So what I'm telling you is mucho importante, familia es mucho importante. GSR's family, it's not just something that we say, it's something that we mean, we love. So this man, he's gonna change this. And any issues, it'll be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. You made it. See? You did a great job.
Neil Puckett, followed by Adam Mayberry, followed by Greg Mosier.
Madam Mayor, council members, I have to tell you that this project means a lot to, I think, the whole community. I think the symbiotic relationship that goes on between other businesses and what GSR is going to bring with partnership with UNR is almost unprecedented. It's also important, I think, that you understand, at least from my perspective, that this is just as Kirkorian, when he brought that building here, brought the MGM, this is the same scale of what it's going to do for the community and something that has to be viewed that way. It's a very positive thing. And the community back at GSR, I wish you were all here. You would be amazed. We are so excited for it. This is such an important thing for all of us. And I think UNR with the athletes, everybody is embracing this at an incredible level. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor, and I believe you're going to be positive towards this vote. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Neil.
Adam Mayberry, followed by Greg Mosier, followed by Jackson Bowman.
Well, there you are. We were waiting for you to come in.
I know,
Nice
it's
to have you.
It's like the TSA out there.
Well, you know,
Thank
we're
you, Madam
living in
Mayor,
some
members
strange
of,
times.
Reno City Council, Madam Manager, how are you? I'm Adam Mayberry. I'm the proud Vice President of the Washoe County School Board. I'm also an alumni of UNR and a proud dad of an incoming freshman at UNR in the fall. So I'm real thrilled
great.
about that. As a member of the Washoe County School Board, I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but I'm quite certain that a majority of them, if not all of them, share the same view that I have. I appreciate some of the trepidation by some of this particular financing, but we've seen public financing that doesn't make our schools whole, but this is different. This is clearly different, as you may know, nothing will be abated from the normal funding stream of the GSA expansion. The project will undoubtedly generate a lot of additional revenue and property sales tax for our local governments, including our school district right here at home. And that's something that's really important for us because we need to lower our class sizes. We need to pay our teachers more, particularly with the inflationary pressures that we're feeling today, the uncertainty and that. So I certainly, as a Nevadan and a member of this community, encourage you to get behind the GSR expansion. I appreciate the work that they're doing and the partnership that they've had with our district as well. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayberry. And I want to remind, well, you know this, but it's Teacher Appreciation Week. And we had Ms. Nicolette here this morning reminding us.
Thank you very much for saying that, Madam
So
Mayor. It is
thank
Teacher
you to all of
Appreciation
our
Week.
teachers
That's right.
who are here and in this room. You guys are amazing.
Greg Mosier, followed by Jackson Bowman, followed by Kevin Sundy.
Rock chalk, Jayhawk.
Thank you all for having me here. Great to see you, Mayor Sheevy.
Good to
and
see you,
council
too.
members. And I want to speak on behalf of this project, and I want to tell you what's informing a lot of my decision-making. As I was walking in today, I'd parked a couple of blocks south of here, and I was walking across the Truckee River on the Virginia Street Bridge, and I saw our sculpture that says "Believe." And I was asking myself, what does that really stand for in the context of our community when we say believe? And I think this project represents believing in what our community is all about. It's about community, it's about opportunity, and it's about vision. that we have for things that we think we need to do in order to move forward. And I want to thank Mr. Morello for his thoughts on putting this kind of a project together that really can move the city forward on so many ways. Being a dean of the business school at the University of Nevada, I'll tell you one of the things that excites me about the project is what it'll do for employment in the community, not only in the construction side that takes place, but on the ongoing operations. So many of our students do work part-time as they pursue their studies, and this will be an opportunity for them to engage in the workforce, be a part of the economy, and pay back as they go forward. A second thing that I think is incredibly important for us in this project is the fact that it will expand our reputation as a premier destination location in the United States. So I'm fully in support of this project, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Jackson Bowman, followed by Kevin Sundy, followed by Adela Figueroa.
Hi there. My name is Jackson Bauman. I'm the hockey director at Reno Ice, also known as the Jennifer M. O'Neill Community Ice Arena. As the name outlines, we are a community ice center focused on growing and strengthening the ice sports community in northern Nevada. I think it goes without saying the importance for our young people to participate in organized youth sports. It allows for them to learn values that will carry them throughout their adult life. At this moment, we have about 400 kids in our youth hockey program between the ages of 4 and 18. We hold 2 Learn to Plays each year, sponsored through the Vegas Golden Knights, and we haven't once failed to sell each of the 50 spots. This growth at our younger ages is both exciting and for us a bit unnerving, given the fact that we're so limited on ice time. Couple that with the fact that we have a new and growing Nevada Wolfpack Club hockey team, also playing out of our facility. We have a couple of those hockey players here in support as well.
Raise your hand. Yes. Right. Oh, that's fantastic. I did not know that.
Yep. Despite our tireless efforts to expand into a second sheet of ice through fundraising, we have so far been unsuccessful. At Reno Ice, we take pride in putting the person first. While we have seen success in ushering players to higher levels, we understand that not everyone will play competitive hockey past high school. Our goal has and will continue to be developing a lifelong love of the game of hockey. The first line at every one of my coaches' meetings is we need to lead with empathy, and our 40-plus volunteer coaches all live by that motto. The nonprofit, community-based model of hockey is the most affordable, accessible, and successful model of hockey in the United States. In our talks with the GSR group, they have been supportive of our vision to grow. We hope to continue to work closely with them and follow through on our discussions. The GSR project will allow for us to offer this amazing experience to more families in our community. Thank you.
All right, great job, Jackson. Nice to meet you.
Kevin Sundy, followed by Adela Figueroa, followed by Guadalupe Guaman Sanz.
Hi there. I'll try not to reiterate too much of what Jackson just said, but I'm the general manager at Reno Ice. Good to see some faces.
Some familiar faces, huh?
Yeah, we had Councilmember Anderson's son was a hockey player. We called him the Beast. He was great. And so, Mayor Sheevy, good to see you.
Good to see you. Always nice to see you.
We had a Congressmember Dewar as well dropping a puck for one of our charity games. Anyhow, so I'm the general manager down at Reno Ice, and like Jackson said, we are the Jennifer M. O'Neill Community Ice Center. I'll say the word community lots and lots of times here. We are a nonprofit, 501c3, and community is in our blood. Sometimes that blood is on the ice. Also, in our ice is the word community, so it's on the logo at the center ice. We've been just in this community 4 years now, opened January 2021. Like Jackson said, we have 400 youth hockey players, 600 or so adult hockey players, lots and lots of recreational skaters, figure skaters, that kind of thing. We do a lot of community partnerships, charity hockey games, charity events. Just yesterday, we did an event with the Children's Cancer Foundation of Northern Nevada. One of our 17-year-olds luckily had a scan on Monday, and she's cancer-free. In conjunction with them, as well as our veterans hockey team, we were able to raise $1,500 for the Children's Cancer Foundation. So that was a great event, and able to celebrate that young lady being healthy. Like Jackson mentioned, our demand is high. As the general manager, I have to tell people all the time, we don't have the time to put in that event or this thing, or we have to get creative with 60 young hockey players on the ice at the same time. So we are looking to get more ice in this town. We've been going through all the permitting process, all the fundraising process of building a second sheet. So all that is to say is a practice sheet at the GSR would be a great thing for Reno. We need more ice time for our young people, for our figure skaters, our hockey players, recreational skaters, whatever it may be. And so we've had some initial conversations with the GSR, with the Morello Group, and we hope that we're able to work in conjunction. They have certainly given us the intention that they will not be a competitor, that we'll be able to work in conjunction and community with them. And we're hopeful that that will come to fruition as we expand and hopefully get more people on the ice working in conjunction with the GSR.
All right.
Thank you for the time.
Good job. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Adela Figueroa, followed by Guadalupe Cuaman Sands, followed by Nick Bolander.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting us come up as a group. My name is Jerry Ignatich. This is Adela Figueroa.
I'm Nathan
And Nathan Blackwell.
Oh,
We're here to represent the GSR in favor. I'd like to start by saying I've worked at that property for 35 years. Adela has worked at the property for 30 years. And Nathan has worked at the property for 45 years.
what? Nathan, oh
just
my
wanna also say
goodness. And you brought us samples, right?
Well, we will have
But
plenty of
I
those,
know your
yes.
work very well, sir, and it's fantastic, so.
I'd like to say I've led the culinary team at that property for 25 years as the executive chef. And I've never been more proud to represent Reno, to represent this project. Of all the things that we have accomplished in the last 12 years under the Morello Group. And we just want to say how much we look forward to continuing servicing the community, giving back to the community, and making sure we have really good food at the stadium when it's built. That's a promise that the three of us will make, that no one has to worry about that part, so we can continue on with this project.
Wow.
Adele, you want to say something?
Just want to say that I'm very proud to be part of the Mr. Morello GSR, so just work as a family and very happy to be there. 30 years and I don't know how many more to go.
It's unbelievable.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'll add to that myself. I've been there for now almost 50 years, it seems like, but you know, the impact that Morello and his group has done for Reno has been crazy. I mean, at one point, everything was going down, but now everything is like on a good trajectory. And so I'm just hoping that, you know, we approve that. The impact that we'll have on this town would be astronomical. I grew up in Las Vegas, and I remember a time in Las Vegas in the early 60s where it wanted to be like other towns. Now Las Vegas doesn't want to be. Everyone else is looking at Las Vegas, you know, as a place, you know, to be.
Except for us.
Yeah. So the entertainment and the hospitality that we'll bring to town will, you know, be really good for us. And I'm just looking forward to it, and an increased tax base that we'll have here. It would be awesome. And everything that it'll do for the university, and like someone previously said, students that need a job, you know, will have a place to work, and that'll be really neat. So I just want to give my support.
That's fantastic. And you said 45? Did you say 45?
45 years, as of this month. Yeah.
That is absolutely remarkable. So you remember the Lion and Hello Hollywood Hello and Highlight, all of that.
Yeah.
I remember those days too. Wow. That speaks volumes. Your entire team.
A great place to work.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Wow. I hope you get a big race. I know your boss is right behind you. Maybe hashtag mayor made me do it. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, it's been an honor
Keep feeding
to
Reno.
talk in front of you guys.
Great job.
All right.
Well, we're glad you came today.
Guadalupe
That is
Guaman
remarkable.
Sands, followed by Nick Bolender, followed by Ethan McNamara.
Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Guadalupe Guaman Sands, and I'm here as a proud student of the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm in support for the GSR Arena construction. As a student, during my first few years, I've noticed a lack of connection between UNR and the broader city. Now, with the creation of the GSR Project Arena, I'm hopeful that the connection will be stronger and that the jobs created will help support graduating students and also Reno residents. I'm personally invested in the opportunities that diversity that like community space will bring. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
Nick Bolender, followed by Ethan McNamara, followed by Liesel Kemmelmeyer.
It's kind of freaky. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Bolander. I currently serve as a College of Business Senator at the University of Nevada. And in addition to my service to the student body, I am the social chairman for the Alpha Tau Omega fraternity. Both of which strengthens my pride in the university and dedication to creating an exciting student experience. I'm happy to speak before you all today in support of the GSR project. This build will significantly boost the standing of the university in terms of student life, academics, and athletics. A brand new stadium will instill a greater level of pack pride, especially on game days, and boost the college experience and retention for students and student athletes alike. Student retention is necessary. University enrollment is currently trending to dip from 17 to around 15,000 just next year. The more students that enroll at our beloved university will allow ASUN more opportunity to throw events that students want to see with an increased budget. Students can also take pride in the new stadium bringing new events, concerts, and athletic competitions that will put Reno on the map to increase tourism and stimulate economic growth. And we get more kids to rush fraternities. I yield my time. Thank you.
Wow, there you go. Okay, future mayor, future senator, I don't know. Good job.
Ethan McNamara, followed by Liesel Kemmelmeyer, followed by Dawson Deal.
All right, hello everyone. As you can see, I'm not Ethan McNamara. Ethan did have to go to appointment really quickly, and so I just wanted to make sure that his comments could still be read today. And with that being said, my name's Carmina Aglebaugh, and I'll just be coming back to go deliver my own public comment later on. But with that, this is Ethan's remarks. Good afternoon, esteemed Reno City Council members. For the record, my name is Ethan McNamara, and I'm the current Vice President of the Student Government of the University of Nevada. I'm here today to give some brief remarks on why I believe you should all vote in support of the Grand Sierra Resort Arena project. The students of the University of Nevada and the greater Reno community will all greatly benefit from this project. I'll refrain from talking about the possible economic benefits, as I'm likely not the person who will be able to explain it the best. I instead want to discuss the impact it will have on the people who live, learn, and are proud to be from the city of Reno. A quick anecdote to start. I remember being in the 7th grade, watching the UNR men's basketball team make their historic run to the Sweet 16 in the March Madness tournament. The entire season, my family outings consisted of going to watch the team play, cramming into Lawler Event Center, and cheering on the team with all I had. And on the record, but as Carmina, I remember Ethan and I had been friends since elementary school, and that is true. In the 7th grade, all he would talk about in class was March Madness and the fact that UNR was in March Madness. But anyways, going back to Ethan's remarks, this is where I developed my commitment and love for the university, and on a larger scale, our community. The GSR Arena project has the potential to make this a reality for more people in our community. It will attract better talent, make space for more to attend, and spread the influence of common rallying point outside the breadth of the university area. This project gives hope to the future of Nevada athletics and to the future of Reno. This has the opportunity to create a cultural shift in the right direction and push our city to where we all want it to be. This is a chance to leave our mark on turning Reno back into the college town it's always supposed to be. Thank you for your time.
All right, I think Ethan would be proud.
Hello
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Liesel Kemmelmeyer, spelled Liesel Kemmelmeier.
I love it.
Long one there. But I was born and raised here in Reno. I'm a Ward 5 resident, have been for almost my whole life. And like everyone else, I'm here in strong support of the project. I'm also a graduating senior at the University of Nevada. I was the former undergraduate student body vice president this academic year, and I'm also an incoming Master of Public Administration student. I think it's clear, as everyone has been saying, that the university directly benefits from this opportunity, not just as a future tenant, but ultimately as a community stakeholder. No student fees, no university dollars, and no public expenditures will ultimately go towards a project that has lasting community and economic value. I know on my end, I grew up with the Wolfpack, going to the games all the time, so being able to see the opportunity for an expanded value and venue really hits close to home. If you guys review the documents as well, I think the facts also speak for themselves. The independent study projects that with this TIF and project, Reno could see over $2.6 billion in new spending and at least $300 million in new revenue to Washoe County through 2055. This simply does not happen without this project. According to another one of the letters submitted, the TIF model proposed for RDA2 is also in line with NRS and other similar rulings before the Nevada Supreme Court. Without the TIF funding and with the sunsetting of RDA2 in 2035, as you guys all know, and rising construction costs, ultimately this 100% privately funded project is not possible, which was also supported by the independent study. This mechanism does not take current funding streams away, as others have stated, from our public services. Rather, the base tax revenue continues to flow to these entities, while the new growth generated because of this development is temporarily redirected for reinvestment. Ultimately, a world-class arena, though, strengthens the momentum of Nevada athletics and our community pack pride. And as announced in 2023, it's really exciting that students will be able to have free transportation to the venue to cheer on the Wolfpack as well. Ultimately, this project is about growing a community and stimulating growth, positioning Reno to host events that currently bypass us for Las Vegas without burdening our taxpayers. TIF is designed to activate growth that gives back. As someone who's continued to watch the city evolve and plans to stay here and serve, I really believe that this is the kind of project we need, and I sincerely thank you and hope you will consider the proposal. Thank you, guys. And
Wow, Liesel, you got to run for office. Can I convince you?
Maybe. Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, I heard a
We'll see in
maybe.
decade. Thank you so much.
Great job.
Dawson Deal, followed by Neha Shah, followed by Teresa Galdames.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy and council members. My name is Dawson Deal. I'm a lifelong Sparks resident, a soon-to-be graduate of the University of Nevada, and I have had the honor of serving as the undergraduate student body president this past year. Like many in our community, I grew up attending events at Lawler. I still remember being a kid in the stands, watching Nevada basketball with my classmates, the fight song playing, the crowd on their feet. It made a lasting impression and helped shape my connection to the university and our region. But Lawler is aging. It wasn't built for the scope of today's events, whether that's a sold-out game, a concert, or a community celebration. That's why I'm here to voice my support, my strong support for item B1. The university announced this project last year, clearly outlining its terms through press releases, social media, and a public FAQ, including a free shuttle for students to ensure they can still show up for the Wolfpack. Importantly, no public money, no student fees, and no university funds will go towards construction. This isn't just a win for the campus. As we've seen, the independent analysis projects billions in new economic activity and hundreds of millions in new property tax revenue that after 2035 will go back to funding public services that are much needed. This project honors the legacy of Lawler while building for the future. With private dollars, student access, and long-term community benefit, and just like Lawler, creating memories for me and thousands of others, the new venue will offer a space where future generations of the Wolfpack and our broader community can create new traditions, new experiences, and new connections for years to come. Thank you, and as always, go Pack.
Yeah, that's great. And Dawson and I followed your elections, so I do expect you to be a state senator, all right?
Neha Shah, followed by Teresa Galdames, followed by Jacob Haas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for here being. My name is Neha Shah. I work at GSR. I represented Indian community. I am here today to support Mr. Alex Morello and the new arena project. Working at GSR is more than just a job. It is where I feel part of a family. Mr. Alex Morello has given us good jobs and a place to grow up. The Arena project to bring more people to Reno, which means more jobs and more business and more opportunities and more life in our city. That's why we are here to request Arena project. With this help, we can make Reno even better. Please help our community grow up. We are one team, one goal. Thank you so much.
You made it. Good job, Nia. You did fine. Fantastic.
Teresa Galdames, followed by Jacob Haas, followed by Nathan Blackwell.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Galdames, and I represent the housekeeping department. I'm working for 35 years. I am a part of this community. My children and grandchildren were born here in Reno. GSR is like a family. We are grew out together as a community. When the hotel went bankrupt, and we are afraid to lose our job, Mr. Morelos bought the company, and he promised that no one will lose their job, and he will work hard and offering competitive salaries and students scholarship. Building this arena will be investments in our community and our families. Exactly that the tax increment financing fund are meant for the TIF funds are not an additional tax or subtracting from funds from essential service like police or fire department. The GSR Arena will add growth to our city and attract people to our area without bothering taxpayer. And not only that, I don't understand why another casinos they're jealous because they built in the convention center with the bridge coming from our pocket money, and Atlantis benefits that. And another casinos from the Italian festival, Caranos, get benefit. And also, the Caesar Entertainment will spend $160 million in California, Lake Tahoe, for Reno, we don't know. And Alex Morel is being his own money to invest in this city from his pocket to get better opportunity, jobs, and more scholarship for our children and new generations. And Mrs. Lee said his daughter start to enjoy us, work hard to bring the hotel #1 in Reno and bring better quality to our customers. I'm so happy GSR is our second home. Mr. Morelos is the best owner we have. I'm working for NGM, Valleys, all the companies.
Wow.
And when he arrived, he treat us like his family, not he owned the place. We grow up together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Nice job.
Jacob Haas, followed by Nathan Blackwell, followed by Mark Glodowski.
Well, hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Nice to
Sheedy
see
and council
you.
members. My name's Jacob Haas. I am the business manager for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in Northern Nevada. I represent over 1,100 members and their families. Mr. Moreno has been wonderful with my contractors and have put lots of our members to work. And this project will continue to do that. But also, besides that, putting our members to work, I think this is a huge asset to the community. And not just the university, but our kids in the community. That's one thing that through good times and bad times, no matter what, we spend money on our families. And with what that'll bring, I think it's great. So I strongly support this for my members and for the community, and I do not see any negative to this, and I look forward to building this project.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Jacob, nice to see you.
Nathan Blackwell, followed by Mark Glodowski, followed by Jonathan McGuire. Mark Glodowski, followed by Jonathan McGuire.
Good afternoon. Mark Glodowski. I'm the owner of Silver and Blue Outfitters. Here on
Oh,
behalf.
I love your store.
Oh, thank you. We love you. I'm here on behalf of myself and obviously my company. Watching all of the speakers today, it's kind of crazy because I was here with Carrie Groth. Been interviewed by Parker Strimmel and worked with several people behind me here. So Forgive me if I'm a little nervous.
No, we're fine.
But,
Don't worry about
I
it.
graduated from Nevada in 2004. Started Silver and Blue in 2006. And it came from just a standpoint of my passion for the University of Nevada. As such, I'm in a unique position because, we have a store right across from Lawler. Excuse me. Last time I was in this room, I was actually trying to get zoning approval for that store. And we're in a position that our sales might decline slightly with game days. But I also started this business with a passion for the PAC. And we trust wholeheartedly in President Sandoval, Stephanie Remp, and the analysis that they've done in knowing that this is best for Nevada. It's a world right now where conference realignment, NIL, revenue share, all these things are conversations that I'm having in my daily world. And the Wolfpack's up against it. We've got Lawler, which is a billion needs some love. And I don't think there's funding necessarily on the docket with state or university. And this provides an opportunity for that funding to happen. It's a unique situation, a unique opportunity. And I think in our current situation, it's what's best for the PAC. So I just want to be here and give my support, speak nervously in front of all you all, and just let you know that we are here and go PAC.
Yeah. Mark, you did a great job.
Appreciate it.
Jonathan McGuire, followed by Art Rangel via Zoom, followed by Nathan Carrillo.
Madam Mayor, as Mr. McGuire comes forward, I'll tell President Sandoval this. Mr. McGuire is one of your #1 fans at the University of Nevada, Reno. He and his wife Colleen and their son Caleb, he's growing them the right way. So listen to this man.
Thank you, Devin. I appreciate that. Council, I am here. I need to give a disclaimer. I'm an associate attorney at Simons Hall Johnston. We represent parties on every side of this particular project. I'm not here on behalf of any of them. The views that I describe are entirely my own, entirely transparently to everyone. I'm a proud alumnus of the University of Nevada. Go Pack. The purpose of what I'm here to tell you about today is largely echoing things that have been said by others, but I think from a slightly different perspective. It has been said by President Sandoval and others that athletics is the front porch of a university. What it has the capacity to do is greatly increase and elevate the image of the university in the eyes of prospective students, of other communities, etc. The end goal, I think, of this eventual project would be, in partnership with the University of Nevada, would be to have more qualified graduates coming into our community. I find it very difficult to imagine how that could possibly be a bad thing. This is a drastic increase in investment into the resources athletically of the university. Now is a crucial time for this project to proceed. I understand there are some options in front of all of you. I would encourage you very strongly not to delay this decision while you continue to weigh those options and instead pick one and move forward before this opportunity has the potential to pass us by. It is an incredibly tumultuous time in college athletics. And the administrators over here, the coaches, the players, they're all here because they know how important this is, that this project happen right now. Conference realignment, they won't tell you this, but I can because I'm an uninterested third party. Part of the reason the two Nevada universities were left out of the Pac-12 was because of a lack of investment into our facilities. It's a matter of fact. So it's an unfortunate reality that we have to deal with. Mr. Morello has stepped forward with his private resources and said, hey, I would like to support this university. It doesn't stop at the arena itself. It expands all the way out to NIL resources, improving the status of the team, allowing us to be more competitive. It's absolutely crucial that now be the time that this sort of thing happens. Additionally, the investment into this also opens up new revenue sources. The GSR project, what it effectively is creating a symbiotic relationship between the university and the GSR. Yes, of course, we want people to go to minor league hockey games potentially. We want people to come to these concerts. We also want that arena packed for Nevada Wolfpack games. That increases revenue, which is going to be absolutely crucial as we enter a revenue sharing system moving forward, assuming the House settlement gets approved, which I think all of the administrators over here will tell you they're all watching their phones to see if this current compromise deal is going to go through or not. If I might just briefly, before my time goes up, I read the coalition's letters. I imagine you all saw them as well. If I might note, anyone that refers to the University of Nevada Athletics Program as the three-letter acronym and then says athletics, I'm incredibly skeptical that they truly have the best interests of the university at heart. Thank you.
Art Rangel via Zoom, followed by Nathan Carrillo, followed by Derek Bouvet.
All right, Art, how you doing? The floor is yours, my friend. Can you hear us? Art? We can come back to him. All right, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Nathan Carrillo, followed by Derek Bouvet, followed by Paul Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Reno City Council members. My name is Nathan Carrillo, a soon-to-be graduate from UNR School of Social Work and a future social work graduate. I'm going to be going into graduate school next year at UNR, of course. And I've spoken to my constituents about this project, and most of them are in support for this. Everybody would love to see UNR athletics to do their thing, you know. And we had to put Reno back on the map and keep Reno's residents invested in the biggest little city's culture. That's why I love this city. I mean, I'm from here. I was born and raised in Sparks, Nevada, and I don't plan to leave anytime soon, and that's our goal as well. And as Reno City Council members, this arena and this project will allow that to continue happening. I mean, I love seeing the Martin brothers play and do their thing. Jordan Caroline, now Rollison, Coleman, Davidson. I mean, we got some good players, and with NIL coming, that's a big factor, and this arena will become an attraction for these students to come and want to join the pack. And we got some great coaches. And one of the biggest reasons why I support this project is due to the affordable housing units that, I mean, this is a big issue. I know that Eddie House is doing their thing, but I think this is incredibly encouraging for Nevadans, and I'm excited for this to be implemented in GSR's project. And my only hope is that other casinos and industry leaders follow this blueprint to provide support for their workers. And my request is that the council mandates the affordable housing option, the portion, phase 2, to be completed by a certain date, sooner rather than later, because this is an urgent issue, because Nevadans are urgently facing this day by day. And personally, I think this project would just be awesome for the Reno community. Yeah, I'm from here. Fingers crossed we have somebody like Mana, if you guys are familiar, or J. Cole. I mean, that's high hopes, but like somebody like that. I mean, Kendrick. I mean, I'm all for it, you know. But I just want to say thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to support this project and go Pack.
And you live in Reno, right?
Sparks.
I'm just kidding. We love them too.
But
you know,
I love Reno. That's my city too.
You know, Sparks is Reno.
Yeah, Reno City.
I would say we love our little brother.
Yeah, our sister city. I gotta mess with Ed.
Derek Bouvet,
East Reno.
followed
We call
by
it
Paul
East
Mitchell.
Reno. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Derek Bouvet, and I'm the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern Nevada. I'm here to express our full and enthusiastic support for the Grand Sierra Resort Construction and Redevelopment Project, an initiative that represents bold, forward-thinking investment in the future of our city. The Grand Sierra Resort and the Morello family has been more than a supporter of Big Brothers Big Sisters. They've been a true partner in our mission. Over the years, they've contributed over $1 million to help us deliver transformative mentoring programs to children throughout Northern Nevada. Their support has directly changed lives, empowered youth, and strengthened families across our region. That kind of commitment speaks volumes, and this project is a natural extension of that. What GSR is proposing is more than a construction project. It's a long-term investment in our community's prosperity. It promises to generate critical revenue for local education, resources that will go directly to our schools without taking a single dollar from existing budgets. That's a rare opportunity. New funding paid for by growth. But the value of this project extends well beyond dollars. It will bring new energy and vitality to our city, create jobs, attract visitors, and expand economic opportunities that help lift our entire community. This is about building a stronger, more vibrant Reno for the next generation. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, we've seen firsthand that GSR follows through on their promises. They are committed to this community, and we are confident they will deliver the same level of integrity, excellence, and impact through this project. We urge you to support this important initiative, not just for what it builds today, but for what it makes possible tomorrow. Stronger schools, stronger families, and a stronger Reno. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Paul Mitchell, followed by Corey Hunt, followed by Jim DeVold.
There's a longtime friend of mine.
Madam Mayor,
Nice to see you.
nice to see you as well. City Council members. The University of Nevada is currently in a unique position to take that next step to increase its regional and national visibility. President Brian Sandoval and his staff have raised the profile of the institution to Tier 1 status. He's done it the right way, the Wolfpack way. The university's academic programs, along with faculty, staff, and students, are first rate. As a faculty member and journalism professor at this institution, our mission is to recruit and retain the best and brightest undergraduate and graduate students, faculty, and staff. I've seen the considerable work that the athletics director has done at this institution. Stephanie Remp has hired some of the best coaches, and those coaches have hired first-rate assistants as well as administrators and staff. She and the president understand the importance of athletics on a college campus as well as the entire community. As the faculty athletics representative, my main focus is on student athlete retention, matriculation, and graduation. The landscape of college athletics has changed drastically the last several years. Quite frankly, this project is critical to the university's goal of serving all of the various publics. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Corey Hunt, followed by Jim DeVold, followed by Chris Galley.
Good afternoon,
Hello,
Madam
Corey.
Mayor. Hello, council members. I thought we were supposed to wear Wolfpack gear. I'm a little underdressed. I feel like a hot dog in a steakhouse here. Sorry. For the record, I'm Corey Hunt, a nearly 40-year resident of Northern Nevada, husband and father, partner at Tolles Development and a commercial real estate development firm here in Reno. I'm also a Reno small business owner and restaurant owner. And this afternoon, I'm speaking both personally and on behalf of our company, Tolles Development. In my prior capacity in public service, I've been fortunate to have had a front row seat to transformative projects such as the Tesla Gigafactory and Raider Stadium, initiatives that dramatically reshaped Nevada's economic landscape. I believe the proposal before you today represents another critical inflection point for our community. At Tolles, we've also proudly participated in local public partnerships, including the UNR Indoor Field House and developments like Eddie House's TLC 36. All this to say, public-private partnerships come in many shapes and forms, and of all those that I've seen or participated in, this project is among the most risk-free to taxpayers. Applying the TIF to a purely private development might be a novel approach for Nevada, but that uniqueness is exactly its strength. Unlike traditional TIF arrangements that involve public obligations, city-backed bonds, taxpayer obligations, this proposal places all financial responsibility squarely on the private developer. It's far from being something to avoid. This should be innovative, and responsible use of TIF should be embraced as a model for future collaborations. Regarding concerns about Nevada basketball events coming from their downtown location, 17 home events, I think, I understand that those local businesses are going to be impacted by that, but they still benefit from the other investments that have been made in Reno and the University District. They'll benefit from home football games, the event center, the bowling stadium, all of these things. I'm a small business owner. We benefit from the convention center, and I understand that, events are inevitably going to happen at the new GSR Arena. But all boats rise with the tide, and I think this could be a tidal wave, which would be fantastic. Finally, I want to thank the companies like GSR, Mr. Morello, and resorts like the J Resort who are actively making significant investments in their properties and in Reno, creating jobs, attractions, and economic opportunities that strengthen our community. Ensuring projects like this arena move forward are essential not just for economic development, but for maintaining Reno's competitiveness and attractiveness as a destination for tourism, entertainment, and for our quality of life. Supporting this TIF agreement is a strategic, risk-free step forward for Reno, promoting growth while safeguarding our public finances, and I urge you to vote in support of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Corey. Remind us what business?
The Village Well.
The Village Well, okay. All right.
Great pizza.
Great pizza, okay, good plug. All right, the Village Well, I like it. I did not know that. Okay.
Jim DeVold, followed by Chris Galley, followed by Carmina Aglabat.
Mayor Sheevy and,
Oh.
and City Councilman. Hello,
Nice to
Mayor.
see you.
Thank you for everything that you
Jim.
do. I know this is like a long, arduous process, and I really do appreciate what you all do for the city here. I'm kind of a small business owner, too. I helped start First Independent Bank in 1999 from scratch, so I kind of understand the concerns about growing. But I had a kind of a fun story I wanted to share with you about when towns don't grow. I grew up in Yerington, and I bought my first house for $60,000.
Wow.
So it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-car garage house, and I was lucky enough to get a job in Reno because there wasn't a lot of growth happening in Yerington at the time, and I sold it to the eye doctor that moved into town. 5 years later, for $60,000. I sold it for the exact same amount, and he had no down payment, so I carried the note and left town with basically no money and a note and sold that house for $60,000. And it taught me, you know, if you're not growing, you're dying. And I think that's kind of one of the things I wanted to kind of impart to you is that I really hope that we would wrap our arms around people like Alex Moreno and the J Resort, Jeff Jacobs, because I think they are stepping out and making significant investments in our community. And I think, you know, when I think back, I want my kids to stay here. My wife is fourth generation Reno. Her mother and her family grew up where the IGT facility sits right now. So I've got a lot of history here, and I want this town to be as spectacular as I hope. And I really would appreciate your support for this project because I think it's super important for all of us. So thank you for your time again and everything that you do. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim, and
Mayor.
thank you for all that you do in our community. You have served on several boards and raised a lot of money in this community, and we're really grateful.
Thank
So
you.
thank you, and
You're
we're
very
glad you're here and not in Yerington. No pun intended, but.
Chris Galley, followed by Carmina Aglabat, followed by Cheryl Swan.
Hey, everybody. I am the broker of the Dixon Realty downtown office, and I oversee the relocation department. I also am a co-owner of a couple other businesses based in Midtown and downtown. So I wear a lot of different hats in town. One of the main things that we do at Dixon Realty is we try to sell Reno as the place where people want to land. People are moving here for all kinds of reasons. We need to make them feel like Reno is a good place to make home. The top 3 questions people always have are, where am I going to work? Where am I going to live? And what am I going to do here? This project goes a long way to give us answers to all of those questions. It creates long and short-term job prospects, high-paying career opportunities for people, and it advances our athletics program that helps us recruit students and gives us the workforce base that we need for more and more companies to move here, which creates more jobs. We have desperate need for housing, as we all know, and we need several hundred workforce housing units in that area desperately. We also need something for people to do. Thriving arts and culture scene here makes a big difference in whether people decide to move or not. More than where they live or where they work, people will only move somewhere if they have what they feel like is a high quality of life with a lot of things to do. This addresses all of those. Separate from that, I can say that as a small business owner here, the GSR goes out of their way to partner very unnecessarily with people. They spend a lot of time, money, resources to give smaller businesses here an opportunity and a platform that we wouldn't have otherwise. So they've been a great partner to us in every possible way. They have a great leadership team. I think they're the right people to do it. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Carmina Aglabat, followed by Cheryl Swan, followed by Zakota 7.
All right, hello everyone. This time it actually is me. So good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Carmina Aglabat, and I have the honor of serving as student body president at the University of Nevada. Much of the commentary today has focused on the positive economic impacts associated with the proposed stadium. However, I would like to shift the lens slightly and speak on its profound impact on the student experience. When we talk about the student experience, we often think about things such as academic rigor, impactful resources, and career development. While all of those are undeniably critical and important, there is another pillar that defines a student's time at the University of Nevada, which is a sense of community rooted deeply in school spirit and pack pride. Fostering this spirit is not merely a matter of tradition, it is a matter of identity and connection. As a Reno native, I have witnessed firsthand the unifying power of athletics. My father, Charles Aglabat, a proud first-generation alumni of the University of Nevada, would take me to basketball games as a child. Those experiences were not just about the game, they were about a feeling of connectedness and something larger than myself. It was about community, it was about pride, and it was about belonging. That sense of belonging is what we strive to cultivate for every student. Athletics provides a platform for connection that extends far beyond the court or the field. It's the neighbor who asked if you caught the game last night. It's standing shoulder to shoulder with your classmates cheering until your voice is gone. It's the exhilaration of witnessing a last-second shot and celebrating alongside your peers. These memories are the heartbeat of Pack Pride. The proposed stadium represents more than just physical infrastructure. It represents an investment in our community, our students, and our collective spirit. It is an opportunity to elevate school pride, deepen community ties, and create lasting memories that define the university experience. We often don't realize when history is unfolding before us, but I firmly believe that this moment, the decision before you guys today, is one of those historic opportunities. I urge you to seize it, to invest not only in economic development, but also in the spirit and the pride of our community. Thank you, and go Pack.
All right, good job.
Cheryl Swan, followed by Zakota 7, followed by Amir Robinson.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for your time. My name is Cheryl Swan. I moved here in March of 1977 with my husband. By the way, I'm here to support Mr. Morello proudly in his project. I moved here in 1977 with my husband in March, and December 1 of 1977, I began my job at MGM Grand under construction before we opened May 3rd of 78. So I've seen it all. I've lived it all firsthand from the executive offices. I have a deep love for that property. I've always embraced our history and had hope for our future. And I call it looking back and into the future. Looking back, I remember the dark days of when we were owned by the bank and all of our employees would come to me and they were fearful of their jobs and their futures and their families' livelihoods. And I'd tell them, oh, just do your job and take care of the guest. Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for the best. And it'll all come out in the wash. I'd go upstairs to the executive office, and it was our senior vice president and myself. And it was surreal, and it was scary to me as well. But I couldn't tell them that. And it was very sad, because the property is so vital and has so much to offer our valley. And then Mr. Alex Morello's name came in, and he literally, I don't think y'all know, he saved us. He rescued and saved us, and he immediately started breathing life and hope and new excitement into that property and into every one of us that worked there. We quit being employees and we became team members. And when Mr. Morello showed up, we were his family. We are his family. He does not talk it, he walks the walk. I remember immediately everybody said, oh, he'll flip it, that's what he does, that's what we've read. I didn't know anything about all that. I just knew that I sat in the meetings with this gentleman, heard his promises to us, and gave us hope. And I knew that we were on the right track. And I just want you to know that Reno's future is here that I've been looking into. Native American Chief Seattle once said, what we do to ourselves, we do to the web. Our web is critical right now for this future. Alex Morello is the one that can do it. He is amazing. He is a man of vision. He knows our future is here, and he knows what he can bring to us. Please, thank you.
All right. It's Cheryl, right? Yeah. Right? Okay. That's a Nevada accent, correct?
Absolutely. Almost.
Almost.
It is now.
It is now.
Dakota 7, followed by Amir Robinson, followed by Joni Malarchuk.
Hello, I'm Dakota Savan. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've been a member of this community basically my whole life. I went to high school here. I'm a UNR graduate. I've worked for the GSR for 5 years. I volunteered at Renowned Hospital, and I previously worked at the Pepper Mill as well. So this community means a lot to me. And whenever I travel anywhere, what I've really noticed is when I say, oh, I'm from Reno, I get one of two responses. They say either, oh, Vegas, I love Vegas. And I say, oh, no, not really. Or I just spend a long time like explaining it to them that we're not Vegas, that we're far away from Vegas. And what I've noticed is they just don't understand why I'm proud to be here, why this community is so important to me, and why I've chosen to have my future children here and live here forever. But they will. Because with such a substantial investment from Alex and Lizette Morello into our community, this will impact us for generations. This will impact our children, our grandchildren, and this will put Reno on the map. When we go places, people will know what Reno is and what we stand for, and it'll be something we'll be proud of. This will impact every member of our society in a positive way, and so I'm very, very much in favor of it. And so for the sake of my neighbors and for the sake of my future children and my grandchildren, I really hope that you all are for this and approve this. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
All right, thank you so much.
Amir Robinson, followed by Joni Malarchuk, followed by Colby Thomas.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amir Robinson. I'm with the men's basketball team, and I'm 100% for the GSR project. Not only will it help our basketball team and tremendously with recruiting and everything like that, it's really for the community. Coach Steve offered, and his wife always preached to us about community service, serve one another, and I think this will kind of be a really big thing for us to help the community, and it will help the community as itself. So that's all I really have to say. So I really hope you guys jump on board, not only for the basketball team, just for the community itself too. So thank you.
All right, great job. Were you nervous?
Yeah.
It's all good. You did great.
Joni Malarchuk, followed by Colby Thomas, followed by Thomas Colvett.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Joni Malarchuk. I'm the figure skating director at the Reno Ice Rink, and I work alongside Jackson Bowman and Kevin Sundee. My main focus at the rink is to grow our Learn to Skate program and to grow our figure skating department. Since the rink opened, I've seen our Learn to Skate program grow from basically nothing to 300 to 500 to now we're over 1,000 skaters that come in and out of our rink probably every month. Besides all the hockey programs that Jackson has already told you about, we've put in many programs to help our hockey players become better skaters and to develop our figure skating program to try to get some high-level figure skaters at our rink. What we're now running into is ice time. We don't have enough ice time to offer programs for our growing skaters and to support them moving on and become national competitors. This project would help with that ice issue and solve it completely. We're also attracting a lot of high-level coaches, being the area that we live in. We're in Tahoe, it's nice. It's not downtown Chicago or downtown LA. So we've had quite a few coaches inquiring about coming and teaching at our facility, which would be wonderful. This could become a national training center. I myself trained at a national training center. We have all the pieces in place. Everything's in line. The only thing we need is the ice time. So we have the potential to have kids attending, figure skaters going to nationals, seeing them at world competitions, and possibly seeing them at an Olympic event. I'm also a huge mental health advocate, along with my husband, who is here in the back in support of this. We both speak professionally about mental health issues. My husband's a great example of this. He grew up with mental health issues his whole life, but he was also a hockey player. And if it wasn't for the outlet of hockey and playing hockey, I don't think that he would have been able to manage his mental health issues growing up. And because it's a support of the ice rinks, he was able to later move on, and he played in the NHL for 15 years, coached in the NHL for about 9-10 years, and now he travels around to different rinks, supports the veterans. We have a huge veterans team at the Reno Ice Rink. We have a sled team. We have a stand-up hockey team. We both participate in the teams. And right now, we just need more ice time to try to grow these programs, and this program would definitely help that. Thank you.
Great job, Joni. And by the way, she is remarkable. I have seen what you have done with that program, and it is outstanding. And you hit the nail on the head. Such a huge outlet for so many children. It's particularly in mental health. And I'm glad Clint is here. I don't know where he is, but thank you so much for being here. My friend, it's so nice to see you, but I just want you to know how grateful I am because, as you know, figure skating did not exist in this community.
No, not at all.
And so you have both of you have done a phenomenal job. We're really grateful. Thank you.
Joni, have you seen Madam Mayor's camel spin?
Well, yes, she has.
Wanna
And
make
her
sure we see it.
camel spin. We get to hang out together when I get time.
Adult camp coming up.
I've seen it too.
Colby Thomas, followed by Thomas Colvett, followed by Nancy Lopez.
All right, council, I was brought here to hype you guys up. Let's go. Let's go. I ran the student section here at the University of Nevada coming out of COVID. When you come out of COVID, you got nothing, right? We had nothing. We had no fans. We were lucky to get students to go to games. They were scared to go to games, but guess what? They were fired up because that man brought the heat every night. We've brought the students to every game. The one thing that we can count on is that students are going to show up to this event. We need this help. If we want to stay at the top of collegiate athletics, this is our chance. I bleed silver and blue. I was born here. Stephanie has a picture of me. I was literally a baby. My dad gave me like a little jumpsuit. It's a Wolfpack gear. I bleed it. There's nothing more that I care more about than this university. We've got a chance. Let's go to the top. You've got people here willing to invest. Let's make a damn difference. You got a chance today. Let's make a difference. Come on. Like, if you were to ask any student on campus what they want, it's that this pack is going to win a national championship. San Diego State, just 3 years ago, was in a national championship game. Who's to say we aren't supposed to be there too? We beat them that year. We beat them. We can be there too. So why not us? Why not? You got a chance with someone that's willing to invest. Let's take that investment, let's run with it, and let's go pack. Thank you, council.
Thomas Colvett, followed by Nancy Lopez, followed by Billy Cooper.
Good afternoon, council members. I was hoping to go after a little bit of a slower speech, but that's not the case. I am a third-generation Nevada student and also a proud sixth-generation Northern Nevada community member. I'd just like to point out I am the successor of Colby and running the student section. I am fortunate enough to get to work with students every day, and especially at games, and get to watch them make memories that they won't ever forget. Every time I talk to a student about this project, they look at me and they say, why is this not happening sooner? Because they're bummed that they're not going to be able to go see it if they're not from Reno. I'd just like to say that even though I might not be a student when this is happening and get to go to the games, I will still be a proud community member to potentially go to this project and see and bring my future family, because it was a great memory of mine that my grandfather and my father got to take me to the games. So everybody else kind of touched on everything else I had to say, so thank you very much, and I vote for you guys to vote in favor. Thank you.
Nancy Lopez, followed by Billy Cooper, followed by Frederick Steinman.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and Council. My name is Nancy Lopez. I am currently an employee at Grand Sierra. I've been there for 45 years, and I just want to give you a few advantages of what the Arena project would bring to Reno. The University of Nevada will benefit from the increase in enrollment to UNR, as well as access to athletic opportunities that they're not currently available. The community will benefit from the increase in tourism, as well as food and room revenues and increased job opportunities. We believe that the project will be a positive opportunity for the entire Reno community. Thank you.
Billy Cooper, followed by Frederick Steinman, followed by Steve Alford.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the privilege of your time today. I'm a 20-year employee at GSR, team member, and I believe this is a Kairos moment for Reno and Sparks, meaning that right time, right place. When I heard that Mr. Sandoval and Mr. Murillo were teaming up, what a better team. You have Mr. Sandoval, who's governed our beautiful state, and Mr. Murillo, who's been in business, successful business, since his late teens, early 20s. And he just knows how to make business work. Since I've been at GSR and seen the changes there, every part of that building has been renovated. And there's over 2 million square feet there. That's a big place and space to renovate. We've had nonstop renovations since the Murillo family and Murillo group took over. And I just believe that this region and territory is poised for a Reno Arena and a GSR expansion. I believe it's our time to shine. Those are my personal and private convictions, and I've believed this for a really long time. I'm as a bellman, you get to see what goes on in front and behind, and with Mr. Murillo, when he says he's going to do something, he gets the job done, because I've seen it coming in and going out. And as far as guests that visit our resort, 100% feedback from all the guests that I've talked to coming in and out of the resort have said yes and amen to this project. Every guest, I haven't had one negative comment from any guests that come from all over the United States and the world that aren't excited about what's happening at GSR. So I say, for the arena, the Reno Arena, 7 yeses and a golden buzzer. And for GSR, let it be the shining star that needs to shine in this region and territory. Amen.
Frederick Steinman, followed by Steve Alford, followed by Gloria Navarez.
Thank you, members of the board. For the record, Frederick Steinman, Director of the University Center for Economic Development, as well as Principal Investigator of the Nevada Lithium Batteries and Other EV Materials Regional Technology and Innovation Hub at the University of Nevada, Reno. And of course, as a proud two-time UNR alum and Reno resident, very eager and excited to be here today to talk a little bit about the history of the Reno Redevelopment Agency and the utilization of tax increment financing. In 2005 and 2006, both this body, the Redevelopment Agency Board, and the Reno City Council approved the establishment of Reno Redevelopment Project Area Number 2 and its subsequent amendment to include several sub-areas, including the then Reno Hilton, now GSR sub-area, by ordinance. The amended redevelopment plan for RDA 2 identified 4 separate blighting conditions as outlined in Nevada Revised Statute, Chapter 279, Section 388, specifically for the Reno Hilton sub-area. 1, the existence of inadequate streets, open spaces, and utilities, and as part of the prevalence of depreciated values, impaired investments, and social and economic maladjustments to such an extent that the capacity to pay taxes is substantially reduced and tax receipts are inadequate for the cost of public services rendered. 2, depreciated property values. 3, stagnant and low levels of retail sales. And 4, high levels of emergency 911 calls for service. These findings, again, were made and approved via ordinance by both the Reno Redevelopment Agency Board and the Reno City Council, as well as the Reno City Planning Commission and the then Reno Redevelopment Citizens Advisory Committee, twice in 2005 through 2006, as required by NRS Chapter 279. The original and amended redevelopment plan for RDA 2 and the accompanying owner participation rules note that tax increment financing, or TIF, will be used as the primary funding source to fund redevelopment, revitalization, and rejuvenation efforts across RDA 2, including this particular sub-area. The owner participation rules also note that the agency and any property owner, small or large, public or private, within RDA 2 have the right to pursue the use of TIF to finance projects that comply with the objectives of the redevelopment plan. The item before you today, advanced by the Morella Group, meets the objectives of the currently approved redevelopment plan for RDA 2 by addressing the inadequacy of streets, open spaces, and utilities, the continued depreciation of property values, ongoing stagnant and low levels of retail sales, and high levels of emergency 911 calls for service, and is consistent with the redevelopment agency's owner participation rules. Thank you.
Steve Alford, followed by Gloria Navarez.
Mayor, Council, it's great to be here. I know this is streaming live, and I know at GSR there's a watch party going on, so go GSR, go PAC. Really, I want to thank President Sandoval and Stephanie for just supporting this and moving it forward with Alex and his team. I can't think of anything that's more transformational for our program. Me talking for basketball, and Kobe, I want you to talk to my team in October before the season. You missed that, Mayor. You got to rewind his speech, because I want that to my team when we get there. But we have an opportunity here to go from just being average to being great. And you don't just get that opportunity. And Alex and his team is providing that opportunity. And it's not just for men's basketball. It's Coach Knight, who I played for and been very, very blessed to be in college athletics for 38 years, 4 as a player, 34 as a coach. And one of the things he always taught us that didn't matter the size of the ship. When the water rises, all the ships rise. And we have a chance, because of Alex and his team, to do something that we haven't had an opportunity to do here in this community, and to do that within an athletic department that has great leadership, and we're really on the verge of a lot of special things. But this is the one thing that can transform us. It puts us, the NIL world, the transfer portal world, we're realignment with conference now, a House settlement that's on the horizon that could happen any minute. I've never in my 34 years seen as much change that's happened in athletics at the collegiate level like I am right now. And we have to stay ahead of that. We cannot, it's not something that can be 4 years in the future, 8 years in the future. It's got to be now. We have to make that or we'll get left behind. And I've been a part of 6 different universities, and I've been a part of both. One that stood still and got passed up, and others that have on the forefront when they had this opportunity to move forward. And with Alex and his team, we've got a lottery pick. We've got something that is right in our backyard that has given us an opportunity to transform what we're trying to do in athletics at our university. And I couldn't be happier. Alex and his team have been instrumental in our NIL. It's kept us relevant just in the last couple of years. And now a facility takes you from being relevant to something that can be very, very special. And we want to be a part of that. I know our staff's excited. Our players are excited about it. And hopefully this is something that you can get excited about. A lot's been talked about the student, and I'm big with that. We've even come up with a special area for the students to be dropped off at this facility. And Alex and his team thought of those things. So very, very excited about this process.
Thank you, Mr. Alfred. I did get to catch a little bit of your presentation. I think I need to hire you before every council meeting. You get people fired up. Actually, no, they are already fired up when they can't come here. So very good. Love the energy in the room. Great job. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Gloria Navarez.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Gloria Navarez, and I am the Commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, which is the NCAA.
A big deal.
Most days. But for those of you who don't follow us closely, we're the conference that Nevada Reno plays in. And I'm also a resident of State Line, Nevada.
Oh, nice.
Local.
Okay.
So, of course, I'm here in support of the project. And I think it's, in addition to obviously the benefits to college athletics, it can really be a game changer in a community. Because a venue like this not only brings in entertainment events, but through the collegiate games in that venue, you're going to see a different level and a segmentation of fan coming in for all of the individual games each year in that facility. In addition, those games will be broadcast on Fox, CBS, and the Mountain West Network, bringing your brand as a city to national audiences. The reason athletics is the front porch to universities is because of that national exposure you get through the platforms that we provide. In addition, you've heard from a lot of students, people who have been going to games for years, that affinity around the college athletic experience for the athletes and the students creates such a deep attachment. You've heard that students are more likely to stay, live, work, and donate back to the community, and that is a true statement due to the affinity that a positive athletic experience for both the students and the student athletes can bring. I'm reminded of a recent-ish project in a similar community. Marquette University opened their FISERV Forum in 2018 in an underused part of downtown. That project led to $500 million in downtown redevelopment and an entertainment district called the Deer District that brings many, many fans and people to the community, providing year-round entertainment hub. And it's also enhanced the city's visibility through the 16 home games that Marquette plays there every year. A special aspect about the value of this facility that hasn't been mentioned yet is it is contemplated as a 10,000 seat capacity arena. There aren't that many in the Western region. There are many on the East Coast. We have a lot of arenas that are 15K or higher, but this is a very special sweet spot, especially for college sports, as you meet the minimum thresholds for NCAA events, gymnastics, volleyball, first and second round championships, and conference championships. We have a deep history in the Mountain West. It's important to be competitive. We send many basketball teams to the NCAAs every year, and we do that through retention and attraction of student athlete and coaches. And a facility like this greatly adds to that. In closing, I'd like to say, I think Reno deserves a venue like this, deserves the national attention it brings, and I hope you all find your way to support this great project. Thank you.
Great, Gloria, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
And with that, we do not have any public comment additional signed in.
Okay, did we ever get Art Rangel on the phone?
You did get somebody on Zoom?
No?
He never replied, he put his hand down.
No, but you do have someone on Zoom.
Someone else just.
Okay. Looks like Bill Shrimp via Zoom.
All right, hi, Bill.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. It's a long meeting today. So I remember I'm generally supportive of the MGM expanding. I remember getting my picture there with the lion back in those days when such things were appropriate. So I hope some questions that people smarter than me in the room will answer and address at some point is with the upcoming economic uncertainties, how does that impact potentially the city of Reno and its ability to fund services? Are we going to issue any bonds against this TIF? I don't know the answer to that. I hope somebody smarter in the room asks. I've read that in one instance in New York, during the Great Recession, they issued a TIF, and the New York City taxpayers were on the hook for a couple $100 million. And I don't know how structurally they're put together. And I hope that the really smart people in this room would help address some of those items of concern as we're heading into very uncertain economic times. But as a general statement, I think it's a great project. I'm glad GSR is doing this. I don't mean to be derogatory when I talk about it as the MGM, because I have fond memories going to concerts and all that stuff there. So it's a great place. I hope it gets done, but I hope that we go into it with our eyes open and make sure that it doesn't impact our already strained city resources. We're not able to hire HR managers and cops and run our NABs. So I want to make sure that this doesn't hurt us in any way. It is a positive impact. So thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any more public comment?
Now we do not.
No? Okay.
No. But we did receive correspondence, which has been distributed as 606 letters in support, 30 letters in opposition, and 3 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. I am at this time going to read my disclosure. And if any other council members have any disclosures, I'm going to ask you to bring them forward to Madam Clerk at this time. Let's see. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, this item involves Josh Hicks, an attorney from McDonald-Corano. In my private life, I have retained Adam Hosmer-Henner, a partner at McDonald-Corano, to represent me on a civil matter unrelated to this item pertaining to a GPS tracker found on my car. I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office as a client of McDonald-Corano. I've been advised that I may have a commitment in a private capacity to the interest of McDonald-Corano pursuant to NRS 28(1)A.065. For the record, any action that I may take on this item would not be reasonably affected by my client relationship with McDonald-Corano. McDonald-Corano is a large law firm. This item has nothing to do with my civil case. I have no facts, information, or reason to believe that any action I take today on this item will have any impact on me or McDonald-Corano. Given that this is not a clear case where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of McDonald-Corano, abstention is not required. The fact that I am represented by McDonald-Corano in an unrelated civil matter will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and put it on the record for this meeting pertaining to this agenda item. Thanks so much. All right, council members, do any of you have any disclosures? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to ask for, at this time, approval of the agenda. May I get a motion?
No, I think we voted.
We're going to presentations for this item.
Okay. Hold on, I have a different
I skipped,
script
Madam
over
Mayor,
here.
I apologize.
You
I
did?
skipped over it, and
Okay.
I did our approval of our agenda
Great.
earlier.
No, it's fine. I just have a different
I know,
setup.
I skipped it, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Okay, go right ahead.
I believe we're just going into staff presentation.
Which is item,
We're on B1.
okay,
on
thanks so
RDA.
much.
Yes.
All right. And by the way, you're doing a fantastic job. You're doing great. Mickey, our regular clerk, she is out today, very sick, and I think, Lauren, you're just being a rock star, so thank you so much. Okay, Brian, we're going to hand you the floor.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members, and in this setting, Madam Chair and Redevelopment Agency board members. My name is Brian McCardle. I'm the Revitalization Manager for the City of Reno and the Reno Redevelopment Agency. I'm going to kick things off today by summarizing the item in front of you. So today you'll be hearing a presentation on the Grand Sierra Resorts expansion project, their request for tax increment financing support. You'll be hearing from our independent consultant, Hunden Partners, on their financial gap analysis that they did on this project. And staff is seeking approval of the deal terms today that will go into the final participation agreement. That is the document that memorializes this arrangement, this tax increment financing, and seek the ability for our executive director, which is our city manager, Jackie Bryant, to execute that document so we can proceed to building an arena, if that is the decision today. Just a run of show, I'm going to give my quick presentation. The Grand Sierra Resort is going to come up and give a brief presentation on their project with some comments by the University of Nevada, Reno. And then lastly, we'll hear from our independent consultant, Hunden Partners, on the gap analysis. So how we got here today is late in fall, we received a tax increment financing application from Power Sports Development, which is an organization specifically created for the development of the Grand Sierra Resort site, but is affiliated with Morello Gaming and Alex Morello. And that application had the entire expansion project across multiple phases in that original application. And it was touted as a $1 billion expansion project, which included an arena, it included an community ice facility, it included a fan experience retail zone, a parking structure, a golf experience, and then in future phases, a new hotel tower, as well as 300 units of workforce housing. Those are in future phases. Due to the timing of our redevelopment area 2, those future phases are not part of the agreement today. We're solely focusing on phase 1 that I'll summarize in a minute. But first I want to get to what is tax increment financing, TIF. A lot of people have said TIF, TIF, TIF. It is a relatively simple but hard to explain financial tool. It is tax increment financing, and it is a tool that uses future increases in property tax generated by a new development to help support that development and help pay for present day costs. That is the general summary of TIF. Why it's such a great tool, and 48 states in the nation have redevelopment laws that allow this tool to happen, is it allows cities to do redevelopment and revitalization projects without having to raise taxes. This borrows from future property tax in the future to help projects today. And so there are no new assessments, no new taxing teams, et cetera, to help pay for these improvements, whether they're public or private. This chart sort of explains how tax increment works. You have a baseline property value. Let's say you have an empty lot, and it is currently paying not very much in property tax because it's potentially fully depreciated. When someone comes in and develops on that site, they create all this new property tax value. And with redevelopment agencies, we get to capture that property tax, set it aside, and continually use those funds to reinvest back into the area. And we do that over a number of years, and at the end of the redevelopment area, all that property tax created gets distributed out to all the taxing entities throughout the area. In the little chart to the right, that shows you how traditionally property tax is broken up right now through the region. The city of Reno gets 26 cents on every dollar of property tax paid. Washoe County School Districts gets 31 cents, and Washoe County gets 38 cents. But while the redevelopment area is in effect, all that new property tax value created gets to be kept by the redevelopment agency for the purpose of redevelopment. We get asked a lot, is TIF risky for the city? The way it's proposed today, the answer is no. With the pay-as-you-go strategy, we're not taking out any bonds, we're not giving out any loans, we're not doing any advance payments to this developer. They build their project, they pay their property tax, and we give them a reimbursement in future years. The other one is, will TIF raise my taxes? And the answer is also no. In reality, the developer of this project is the only one who is going to pay more taxes in this deal. They pay their taxes, we pay them back a percentage over a certain period of time, and on a long enough timeline, future property tax revenue gets to the benefit of the region and the cities. And I know this is a somewhat complex financial tool. I'm impressed by all the public commenters today that were able to speak eloquently on tax increment financing. This is a tool that's going to come up in the future many, many times. I want us all in the community to really wrap their heads around this. And how do you explain tax increment financing tool to normal people? You do it through a story. So if you'll indulge me for 3 slides, I'm going to tell a very short story on how tax increment financing works in practice. I'm going to do that by telling the story of Danny Developer and Donut Plaza. And you'll remember this one. And if it works, I'm going to use this for every TIF application in the future, because we have 6 TIF applications coming in after this. I know this one is the biggest one all of us will probably see in our tenure, $1 billion project, but there are others coming up in the pipeline. So it's important we all wrap our heads around this. And so Danny Developer and his donut dreams of Donut Plaza. Danny wants to build a plaza in an infill area in Main Street, and he's identified the perfect site. And he just knows that this is going to work. And the city itself wants to see this site developed. But this site is challenging. It may be a brownfield site. It might have been something previously. It's old. It needs infrastructure brought to the site. It needs new sidewalks. It has drainage issues, etc. And as much as Danny has tried to finance this project, he just can't make it work. He can't get the lending. He's put as much of his personal money in as he possibly could. And even if he could scrape up all that money to put into the project, even if he opened Donut Plaza, the debt on the project would be so insurmountable that he wouldn't be able to make money. And so the project is quote unquote financially infeasible. The business model doesn't work. So he walks down the street to the redevelopment agency and seeks some help. And that is where we address the treacherous gap. So there's a financing gap Danny has to get this project developed. And he comes to the agency, we run him through a bit of tests, and we say, you know what? We have found that a true financing gap does actually exist. That this project cannot be built but for the redevelopment agency stepping in and getting you across that bridge to get you the money to build this project, because we all want to see this project built, or else that site will remain vacant and underutilized, possibly forever. And so we give him, or in this story they, give him a pay-as-you-go TIF, meaning, Danny, go build that project. We can't give you $1 today, but we'll commit to you in the future that if you build this project, we will give you future payments back based on the property tax you yourself create. And so Danny finds the ability to go do this project, and he builds it, and as he builds it, he will get future property tax payments as a percentage over time. And this is no risk to the city. He leaves that office that day without any future new dollars in his pocket. If it never gets built, the city doesn't take on any risk whatsoever. But Danny does develop Donut Plaza. And not only is it donuts, there's a sock boutique, there's a gym, everyone's paying sales tax, the property tax increases, Danny gets his payments over time. And on a long enough timeline, all that future property tax revenue and the sales tax revenue, maybe the foodies come into town and start staying in hotels, and that's hotel room tax revenue. All that revenue accumulates to the benefit of the cities in the region. And so I hope this will stick with you. That's my little story about Danny Developer and Donut Plaza. As much as a Donut Plaza seems small in scale and an arena seems very large in scale, the mechanics of tax increment financing are no different, whether it's a small shopping plaza or a $1 billion arena project. And so the city and the redevelopment agency had been dormant for about 15 years. And fortunately, last fall, around August, we re-energized our redevelopment agency, and we created tools that developers can use to help facilitate development, and that's part of our participation program. And participation program is a tool written in Nevada redevelopment law that says that private and public development can participate in their future development and use this tool called tax increment financing. So GSR was the first one to use this new tool that was created, and they came in August. And because this was such a large project, billion-dollar project, Redevelopment Agency Board directed us to go do a market analysis on this project. Essentially, go study the economic impact for our region, see if we can support a new arena and can support a new hotel tower. And so staff worked and found Hunden Partners, who are experts in this space. And we brought the market analysis back before this body. We also brought it to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board that has been brought back recently. They saw the market analysis and they recommended that this project proceed to do a financial gap analysis, saying, go find out what the financial gap truly is. We brought that market analysis before this body, the Redevelopment Agency Board, and you also directed us to go get that gap analysis done. That took about a month and a half, and in April, the gap analysis was completed. The phase one, I will say that the project, because the future phase extends so far out, and the redevelopment agency timeline, we can only look at phase one. In phase one, it was found that there is a gap, a financial gap, and that it does pass the but-for test, and we'll explain what that is. That gap analysis was also brought to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. While they did not recommend any specific deal terms, they did recommend that this gap analysis and this TIF application proceed before this body today. And so phase one, gap analysis, phase one essentially consists of the arena, ice rink, the parking structure, the aqua golf range, think Top Golf over water, and all the infrastructure improvements and future costs of this project. Phase one cost is about $786 million, and that is higher than what you've probably heard in the past. That's because costs have increased a little bit since we last met a few months ago. The verified financial gap is about $146 million, and our consultant Hunden Partners will explain how that financing gap was determined. Since the Redevelopment Agency Area 2 ends in 2035, we only have about 10 years to use this tool to help this project out. And the maximum amount of property tax created between when this project is finished and when the Redevelopment Agency Area 2 ends could generate about $68 million in future property tax. And staff is recommending a 90-10 split of that. And so on an annual basis, the property tax being paid on this project, the applicant would get 90% of their property tax paid back to them annually. That is what staff and Hunden are recommending. But I want to recognize that on a long enough timeline, over the next 30 years, this project generates $294 million in property tax alone. $294 million over the next 30 years in new property tax. If this arena does not get developed, that number goes to zero, because 100% of nothing is nothing. So I quickly want to address what this deal is and what this deal is not. This is a very structured tax increment financing reimbursement process. It is performance-based, and so if the arena is never built or other components are never built, we do not owe them anything in reimbursement on behalf of the redevelopment agency. This is just a tool to close that identified $145.8 million financial gap, and although it doesn't completely fill the financial gap, it does help this project become financially feasible. And the proposed reimbursement to the applicant, if under that 90%, would be $61.3 million through 2035. So just to reiterate, the GSR would pay their property taxes in full. They will be reimbursed annually based on their property tax that they pay. This puts the city and the agency at no financial risk. After 2035, the reimbursement ends, and all that future property tax created gets distributed to the taxing entities. And if by chance RDA 2, Area 2 does get extended legislatively, these terms do not carry over. We'll have to revisit the agreement and see if we need to amend it or renegotiate it going forward. What this deal is not. So it is not a loan, it is not a bond, and the applicant is receiving in no way, shape, or form advance payments for this project. We're not asking for any other revenue streams to help support this project. Other cities do rental car tax, so they pass a special assessment, or they do room tax, or they do, take from other areas, or general funds to support arenas. Because redevelopment agencies use property tax as a tool, the only thing that is being requested today is support through future property tax created, that property tax increment. And a pay-as-you-go TIF structure means that they get paid back after they finish the project. So no debt, no obligations on the city in the short term. And so to quickly summarize, the 3 deal options that were negotiated with staff, our consultant Hunden Partners and Grand Sierra Resort and their affiliate Power Sports Development. 3 options, and the first one at the top is because we have such a condensed timeline, it could be 100% annual increment reimbursement. And in that scenario, there is a piece of property that the city of Reno leases for Fire Station 21. And so under that, because we're a land leasee on that property, under the 100% TIF reimbursement, the city would be deeded that land at no cost as part of this. Option 2, which is one staff supports, is the 90% TIF reimbursement. The GSR will continue to lease to the city of Reno the land for that fire station, and then at market rate. But the agency does reserve the right to purchase that land in the future. We have an option to purchase that. And then option 3 is somewhat similar, 90% TIF reimbursement. But the applicant is asking that the remaining 10% gets set aside specifically for investments along the river adjacent to the Grand Sierra Resort, as well as setting aside those funds specifically for the purchase of the land. Why this is risky from the agency perspective is it sets the precedent that future applicants can dictate how the redevelopment agency spends their remaining funds. So those are the 3 deal terms. That is the basis to start the conversations today. I will hand it off now to GSR, but I'm just going to throw back those numbers just so you can see them again. And at this time, I will invite Grand Sierra Resort to give their presentation on their expansion project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCardle. I appreciate it. I'm actually going to ask council members to hold off on comments or questions. I want to go through the entire presentation before anyone weighs in. At this time, I believe, is it Mr. Morello? Would you like to come up?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm not sure you can hear me here.
Oh, here. Use the
You don't
taller
have to
one.
do anything,
There
actually.
you go.
If you just stand there, the News 4's got prime real estate there, but
Oh,
that's
I
not
see.
really for
Oh.
our chambers. There's one in the
Decent kind of
ceiling.
sponsorship here?
No, there's one
2
in the
and 8 will
ceiling
be
and 2
running
down
on
below.
that.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for affording me this few minutes to speak on behalf of myself and also on behalf of the GSR project. I would be remiss if I don't turn around and thank everybody out here for spending your time. You're giving everything you possibly can without getting paid for it on most cases, from the laborers to the teachers, to the wolf pack, to the students, to the players, everybody, to GSR. I'm so humbled and privileged and lucky, period. Now, on this project, it's a little bit of my history. I started here in 2011 when I approached the city of Reno, and there's a project called GSR, and it was in disarray, bankruptcy, foreclosure, 2 weeks from basically boarding it down. And I had to make a tough decision. Am I in or am I out? And I spent several weeks speaking to people here. A couple of individuals told me that, 1, I could never turn it around, and 2, I wouldn't last 12 months. I'm here to say they were both wrong. But what I did take from the short period of time that I was here is I met with so many people here, and I loved the city. I fell in love with the city and the people and the community, and that's why I'm here. During my term, over the last 14 years, so I'm no longer a newbie. I've been here 14 years. I've invested $500 million in this great property for the team members, my family, and the community of Reno. I'm here again fighting like I've always fought for what I believe in, and doubling down and putting $1 billion of my hard-earned money, what I call my own money, as opposed to most people use OPM, other people's money. It's mine. This project is one that will transform, there's no question, transform the city of Reno, the skyline of Reno, in so many different ways. I know I'm probably regurgitating what has been said from so many people, but I will add to have an opportunity to work with Brian Sandoval and Stephanie and Coach Steve Alford and everybody else to do something that's really unique never been done before the city of Reno. And this arena will be the nicest college facility in the United States of America. And I say that because I know it was built several years ago. It's called Moody's, and we all know Texas. And this will be far exceeds that project. And I'm very proud of that. And this cannot be done without the help of this council that I'm looking, all 7 of you that I'm looking at right now currently. I need your help to get this thing done. It will help the kids, university. Brian will be ecstatic. I'm looking at him right now. It will also help GSR. There's no denying that. But it will also greatly help the other casino owners who are against me. They have their opinions. I don't agree. And most of all, to the community of Reno, to the residents who I care so much about, it will give them a chance to get behind this project, to support it, to love it, and to also be part of it, which makes all the difference in the world. This is my legacy. It's what I want to give back to Reno. I could invest here, or I could invest in Vegas. And I've been asked many times, why don't you put the money in Vegas where it would be a better investment? And that is a true statement, because I love Reno and I want to be here, period. So I ask for your support. I ask for your help, and this is truly, truly transformational. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Any question, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Dis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Andrew Dis, Senior Vice President, Chief Strategy Officer of Morello Gaming. I have spent a lot of my life sitting through public meetings, and I don't think I have ever seen something quite like what happened today. It's pretty humbling to be able to sit next to Mr. Morello and listen to all the things that were said today, and I have a lot of pride in what just happened over the last couple hours. I'm proud to be part of this community and to be a part of this project. So let me get right into it. You heard a lot about the history of our property. 1978, Kirk Kerkorian built the largest hotel and casino in the world right here in Reno. Little casino trivia for you. Mr. Kerkorian built the largest hotel casino in the world 3 different times, and that second time was right here in Reno. We listed all the dates of ownership here, and the one that stands out is the one at the bottom. When Alex Morello bought the Grand Sierra back in 2011, up until today, 14 years is the longest period of consistent ownership in the history of this property. He is not new to this community. He has been here for over a decade, and he has made the investment to turn it into what it looks like today. And when my family first moved to Reno from Chicago back in the early 90s, it was Bally's. And I wasn't here for the MGM days, but I remember the Bally's days. And I've seen all the iterations in between. And I think it is safe to say that the way it looks today is the best the property has ever looked. Little bit of background for all of you that you might be interested in. Worked with our HR department, and we pulled up all the addresses and put them into the different wards. So you can take a look and see where our team members reside. They are not just GSR team members, they are your constituents. The expansion of this project will directly impact them, and they all have a voice in your wards. The remainder that you see, the difference between the folks living in Reno and the county, the rest of those folks are team members that live in Sparks. So no surprise, we are in Ward 3. The bulk of our team members reside in Ward 3, but you can see the breakdown there. We have a history of strong labor relationships at the Grand Sierra. We have over 1,000 union team members in 125 different specific positions spread across the property. We are the only property in town with this sizable labor footprint, and we are very proud of that. Our 3 major unions are listed right there. We have fresh union contracts with all of our bargaining groups. As of last year, they're all less than a year old. This is the part that Mr. Morello doesn't like to talk about. Him and his family are extremely generous and very discreet, and they don't seek the limelight with the donations and the help that they give to this community. But we all know how these presentations go, and this is something that you have to talk about. And over the years, GSR Cares is our charitable arm at the Grand Sierra. And this is a list of just some of the organizations that we have supported, but it is to the tune of millions and millions of dollars over the last several years. So let's start with the history of RDA 2. As Mr. McCardle said, it was created in 2005, and at that time there was a legislative determination that the highlighted areas that you see qualify for redevelopment. Given the timing of the creation in 2005 and then the Great Recession hitting just a couple years later, it really inhibited the growth and the ability to capture TIF within RDA 2. So we essentially lost the first 20 years of it. We all know we have severe issues with our property tax system in Nevada, but that was a result of the recession. And history is important. And so what we did is we pulled the records from the formation of RDA 2. And we combed through the minutes, and I've put up a few highlights here. The key one is that back in 2005, when this district was created, it was supported by what was called the Downtown Improvement Association, which was made up of the El Dorado Circus, Silver Legacy, and Harris. They came out in strong support of doing this. A year later, at this time, Caesars owned what was the Reno Hilton at the time. And it was at their request that the Reno Hilton was specifically included within RDA 2. And I think there's been a lot of things said about that recently, but I want to make sure that you all are aware of the specific history and how this property got included within RDA 2. So that's the background, and that sets the stage for where we are today. And it was said earlier that we are setting a precedent, and we are. We are setting a precedent for responsible development in this community. I hope that all the other projects that are going to come after us, Mr. McCardle said there's 6 more in the hopper, we want there to be more. I hope that they look at the model that we are proposing today, because what this model does is it puts all of the risk on us as the developer. None of the taxes that you are paying, none of the taxes that I am paying, none of the taxes that any of your constituents are paying, none of the taxes that anybody in this room are paying are going to help build this project. The only money that goes into this project comes from the GSR and Alex Morello himself. And I want to drive that point home, because when I am out in this community, and I'm known as the GSR guy, and people come up to me and they say, hey, what's going on with this? Are you guys trying to dip into our pockets to help pay for this? And I say, you're in luck. No, we're not. The way we are proposing to do this development is a new thing for Reno, and I know that's hard for people to get their head around when it's a new thing, and it takes time, but there is not a single cent of anybody else's tax dollars that are going to go into this project except for the GSR itself. Mr. McCardle went into some of the protections that are included in this, but I had to make it part of my presentation. There are no bonds from the city. This is backed by us. Any business, large or small, can utilize the RDA to expand their business, and we hope they do. And the enormous tax generation benefits that this project are going to bring, it applies to property tax, sales tax, live entertainment tax with all the concerts and shows we're going to be bringing, the payroll tax with all the people that we are going to put to work, and all the extra room taxes from the heads and beds that we are going to put into properties, not only ours, but everybody else all over town. This is truly going to give a lift to the entire region. Ultimately, what this project is going to do, it is going to grow the size of the pie. We have a 10,000 seat venue that we are proposing to build. It is incomparable with anything else that currently exists in Reno. We're going to add the aqua golf. That is something new to our region. The only thing that is close to it is the Top Golf outside of Sacramento, but you're not hitting over water, and it's going to be incredibly beautiful. You can see the image right there. I talked about the heads and beds, but the thing that stands out, these are all non-gaming amenities. One of the things I also wanted to discuss was recently at the Redevelopment Advisory Board meeting, a question about displacement came up. And it's a good question that we should all talk about. What does displacement mean? It's talking about whether an existing venue is going to lose events. And in this case, the Reno Event Center, which is ultimately owned by all of you at the city of Reno. But the truth is, these two venues are incomparable. And there are 3 events booked at the Reno Event Center for 2025. And there are 3 events that they would not be taking place at the new arena that we are going to build. So there is not going to be any displacement, and I hope the Reno Event Center does a better job of booking events. But this is what we're talking about. Maybe 3, but they're not the type of events that our arena is going to bring. So let's look closer at our proposal versus how things were paid for in the past. We went through the city's CAFR, and when you look at what is being spent on debt service for the event center and the bowling stadium and the downtown ballroom, it's close to $9 million a year. That's $9 million that is not going to parks or to police or to fire, or whatever the city's needs are. And you guys are still grappling with this debt service. And these are decisions that none of you made. You inherited this. And it has not been easy to deal with the budgets, and you guys are going through budget season right now. Ultimately, the city of Reno is sitting on $192 million in debt. This project is not adding to any debt. We assume all of the risk. And it's extremely important that we highlight the difference between what we are proposing and what has been done in the past. And Mayor Sheevy and Councilwoman Dewar, you know this better than anybody. You have been on the council longer, and it has really tied your hands and made for some difficult decisions for you guys over the years. And you guys have been adults, and you have made tough decisions, but they were decisions that ultimately needed to be made. And I want to thank you for that and recognize that it has not been easy for you. I mentioned earlier that our industry is continuing to shift and move more away from gaming-specific amenities, and this is why. Mr. Satry mentioned it in his comments earlier, but the growth of tribal gaming in Northern California necessitates our move away to embrace amenities that are non-gaming related. If we don't change the way that our industry operates, we are going to fail to give our guests a reason to get in their car and drive over the hill and come to Reno and visit all of the properties here in town. And if you just do the simple math, we have 2,000 rooms at GSR. We are building a 10,000 seat venue. So that's 8,000 other people that have to go stay all across this city, spending money in restaurants, gambling in other people's casinos, and providing the lift everywhere else that it does. And it is imperative that we evolve. Just a few weeks ago, the Seminoles, who operate the Hard Rock Casino outside of Sacramento, they announced that they're going to do basically the same project that we are proposing. They must think that we are going to have a good idea. Their project is going to include various features like dancing fountains, immersive outdoor concepts, live music, and possibly a college or pro-worthy sports stadium. So we're ahead of the curve. Let's get this project built. Let's get it done, because if we don't, it's going to start to happen in Northern California, and people are going to not know that we are building something that rivals anything else that they have the ability to travel to, and we want them to continue to come over here. Mr. Mercado covered some of this earlier as well, but there has never been a project that has gone through the level of vetting and transparency, the public vetting process that this project has. And the transparency that has gone around it is something that should be applauded. I think this council took a big step when you decided to put together a formal application process for TIF. That's something that didn't exist before. Projects would come before the council before, and they were all treated as a one-off. You don't know if projects are being measured on the same standard versus one another. And you all made that decision. And we understand that by being the first applicant, we're going to catch extra scrutiny, and that's fine. And with the size of our project, we should. But again, we are here standing before you, ready to answer any questions that come up, because with the way we are proposing to do this, this is responsible development. These are the financial safeguards to all of you. I can't say it enough times. There is no financial risk to the city. There is no impact on other property owners. The TIF is only what the GSR generates on its own property, and the tax increment is based off of our investment. If our investment doesn't pan out to be as big as we are hoping that it does, then we receive less TIF. We assume all the risk. We have to pay all the impact fees. We have to go through the same processes that every other developer does. We have been working for months with NDOT and RTC. We went through the Planning Commission process. We received unanimous approval in front of that board because we checked all the boxes and we have done the work. So, best practices for TIF. We've talked a little bit about that. The Hunden team is going to get a little bit deeper into it. But the second bullet point is where we are today. That is ultimately the decision that you all are making today. What is the right size of this public-private partnership? Because that's where the city of Reno comes in. And I'll skip over this and let Hunden cover the but-for analysis and the gap test. But that is important. So the red box is our gap. That's $145 million. And the TIF is estimated to generate $68 million. So the TIF doesn't even cover our gap. And what that does is it highlights the risk that Mr. Morello is taking on this project. And that's why we're standing here before you. And we want this partnership with the city of Reno because we want this to be able to pay off. But that is still over a $70 million gap that he is responsible for and adds to his risk. And I just wanted to highlight that for all of you here today. Some of the public commenters mentioned where we are economically. And I think this project comes at a really interesting time. We don't know where we're heading, but we do know that last week, the Economic Forum projected that our state budget is going to be $191 million short of what they were projecting. Nationally, GDP fell last quarter. So this is not just specific to Nevada. These economic conditions, we're seeing them all over. This is from the LVCVA. Their visitation numbers are down nearly 8% year over year. That is a concerning statistic, particularly for our state budget, because as goes the Las Vegas Strip, so goes our state budget, and you're already starting to see it reflected in those economic forum numbers that came below the original projections. Looking locally, these are room nights. Room nights are basically flat here in Reno. Room tax collections are slightly down. And average daily rate on rooms is down. So this project is going to help with that. This project is going to help bring more visitation to the destination, and it is going to offset any future economic downturn impacts that we are going to see, and that is our hope. But we talk about the future tax growth, and you know, it's nice to think about what we're going to generate in 2035, but you all are grappling with budgets that need to be filled right here and now. You heard from Martin Harris is one of the prospective bidders on our job. This is going to create an immediate 600 construction jobs that will produce $14 million in sales tax just from the construction materials. You guys will start to see that immediately to help with your city needs. And so let's look at the sales tax projection. These are the different mill rates from the Department of Taxation. And so with that, I love that dollar graphic that the city uses for the property tax. And what I did is I applied those different mill rates to the dollar for sales tax. And this is what Hunden is projecting in sales tax, $146 million over the next 30 years. We actually think that number is conservative. You know, Mr. Morello has high expectations of all of us that work for him, and we are going to fill that arena with events as much as we can, and we are going to boost that number. And I feel confident in saying that it is going to be higher than $146 million. But out of that, $55 million is going to go to the school. That's the LSST, and that's through WC1 funds that were passed by the voters in 2016. What does that mean for you? Well, between the city and the county, that's another $40 million that we're looking at. And I think we can all agree, the Washoe County School District is the most important civic institution that we have here locally. Shaping our children's future and making sure that they get a good education is something that we all want to support. I have 3 kids, and I think it's important it's probably the most important thing to every parent that lives here. And by supporting this project, you are supporting the school district as well. On the property tax projections, Mr. McCardle also mentioned that we're looking at $294 million. Out of that, $186 million would go to the city and the county. The additional property tax revenue that this project will generate after the expiration in 2035 is going to be massive. I will say that again. $186 million would be going to the city of Reno and to Washoe County. An additional $91 million will be going to schools. So that is the gist of our presentation, Madam Mayor and Council. And I'll just leave you with this. We started with Kirk Kerkorian and his belief in Reno, and he built the largest hotel casino in the world. Just down the street from here, Bill Hara started his regional bingo parlor that Mr. Satry, sitting right here, later grew into the largest gaming company in the world. And what Alex Morello is proposing to do in front of you here today is the next step, and we want to help write the next chapter in Reno's future. And with that, I thank you all.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. President Sandoval, would you like to come up? Or who do we, Stephanie, come on up.
Do you guys need to
I don't
stand
know
up?
your order,
Do
so
guys
you
need
just
a break to
come
stand
on up.
I'm going to move the prime real estate.
No problem.
Channel 4. Well, good afternoon, the Redevelopment Agency Board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We are excited about this project and anxious to share our perspective. So my name is Stephanie Remp, and I serve as the athletic director at the University of Nevada. I have been in Northern Nevada for almost 3 years. And since I arrived, I have been working every day to move Wolfpack athletics forward. We're a Division I athletics program. We have 17 sports, and our budget is about $55 million. That $55 million puts us in the bottom third of the Mountain West Conference in terms of investment in athletics and our overall budget. We compete with schools that have budgets of $150 to $200 million. Approximately half of our budget comes from the university. And the reason it comes from the university is because President Sandoval values what Division I athletics brings to our campus and to our community. Athletics plays an important role in higher education, on the student experience, on rallying alumni, elevating our brand, and uniting our community. I have heard since I arrived here that this should be a college town, that we need to be a college town. Well, we are Nevada's college town. And thanks to Mayor Sheevy, about 2 years ago, year and a half ago, we doubled down on that. Nothing brings a community together like a winning sports program. So I'm going to talk about the importance of resources and what our fans want today. I'm going to talk about solving our biggest problems. I'm going to talk about our women's basketball program. I'm going to talk about the students. I'm going to talk about small businesses near the university. The ask, our partnership, and a vision. So in order to have a successful athletics program, like so many other things, we need resources. Athletics has basically four streams of revenue that we can control: philanthropy, sponsorship, campus support, and ticket sales. In the world of college athletics, to compete, resources are more important than ever, as you've heard today. We have to grow our streams of revenue. The GSR Arena project provides us with an opportunity to impact philanthropy, sponsorship, and ticket sales. And there is nothing in our future that will provide that level of growth. So first, the importance of resources and what today's fans want. So today in entertainment, not just athletics, but in any available entertainment, people want a premium experience. The days of people showing up to games, sitting in their seats, and going home are fleeting. People want to go from driveway to driveway with ease. They want to experience something that is unique and different. People want to do something that is memorable, something that is a premium experience, and people are paying for that. In Lawler, we sell out the lower bowl. To significantly grow our men's basketball ticket revenue, we have to create a premium experience. The tickets that are available today are the least expensive tickets up in the nosebleeds, which is proving my point. People will pay for the experience of being in the lower bowl of sitting in the cushy seats and being close to the action. So we have seen this trend regardless of our record. We consistently sell out the premium spaces in hospitality in Mackey Stadium, and the data speaks for itself. Our fans want an elevated experience, and they are willing to invest in that. Expanding those premium options in a modern venue, like what is being proposed, is smart, and it's a proven strategy for success. To grow our ticket revenue by creating premium spaces in Lawler, we would have to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. The additional revenue that we would create through that renovation would have to go back to pay for the renovation. It would not move the needle for our overall athletics program. So yes, we do want to be on campus. We want the students to be able to walk from the dorms to Archie's to the arena. There's no question about that. But this day and age, to be competitive, we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over again. And Alex Morello is giving us an opportunity to do something different, to do something that will change the trajectory of our athletics program and the experience of our students and our fans. So the second thing is solving our biggest problems. We continue to work to build a sustainable, successful athletics program built on a solid foundation. This new arena solves so many of our biggest challenges, what we hear from our fans every day. Traffic and parking will be significantly improved because of the location and the layout. Food and beverage experience will be entirely different. Having a state-of-the-art venue means having state-of-the-art sound system and video boards, all things that our fans continue to remind us of. Another challenge that so many of our fans struggle with is the new era of college athletics, which is paying our student athletes. Name, image, and likeness, as well as revenue sharing, is the new reality, and we have to figure out how to play in that space. And we have had to ask our fans and our supporters to step up in order to remain competitive, and that has been difficult for people. While Alex Morello is the largest donor to our NIL, Mr. Morello has given greatly to both our men's basketball program and our women's basketball program. This coming year, he is giving more than $1.1 million to our basketball program and is committed to continuing and growing his support. Our fans also let us know that they want us to be competitive, right? They want to win. Well, so do we. This arena changes the landscape in recruiting for us. For Coach Alford to be able to recruit to this state-of-the-art venue and see the commitment to basketball, that moves the needle. Growing our resources is a significant challenge for us. So going back to the ways that we generate revenue, the 4 areas I mentioned, 3 of those are helped with this arena. Philanthropy, winning grows philanthropy. The ability to have access to the premium space, that grows philanthropy. People having the access to better seats and better locations are determined by priority points, and points are given through philanthropy. Sponsorship, working with the GSR to provide our partners with increased exposure, enhanced experiences, and better inventory grows revenue. And ticket sales. We currently generate about $5 million in revenue from men's basketball. We averaged 8,300 tickets last year, 8,300 in attendance the past 3 years. The experience in the new arena will be first class. There will be suites, loge boxes, mini suites, hundreds of club seats, and floor seats. By simply having these seats available, we'll generate millions of dollars in ticket revenue. We do not plan, this is important, we do not plan to significantly increase our ticket prices. And we will still have a family-priced get-in cost to get to the arena. But to be able to sell suites and the hundreds of club seats, this will conservatively generate an additional $3 or $4 million to our bottom line. Nothing in our future for our athletics program can allow that kind of growth. And then our women's basketball program. I want to take the opportunity to talk about our commitment to that program and the GSR's commitment to women's basketball. Mr. Morello was the first person to step up and sign and provide NIL money for our women's team. And the GSR is more than willing to allow our women's team to play in the new arena. We fully expect they will have opportunities through multi-team events, games with significant attendance, and postseason opportunities should they arise. The experience of our student athletes and fans is critical to the growth of our women's program. With the current atmosphere and attendance at our women's games, we agree that this doesn't create the kind of experience that we want for our women's team. Coach Levins and her staff are working their tails off to grow our program through sustainable success, both performance and support for the program. So we are committed for that, and we're excited for the future. The students. We understand there are questions about student support. It's important to be clear. Of the nearly 20,000 students on our campus, 5% come to our games. For the students who don't currently attend our games, this project does not negatively impact them. There are no fees, no costs, no change to their student experience. But for the nearly 1,000 students who do come to our games and bring the energy to Lawler, this project is transformational. And those students are supportive. As this project comes to fruition, we expect even more students will want to be a part of it. We've worked closely with ASUN, Wolves Den, and other student leaders to shape the game day environment that honors that spirit. We've also worked directly with the arena designers to have features like student-only entrances, convenient drop-off zones, proximity to the court, and more. The outcome will be a premium student-focused experience that is welcoming, energetic, and ours. We are also trying to bring the student energy back to the community. We envision the student transportation pickup and drop-off locations near the Virginia Street businesses. Post-game promotions to drive students right back to the local shops and restaurants. Small businesses near the university. Another item I wanted to directly address. This is a subject we do not take lightly. I have spoken myself personally to multiple owners that are being impacted by us moving off campus. We recognize the reality that several small businesses make their living off the university constituents, students, faculty, and Wolfpack fans. 16 men's basketball games will impact these businesses. As I shared with the businesses I spoke with, we want to work together. We want the student buses to pick up the students on Virginia Street next to the local businesses. We want to provide incentives to students and fans to return to the local businesses. I'm not sure if any of you remember Scruples Bar and Grill. It was on Plum Street in South Virginia, and they promoted their restaurant as a place to go before games. Scruples would fill up with Wolfpack fans, and then they would bus them to and from the games. Apparently, it was quite an experience for pregame.
Yes, I still miss their chicken stick.
The restaurants was the beneficiary. We want to be creative with the small businesses who have supported Nevada athletics. As one business owner said, I would rather have a strong basketball program at the GSR than a not very good one across the street. And the reality of NIL and the investment that Alex has made, we would take a significant step backwards without his support. A great basketball or a great football team impacts the entire community and lifts the energy and the spirit of a community. I have seen firsthand numerous college towns. Success in sports impacts the economy of a community. So the ask, I want to point out that none of us want to be on the side of the argument that goes against businesses, people, and families who have supported the university for decades. That doesn't feel good to any of us, and we know this has had impact on all of you. That is not lost on us. There are high stakes at play here, and it's super unfortunate to be in a position as we all value the people who have built and supported this community for decades. That said, I think it is critical to recognize the ask here. And that ask is to do what's right. What was already determined as a legal opportunity for the GSR 20 years ago, and it's what this community deserves. An opportunity that one man brought to this community because he believes in Reno. Someone willing to put his own money to advance our community. An opportunity that will bring hundreds of millions of dollars to this community, elevate our region, and create entertainment experiences that will rival any venue across the country. And the partnership. It is important to talk about the partnership with GSR and the Morello Group. I have experienced firsthand the experience with Alex Morello and the GSR staff for the last nearly 2 years. That's the perspective that I bring. Yes, there's risk in every bold decision. We all recognize that. What I want to share is that the Morello Group and the staff at GSR have been absolutely unbelievable to work with throughout the entire process. Everything from the color of the tiles in the locker room to the walls, the doors, the spacing between the visiting team locker room and our locker room, to the eating space and storage, the end venue experience, location of the seats, and the team entrance. Everything from the bus drop-offs and pickups to the band seating and student seating. We have had full input and full support. Trust is critical when developing a relationship, a long-term relationship, and it goes both ways. I do appreciate that so many people I have heard from in this community, including many of you, that are concerned and worried about the university. We take that concern very seriously, and we appreciate that we are all trying to do what is best for the university. The relationship will go far beyond my time here, far beyond President Sandoval's time. We recognize this and understand the impact of this long-term partnership. I believe that Alex Morello and the GSR staff are committed to making this a win-win relationship. I believe they place tremendous value on the university. I believe they will work as hard as we are working to elevate the University of Nevada and work to celebrate Nevada's college town. We are going to sign a long-term agreement with them, 20 years plus 10 additional years as options. We're going to work through each section of the contract to ensure that we create a sustainable pro forma that will work to benefit both organizations and create an unbelievable experience for our students and our fans. We are in this all together, and we're committed to creating a fair and transparent partnership that we can all be proud of. So the vision, now I ask all of you to imagine a city, a community, a town, Nevada's college town, where the university is central, where the Division I athletics program is thriving, where we're winning championships like our softball team did last weekend and our first-pace baseball team is trying to do in the next 2 weeks. One where our football team is going to bowl games, Mackey Stadium is full because we're competing. A community where our basketball team is winning, hosting great games, going to the NCAA tournament. We're hosting the men's basketball first and second round, which will transform our city into a remarkable weekend that helps everyone. Nothing brings a community together like a winning sports program, nothing. And if our teams are winning, our community comes together, and we are all elevated. The Nevada brand, the community awareness, and Northern Nevada is on the map. This happens with an arena like this. It will literally transform our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Okay. All right, we have someone else, I believe, from your team. We have Hunden. Oh, President Sandoval, come on up. Before you begin, I do want to ask Jackie for some housekeeping notes because we have some staff around that we would like to send home because it's getting late in the day and we have still a very long council meeting. So, City Manager Bryant, will you please let everyone know?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So item C1, joint fire presentation. C2, public engagement presentation. C4, benefits review external audit. And items G1, financial advisory board appointment, and G2, regional planning appointment will move to the next agenda in June.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. In case anyone was waiting, and particularly our staff, thanks. Okay, President Sandoval, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your patience in listening to all of these presentations. I've had the privilege and honor of growing up in this community. I'm going to grade school, high school, and this university, and I've firsthand seen all the history that's been presented today. I've been a student who's attended these basketball games way back when it was the Centennial Coliseum before Lawler was built. And then going to Lawler, and what brings us here today. You know, I've also had the privilege of being part of a lot of economic development projects. And I've never seen one like this one, as Mr. Diss presented, where it provides no risk to a community and an amazing upside to every member of this community. Now, I want to talk briefly about my relationship with Mr. Morello. And interestingly, I met him way back in 2010 while I was running for governor. And we were at an event together, and I was introduced to him for the first time. And he asked me what I thought about a potential investment in a property in Reno called the Grand Sierra Resort. And being a proud member of this community, having seen it from the MGM in all of its iterations, and to remind you, this was a time when we were in the teeth of a recession. The state of Nevada had the highest unemployment rate in the country. We had the lowest high school graduation rate. We had the lowest amount of people who had health insurance. I remember the headline, Reno, the Detroit of the West. And really, there wasn't a lot of hope at the time. And this individual, Mr. Morello, made the decision to invest in a time when nobody else would. And as somebody described earlier, literally 2 weeks before they were going to shutter that. And what a monument to failure that would have been. Now, when the idea of this resort or this arena came forward, we had a telephone conversation and we had meetings. And I saw this as the opportunity that it is. But we had conditions. And I told him, we have no money. We cannot, we being the University of Nevada, do not have $1 to contribute to this project. So that is A. B, you have to be fair, in terms of what it's going to cost us to present and have events and have our basketball team in there. And he said, absolutely, we want to work with you. And C, I explained to him, we can't feel like a visitor in our own community. This has to be the home of the Wolfpack. And as you can see, not on this one because that gap analysis frame is in the way, but he committed from day one that this would be the home of the Wolfpack, that we would have branding, there would be signage, that we would have a quality locker room that felt like ours, that the court would be ours, that he would accommodate. And Stephanie articulated it much better than I could, and we feel that way. And he has kept his word every step of the way. He is a man of honor, he's a man of his word, he's a man of commitment, and I'm proud to be able to work with him. Now, as president of the university, and again, as I think it was Mr. Dis presented one of those slides, we're in tumultuous times and we are in a time of change. So I'm not only the president of the university, I also sit as an executive board member for the American Association of Public Land Grant Universities. And I also was recently appointed to the NCAA Board of Directors. And there's been conversation, with regard to, and I should thank the commissioner for that appointment, but in any event, this NIL, a lot of, it is a big change from what I grew up with and what I have seen, but it is the new reality. And to be competitive in college sports, we have to have a venue and the ability to generate revenue and to have supporters like this so that we can not only just compete, because I'm not into competing, I'm into winning. And and this gives us the ability not only for this men's basketball team to win, but all of our sports programs. And it goes throughout the entire athletic department. Now, similarly, as president of this university, I'm fiercely competitive, and I do believe in my heart that we are one of the finest universities in the United States of America. And we have laid down a marker to do that, and we have invested over $400 million in our campus in the past 5 years. You see it just, maybe a quarter of a mile north from here, our new business building. That is a $160 million building, and the dean was here. It will be one of the finest buildings, business buildings in the United States of America. We recently invested in what we call University Village, which sits across the freeway, which was a tired, worn out, needed a lot of help. But as you heard earlier, affordable housing. We wanted to provide affordable housing for our graduate students, for our early faculty, early staff. We are in the process of refurbishing some of those homes which were over 100 years old, and I toured each and every one of them. They needed a lot of help and TLC. So we have done that, and we've made an investment there. And I could go on with all the other investments that you've done, and you're going to see more. You know, there was some discussion, and I heard a little bit of chatter about, well, we can just invest in Lawler. And you know what, I would love that. We don't have the money for that. And we actually commissioned a study to do that 3 years ago. And just to get, you know, so that it is I guess, presentable arena, it would have cost over $100 million to do that. We can't, you know, we don't have the money, and as I said, we've made the investments in other parts of campus. And as Stephanie said, and others have said, we love Lawler. We all have memories there. It's a wonderful place. But if we want to compete at the next level, if we want to have a facility that this community can be proud of and take us to that next level where we all want to be, we want to win. Again, I can't repeat what everyone else has said. This is the pathway forward. Now, again, as a lifetime resident of this community, you know, we've been really blessed through the years. We've had families and individuals that have stepped forward and have been willing to make generational investments in this community that have really made this a place that we can be proud of. And now we're at that next place. And again, I want to compliment Alex Morello for his willingness to take on that my own money, literally, and make a generational investment in this community that we likely, can never say never, but very likely will never see again. So I will tell you personally, I'm a little bit envious of all of you to have a project that's in front of you that can really change the trajectory of a community, of a university, of K through 12 education, economic development, produce jobs. It checks every single box. So with that, I appreciate your time and attention. You know, and implore you and respectfully request that you give this matter your favorable consideration. Thank you, and go Pack.
All right, thank you so much, President.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager. Just to bring the board back to your next steps, I'd like to introduce Mike Thiessen from Hunden Partners. They are the RDA agency's independent third-party analysts that were brought in to do the gap analysis. Mike will do his presentation, and then we'll turn it over to the board for questions at that time.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, hello, it's nice to see you actually in person.
It's very nice to be here in person.
We've been on a lot of Zooms.
Yes, and
phone calls,
it's much better in person, and thank you for having us. I think before we want to get started in our formal event, I think it's really important that you know that as a firm that does a lot of work around the country and internationally, the professionalism that we've seen from your staff, the university, and the Morello Group is top-notch. It was collaborative, it was professional, and it was focused. We cannot say that about all the other projects that we worked on.
Okay.
So you should be proud that if there is friction, it's not shown between the groups. I will say that much. There's clearly a vision of doing the right thing. And that's refreshing for us to work on projects like that. So thank you very much for that, and I just want to make sure that everybody heard that. So you do have something special here in a lot of ways. A little bit about Hunden, because we've never formally been in front of you. We've done over 1,000 studies across the country, almost $25 billion in different projects that are either built or in process. They range from convention centers, headquarter hotels, arenas, youth sports complexes, college facilities. Our firm's been in business about 20 years. I'm one of the project execs. I have one of the best teams in Hunden to work with, and we'll get to that. But these are our clients every day that we work with. So as you read from our memo, when people question our work product, we take offense to that. We take offense to our integrity. We take offense to our findings. So when we do work either for 2 NFL stadiums that this team of 3 is working on right now that we had a conference call on today, we take great pride in working for the municipality or working for the city and knowing that we're protecting them and that we're helping them make good financial, good political, good economic decisions. So whether it's a hockey team in the southeast that's looking to build hotels or adjacent to their arena, to NFL facilities, to college sports, which we'll get to a few of those because the commissioner mentioned one of them being the Deer District. We're also working in LSU and a couple issues here. So we're in this world, either fortunately or unfortunately, every single day, but we love it. So we talked about the NFL stadium in Chicago. So those of you that are Bears fans, we do represent the city of Arlington Heights. We worked on the Philadelphia Phillies and Flyers arena, which is now moving to South Philly, about $1.6 billion arena. Did some work outside of Virginia, in Virginia for the Washington Commanders Stadium. Then obviously some works in Indianapolis. We mentioned the Deer District. It's been spectacular. It's changed downtown Milwaukee. It's a thriving, awesome place to go. Not only for Marquette and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, but also for the Bucks. Baton Rouge Arena, which is LSU, arguably one of the top 5 or 6 athletic programs in the country, is working on a TIF project for a new arena off campus with a private developer. We did a TIF and star bond study in Lawrence, Kansas, which I know is important to you, Councilman Reese, as you keep saying, Rock Chalk Jayhawk. But that was related to football. And then in Cleveland County, which is the home of the University of Oklahoma, they are moving off campus at their center to go to a TIF-funded, multi-faceted redevelopment project as well. So the notion that TIF is not involved in college or private arenas or college arenas is not really founded. It's the new wave because of the nature of how to fund it. The halo is around the building is the hero. And the funding that's generated around that is where the TIF gets generated or the increment that comes in. And quite frankly, and I say this with all respect, President, this is not something that you see small or mid-sized universities do. This is cutting-edge stuff in the country. And I just don't say that as a LSU or University of Oklahoma. I know they have a bigger endowment. I know their athletic budget, and it is quite substantially bigger than the Wolfpack's athletic budget. I think football alone is about what your budget is in some of these universities. So this is a cutting-edge project that Reno is involved in. Here's our introduction. We don't need to do this, go through this. We were challenged to go for a but-for test. The but-for test was, is this project financially viable without help? We'll get to that answer, but that was our charge, and we took that seriously. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Lexi Koff. I'm a director at Hunden. Led the analyst team with Mike's guidance, and obviously this has been a long process, but we wanted to go over just kind of high-level findings and really what's got us to this point here today. So obviously the estimated construction cost, I think Brian and Andrew both kind of went over how things have escalated, and that's due obviously to external factors, but every day that this project is pushed, it is a considerable factor to understand that construction costs are increasing. So we started with construction costs for the phase 1 elements listed here at around $633 million. That number is now closer to $786 million. So the increase in costs largely due to the arena and materials needed to build such a substantial project has increased about $150 million. In terms of our analysis, what we did was take a look at those demand and financial projections. So the type of events and overall the type of value and therefore incremental new tax that would be generated on site over the RDA 2 period, so when that sunsets in 2035, but also looking at the larger 30-year period. And we worked with the tax assessors to understand how they value the current baseline property tax for this site here, and also how they would treat an arena, stadium, something that's substantial that would be hosting those events and not necessarily your traditional commercial asset, but how they would treat that in terms of valuing in terms of property tax. So here you have that overall time period. So the total through 2035 is around 68 million. And then in looking at the 30-year projected total incremental new tax revenue generated is around 294 million. And this number, we wanted to note that this reflects the total incremental property tax revenue across all municipalities. So it's not necessarily just the city's share, but that would be what would be generated from the total perspective. We also wanted to put this in a graphic to understand kind of where we're at today, or if this project does not happen, what happens to that property tax? Well, we have our gray outline here. That's the amount of property tax that's being received today or currently generated by this project, by GSR. And when RDA 2 ends, 2035, what would be continued to be generated is that same number. When we look at this project and what it has the ability to generate, it has 68.1 million that would be generated up until the ending of RDA 2 in 2035. So that's the incremental value that would be received by the RDA. Once that RDA 2 period ends, that total property tax revenue will be received by all the municipalities that Andrew had laid out earlier once that period ends. So that value is going to be realized by the city of Reno when they begin to collect the share of 26% of that total GSR property tax. I want to give Mike the ability to emphasize anything before we move on to our next slide here, because we do think that this is an impactful graphic to really understand just the gravity of this incremental tax.
Yeah, and if we could just go back to one slide, one more, just go back to where we were. No, not that far.
Oh.
Right here. You know, the really interesting thing is because Nevada has a property tax process that allows you to take depreciation on real estate over time, if we could do the mathematics, this really would be a downward sliding graph based on the investment that would happen at GSR, a warehouse, Danny's Donuts, or whoever was doing that investment, a FedEx plant, a Tesla plant, anything else. So if there's not a continued CapEx, this graph would actually have a very slight downward trend. But it's tough to do that, to figure out from a mathematical perspective what that would be. So while this is a very fair representation, it might not be 100% accurate, which is why we wanted to point out what happens when the increment does come into play.
Mm-hmm. Don't want to spend too much time on this, but we did highlight different case studies, not only across the country, but also looking at within the state of Nevada. So how other venues of a similar caliber or function have been funded in the past is largely with some sort of public investment. The most recent being the Lee's Family Forum in Henderson, built in 2022, which was about 50% public, 50% private. In terms of our project assumptions, so as Mike mentioned, we've done this all across the country. So the methodology and the approach that we take is relatively similar, but each market is completely unique. So we have that completely siloed approach when looking at what this market can support in terms of the events and attendance, but also what that would mean for stabilization. So not just the newness factor once a new arena opens, but also 4 years into the project at stabilization, what that looks like. So this is just to go over what those brief assumptions are for the arena: 95 events, 554,000 annual attendees, as well as that men's basketball lease. Highlighting the aqua golf impact here, which would mainly be that local amenity, but still a significant draw and driver to have, again, those non-gaming demand drivers. GSR incremental revenue would largely come from those incremental room nights, food and beverage revenue, as well as the casino gaming revenue. I'm gonna let Mike talk about those projected returns here now.
Thank you. So one of the analysis related to the but-for test was to take all of the money or the revenue that would come in and see if that could support the funding of the arena. I think the very interesting thing that happened as we were going through this is that GSR was insistent that we use the incremental revenue that was going to be generated on property because they thought that was intellectually fair and in the era of transparency. So they shared with us what they thought their hotel motel room nights, what they thought their increase in their food and beverage sales were going to be, and what they thought their increase was going to be on their gaming handle. That is not something that you would normally consider, but because they wanted the transparency, they told us that we need to show what the GSR would do because the arena would be in close proximity to the resort. So when you look at that, the current internal rate of return for this is approximately 3%. There's a few decimals either way. If we all were to go out and buy a 10-year T-bill, it would be approximately 4.5%. I don't know what happened today with the Fed with their announcement, if they raised rates or lowered them, but for our discussion today, we're going to assume, and that's a risk-free, governmental-backed funding. If we look at that and we back that out, that creates that $145.8 million gap in today's dollars. So the arena costs this much, there's a 3% return. If we balance that onto a risk-free rate of 4.5%, it creates the $145.8 million. If I misspoke, I apologize. The gap is $145.8 million. So that creates the implication for the but-for test. If there's a shortfall and there's the ability to close it by utilizing TIF or other P3 subsidies, then it triggers the but-for. We are very confident that the but-for here, because this arena would not generate enough money to justify an investment. There are probably a million other things that can be invested at a higher rate of return than an arena. So that clearly qualifies for the but-for test. There was identified gap. We used it against a very risk-free rate. If you were to do this against traditional real estate or at-risk real estate, that rate would be higher and that gap would be higher. But for this particular analysis, we thought it was fair to look at it from a risk-free rate.
Overall impact, so understanding from the city of Reno's perspective, there is a greater impact than when we look at the region. And a lot of that is due to the capturable drive time that the city has access to. We analyzed a lot of the current events happening, whether that be the baseball stadium or different events at Reno Event Center, and people are willing to travel to Reno for these types of events. So the impact here that we have listed from that 2028 to 2035, that's for that RDA period, but also that 30-year projection, where net new local tax revenue is roughly 74 million. And when we say net new, these would either be dollars that would not be spent in the city of Reno, or it's also recapturing that local spend. So we've heard people say that they go to Sacramento for concerts and music and events. They go to Vegas. So then having the opportunity to have that here, that money is then spent in the community, it stays here in the city, so it's recaptured. So this is all funneling through in terms of what we look at in terms of economic impact. We also did an analysis for the region just to understand the greater boundary and what that would generate in terms of tax revenue, which totals roughly $225 million over that 30-year time frame. Overall, looking at that proposed share agreement for the 90-10 split, we wanted to point out here how this process would necessarily work. The pay-as-you-go model, where GSR would be paying this new incremental property tax, that's $68.1 million, over the 7 years when RDA 2 sunset happens, and that would go to the City of Reno Redevelopment Agency. The redevelopment agency would keep them that 10% or $6.8 million of that total, and then the remainder would go back to GSR. So just wanted to show that graphic of how it would funnel through. Overall, the benefit to the community over, again, that 30-year time frame. So when we look at that return on investment for the city of Reno, which includes Reno's property tax, it includes the C tax, and includes the hotel tax, roughly 121%. But that's not taking into account also that net new spending, that economic impact, the jobs that would be supported, the construction that would happen on a one-time basis, which we outline here in the bottom graphics. We also do that for the region on the following slide, where it is a more significant return on investment just because there is that larger tax that's being captured from the property tax, C tax, and hotel tax, so about 367%. And again, significant economic impact that would not be happening but for this project. So that's everything that we had for you here today. Just want to thank you again for your time and for everyone being here.
Yeah, so I think Mayor, you had said hold all questions to the end. So I guess maybe we might be ready. I don't know. We've gone a while, so there's got to be a lot of pent-up questions, and I guess we're ready to take them on.
Okay, thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Great job. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the body unless there are other presentations that I'm missing. There were a lot of presentations, so I want to make sure.
No, Madam Mayor,
There
that is
isn't
it.
one more that you're forgetting on me.
Nope.
No, I'm fine. Okay, Brian, I just wanted to double check. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the body. I am just going to remind my council members, if your light is not on, I am not going to call on you because we also have a much longer meeting ahead of us. So I'm not going to waste time. We're going to go through exactly our council rules. So I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
before I start, and I'm not on the clock, I need to make a disclosure.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I have had a 50-year relationship with the university, and since I have checked in with our attorneys to make sure I don't have a conflict. And just to go on record, I am a two-time alumni. I serve on two advisory boards for the university. One is for the Masters in Public Administration, and one I'm chair of for the Mackey School of Earth Sciences and Engineering. I also served on ASUN and the GSA. I also have been a guest lecturer. I also have been a consistent donor, and I have routinely, and currently today, in my own office, have hired UNR interns for the last 20 years. So, given all that, I checked in with our attorneys, and they said that in that UNR is a public institution, and I take no money for any of what I've just said. I give money. I do not have a commitment in a private capacity, and therefore I can participate, but I wanted to go on record and explain that since many people know of these relationships. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Dewar. All right, I'm going to head to you, Councilman Reese, with your disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council members and Madam Clerk. In the interest of full transparency on this item, I must disclose that I am an adjunct faculty member at the University of Nevada, Reno, sometimes teaching in the business school, although I have not taught for the last several semesters and have no current plans to teach in the future. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office and do not believe I have a commitment in a private capacity to the interest of the University of Nevada, Reno. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting.
Right. Okay, anyone else? No? I'm going to start with Councilwoman Ebert, 3 minutes.
Okay, great. So I have some questions. I'm not sure if it's for Brian or the Hunden Group. When we talk about the different options and paying the, the different amounts, that's $68 million. Is that just a projected amount of property tax that would come in just from the GSR project, or is that from the RDA area as a whole?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. It is just from the GSR project.
Okay.
Compared to what it is currently generating in property tax now to what it would generate after this project is completed.
Okay, and do you know what we currently pay to lease the land for the fire station?
I do
Fire
not have
Station
that.
21?
What is it? $22.50.
$22.50 a month?
Yes.
Okay. And what would be the sale price? Do we know, or we don't know?
We have not done appraisals on what the fair market value
Okay,
is.
so
for
we
that
don't have
land.
any kind of assessment on that at all. That might be some important information when we're making a decision like this.
I can probably opine a little bit on it. In fact, the city just recently took some of my land at GSR and paid me a square footage. I'm not sure if you are or not, probably not aware of it. And we applied those same exact rates, and you guys aren't just paying me just to pay me, right? And based on that, the valuation of the land itself is between $4 and $5 million.
Okay.
And there is correct, and the rent is 22,000?
Oh, 22,000, okay.
2,200.
Right, which is like 24,000 a year,
Okay,
yes, I was focusing on
okay.
years.
All right.
And again, that is, that rent is way below what the real market value is.
Okay, all right. One sec here. For the but-for test, can you kind of elaborate more on that? I know it was kind of explained that they could financially afford it, but it wouldn't happen. I guess I'm just not understanding, like, if you use that kind of guideline, I would say like every project could fall under that category, right? Like I can afford it, but I want to have this extra financing.
Well, no, I don't think that's entirely true. So if we look at other investment opportunities or real estate opportunities, they may pencil out. Multifamily may pencil out because of the rents, the capital costs, the ongoing rent. So you would not need a but-for test, or that it would be financeable. An arena would not be financeable with that gap of $145.8 million. So, but for the TIF increment, this project would not move forward. Or
Okay, so
potentially
they
could
have
not
a
move
gap.
forward. They have a gap.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Council Member Dewar.
Sure. I have a lot of thoughts, and I have spent a lot of time trying to gather the data, get the questions answered, so I'm going to go right to my thoughts rather than take this time to ask questions. It would be great to sit in the audience and be a booster of the university, as you already know that I am. It would be much more fun than sitting up in this seat trying to be a guardian of our community's resources. I just loved the testimony that I heard today. But our job is not to be a booster, it's to ask the hard questions. It's to delve into the details, that but-for test that was just mentioned, the community benefits, the deal, and our common sense. It's our job to be skeptical and to kind of be those show-me people. Here's what I loved. I loved the arena. I love the value of sports that's been identified here today, the construction impact, the diversification on our community, the jobs that would be internal and external, the spin-offs, the food, the beverage, we heard it all. And to continue supporting the GSR success and to continue supporting UNR success. What I'm concerned about is using public money for private business. We were given a few examples. Most of them are public examples. I'm worried about fairness. I'm worried about shared prosperity, offsetting losses to other businesses, and I really appreciated Stephanie identifying that, acknowledging it, and identifying it. Protecting our public investments, which we've made both downtown and over by the Atlantis in terms of the convention center and the event center. The long-term commitments we've done, protecting our firefighters, all of these things have to weigh into my ultimate decision. It's also that one of my challenges here is in some ways we're being asked to pick winners and losers in business. And I'm a business owner myself, and I'm always looking, do other people have unfair competition? And one of my hallmarks of public service has been to level the playing field as much as I can. I've won awards for it. It's what I think about. This has been posed as the biggest project, the biggest TIF, and if we move forward, we have to do the right deal. It was mentioned that a rising tide lifts all boats, several times. And I say that is if all the boats are seaworthy. We don't want any drowning, we don't want any flooding. And I'm known as one to plug those holes, make things better, and look at deals to make sure that it is all fair and that as the community, as Reno, we're covered. So in some ways, I will share from a council perspective, although as much time's been spent with all the players, it's been a little bit rushed for me because we have not been participants at council in doing those deals. When I do my second round, I'd like to address some of the things that I think should be put into the deal. We've been offered 3 options. I don't know that any of them hit the right mark for me, so that's what I'll address in my next round. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Reese, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for my part, I have not a lot of questions for the presenters. I may in the second round, but I want to sort of give some thoughts as Ms. Dewar did, and I greatly respect my colleague on the dais. First is sort of a situational awareness for people who have never been in these chambers. This is heavy stuff, right? And it's nothing that any of us arrive at half-heartedly or willy-nilly. For many of these things, we've been looking at elements of it for 5, 6, 10 years, right? right? And so I'm going to start with a moment of gratitude, and that's the first place that I always start with in my decision-making process. And for that, I'll say first thank you to Alex Morello and to Lizette, also here today. I want to say thank you to President Sandoval, Coach Alford, Director Remp, Provost Thompson, and Dean Mosier. All of you have appeared here today and really shown your heart for this community. And of course, I also want to talk to all of those of you who are here to speak today in support of. Folks who have called and written. It is people who have stopped me at the grocery store. That's the kind of town we are. People feel very free to do that, and I thank them for it. One person in particular who's made a lot to me in this community, Rick Revilio, has been one of the biggest supporters of the University of Nevada, Reno, and also a business person, so he's given me a lot of good perspective. I also want to say thanks to the people in opposition, right? Old Reno families in this community who have done a lot for it have really borne their heart out on this thing too. They might not be here today. It can be sometimes a very difficult thing to be in a room full of people who are supporting a thing but be against it. But I do think families like the Caranos, the Esquagas, the Sheltras, the Paganettis, and the Farahis have done a lot for this community, and that we find ourselves potentially at odds over a project does not mean that we can't break bread together later. It just means that people have different visions of the world. And so it is true that we may have visions that are different from one another on the dais, but still leave as friends. And so I want to say thank you to all of them. And then the last person I'll thank is you, Madam Mayor. And I know you don't like that, but I will say that it takes a lot to lead a city. And there are challenging decisions that happen in any mayor's life that require diligence and thoughtful reflection and meetings and phone calls late at night. And I want to just say I learn a lot from you, and it is nothing easy to do the work that you do, especially when something like today happens and you have people in front of you who find themselves being for and against a thing, and ultimately some of us are going to have to make a judgment call from the dais about it. Again, I try to start with gratitude because it shapes the attitude that I have later about some of the questions I have. And so I've used my time to do that, and I certainly have significantly more things I'd like to say, and we'll try to do those in round two.
All right, well, thank you so much, Councilman Reese. I assume you want something? No? Do you want something from me? I have a feeling it's my dinner back there. Nice comments. No, very, very kind. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for everyone who is here. Councilmember Reese said a lot of things that I felt too. I have a couple specific questions, and I always feel when I get up here, my job is to ask the questions of the people that aren't here and who haven't got their answers. So I'm going to ask a couple questions that I haven't heard the answers to, but I want to start with a couple comments too. First of all, and I think Hunden talked about this a little bit, our team is phenomenal. Our team is phenomenal in this space, and they have done a fantastic job. And for all the other applications that are coming in here, I don't want to hear that our team has any biases or that they didn't do a good job. I don't want to hear it. They did a great job. And when they didn't have the answers, they went out and they asked for expert opinions. Our legal team is experts in what they're doing. Our financial team is experts in what they're doing. And they are not getting any kickbacks. They are not getting any bonuses. They are not getting anything from the city for doing their jobs. In my research, I called Tempe, Arizona. I talked to their economic development team. I said, tell me about Hunden. What can you say? Nothing. They said nothing but the nicest, most professional things. And the way that some people have come and attacked the research that has been done is it's unexcusable for us. So those are my first couple of thoughts. My second thing is the city is protected in this deal. I feel like we have done our due diligence. I feel like there is zero risk to us, and I feel confident in saying that. The two questions that I have. One, in the presentation, Brian, you said that the $68 million of TIF was not necessarily $68 million. If the investment is lower, it's lower. If it's higher, it's higher. I need a little explanation on that. And then my second question is for our legal team. There's been some talk about a promissory note, and I need that explained a little bit about what that means. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Taylor. So when the project is completed, the county assessor will go and assess the property, standard practice, as they normally will. At that time, based on the cost of the project, they'll assess it. We'll start to see the new tax increment revenue coming out. If they think that the quality of the project or they value engineered anything out, that number's gonna come in possibly less. Number could come in possibly more. But based on the construction estimates that Hunden completed as they see other arenas across the country, that is the best guess of what we think, and after talking with the county assessor, that it would generate in new property tax increment. And so that's kind of the guideline we're working now. We'll obviously see this in practice. If we're way off, we will have to look at the numbers and see what can be done. But right now, after consulting with the assessor and the costs, that's what we expect this project to generate.
So let's say costs go down in construction. Madam Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead, 30
Which
seconds.
never happens. And the stadium only costs $300 million. Will we still be on the hook for $68 million?
Is that, yeah, thanks.
Ashley, Attorney Assistant City Manager, for the record. No. The question in front of you, I believe, is you are asking, what is the city's exposure from a repayment obligation? And so what is proposed in front of you today is a split of the percentage of that new increment that is brought in. It is not tied to an actual dollar figure because that will not be known until after the property is built, assessed, paid for, and then the percentage of reimbursement would come. So in your scenario, if it comes in less, that means that we will be reimbursing less.
Thank you. And I'll get to the promissory note, I guess, in my next round. Thank you.
All right, great. And it's only on what is spent. So therefore, the number is concrete. So it's sort of like no guessing.
Yes, it has to do with the assessor's rate.
Right.
And their math, but
Yes.
yes.
All right. Councilman Martinez, go right ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I also want to take some time to just thank everybody for being here and sharing your opinions, whether one way or another, to this project. It obviously has stirred a lot of emotion and opinions for folks, so thank you all for being engaged in the public process and making sure that we are listening to everybody. I think I have two specific questions to start off this section. The first one is for the Hunden Group. One of the memos that is attached to our packet has to deal with an opinion that was drafted by Mr. Wells, and I'm wondering if you can sort of give us an overview. It sounds like, from my understanding of it, the majority of it was, Mr. Wells is claiming that there was an over assumption that this endeavor was going to be more successful than it actually is. And obviously there's more details in the memo, so if folks can come in there and they have more questions, they can read that. But I'm just wondering if overall you can give us an overview of your response to his critiques.
Yes, so I don't know, Councilman, that we did issue a response memo on that tried to address some of that. So just in a highlight, we believe, and Will can get into more detail about it because he's done a tremendous amount of research on this, is that Mr. Wells left out a few key pieces. Some of them were length of stay. Some of them were lower numbers than we used. And then there's some other items that could clearly cause a differentiation. Two economists will always have different opinions on what things will do. So he may be correct and we may be correct because we're trying to project the future. We're very comfortable in our economic model and our projections, and I'm sure he would defend his as well. But our issue, Will can get you into a little bit more detail about what the difference of the inputs are.
Right, and there's multiple reasons for that. The first thing to kind of point out is he went after arguing that big amount of spending, right? It's gonna be a lot less. First things about the CPI index, he did not factor that, we did. CPI index increase is exactly what you guys use for your budgets and your financial projections.
Come up to the microphone.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Better?
We just, that News 4 is not our microphone.
Oh.
So just try to lean into the bigger one. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yes, so kind of to refresh, first thing is that big spending, that economic net new spending, where he's saying it's a lot less than what we are projecting. And there's a few reasons for that. The first is we accounted for CPI index, which is the same thing that you all do when you're looking at budgets, financial reports. Another issue is we really consider off-site spending. Spending that's gonna happen at that small business next door, at the donut shop, right?
Yeah.
And that's another thing that we factored. The other part is displacement. And as Andrew just talked about, we don't really see that much displacement as that's being factored. We, of course, accounted for it. We know that every person coming to a UNR basketball game is not going to be net new. And that's another aspect. The second point of Mr. Wells' argument was about, finding that financial gap. And we were a little puzzled on how he came up with a 2% cap rate on an arena. The article that he references talks about industry average cap rates for your normal real estate investment, so your hotels, retail, multifamily. And none of that comes even close to a 2%. And cap rates, I know it's kind of a big concept, is kind of factored by risk. And there's not much that's more risky than an arena. You have your safest, which is your multifamily. You have something that's more risky, which is a hotel, and we see around an 8 cap for that. So to, argue that an arena would have a 2% cap rate is just a little puzzling.
It looks like I'm over time, so I'll just wait till my next session.
Great.
to
Thank
get my
you
other
so much.
question. Thank you.
Councilwoman Anderson.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to first say that I was born and raised in this community, and I remember every one of these projects that's been built. As a little girl, I actually think I gained a stepfather once from him traveling to the region and building the original MGM Grand. So just a little whack, history on my background here. I have some questions, but I want to focus on what some have called the generational investment in Reno that this project represents. And at this time with our economy and being a proud and a rabid fan of Reno Tahoe, the fact that, Mr. Morello, you're bringing $750 million of your own dollars to take a very significant bet on Northern Nevada and in Reno is very, very appreciated and recognized by me. I am very, very interested in not only the basketball and all the other shows that are going to be coming to this arena. I will say that the last time I went to a concert at Lawler Event Center, it was to see Elton John, which was in the year 2000, I believe. So we are long overdue for
Well, mine was Rod Stewart.
an arena. Yeah. Well, I almost said Prince, so
Miss
which
Anderson.
was either
I
right
did
before
see
or
that too.
right after. Yes.
Miss Anderson, mine was Michael Bolton.
Okay, fantastic. And so what I'm trying to say is having a state-of-the-art venue to see high-end talent. We're not going to have Taylor Swift in this arena, but we are going to have a world-class environment to watch high-end talent, and I'm very, very excited about that. I would like to explore a little bit more about your community engagement with the ICE fans that have come through. Everybody's here for basketball. Big fan. I want to know about hockey. I want to know about your discussions with Reno Ice and what your vision and plans are to integrate that amazing hockey community into this arena.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Anderson. Andrew Dis for the record. From the very get-go of this project, we brought in Mr. Grace and representatives from Reno Ice to start discussions about this, because the last thing we wanted to do was compete with an existing venue like Reno Ice that people have fallen in love with. We heard the stories from multiple people earlier today, and we told them, we want to build a community ice piece as part of this project, but if you guys feel like it's going to compete with you, we're not going to do that. And they said, no, it's actually the other way around. We need it. You heard it from them today saying the demand is so great that we could probably stand up 4 or 5 sheets of ice in this community and still have more demand that wants to use it. So we are going to be sponsoring the Reno Ice Youth Leagues for this upcoming season, and we are looking to grow that relationship as the facility is hopefully being built. And then once it's opened, we will increase and strengthen that partnership as it goes on.
All right, I'm going to send it
Just
back.
add real quick. As you all know, I'm a huge hockey fan, so that should speak for itself. And so is my daughter and the rest of my family. We're much into hockey and youth hockey. Right now, what I really focus in is on youth hockey, and you will have my complete support on that. And I'm a huge, again, I have a lot of respect for the hockey players back there, and I love the sport.
I mean, come on, it's the most amazing sport ever where you can knock each other out and you're on very thin ice. Right? All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so I'm reading back through the report here, and I'm kind of circling back to the but-for test. And it says, by analyzing the expected returns from Phase 1 of the project, which includes the arena and aqua golf, and comparing them to benchmark investments such as the current risk-free rate, Hunden concludes that the development does not provide a sufficient return to justify the investment. So it doesn't say that there's a gap. It's just saying it doesn't justify the return for the investment. And I don't really need to get all into that, but I'm just saying this doesn't say that there's a gap. And there was something else in the presentation by Mr. Dis regarding a new kind of similar venue in Sacramento, and I was thinking about that when he was talking about it, because California doesn't have this kind of financing available anymore. They got rid of redevelopment. So I looked up what's going on there, and it says that they're paying for it on their own. The casino's paying for it, the district is paying for it. They're not getting public funding for private business. So I'm just wondering, like, why the city of Reno should use our public funds for a private business when we have things like the placemaking study that outlined all the areas we're deficient in downtown, that we're not focusing on those areas where it's a community benefit, that it doesn't cost money for any citizens of Reno to go, and instead focusing that money on an arena and a golf thing that is not going to be free to the citizens of Reno. We're going to have to pay to go there. And it's been explained that this arena will be cash flow negative, so there'll have to be surcharges to keep it, operating because of operating costs. So I'm just not exactly sure why this particular investment should make sense to us, knowing that our downtown is in the shape that it is. We want to be a college town. We have UNR, and then we have the GSR all the way down, down here, but we got nothing going on in between.
Councilwoman Ebert, Andrew, just for the record, the first part of your question regarding the possible development outside of Sacramento, that's on tribal land. They do not pay taxes. They do not pay property tax. The gaming taxes are, they have to enter into a compact with the state of California. It's fundamentally different than what we are facing and all the public taxes that we are responsible for with this development. And so I think Ms. Turney wanted to address the second part.
Thank you. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Councilmember, one very bright line of distinction, though it can feel kind of confusing because you serve in both roles. This is currently under the Redevelopment Agency. It is not the City of Reno. And so the increment that is in this space is dedicated specifically to the RDA agency, which has very specific uses that you can use. This additionally is in RDA 2, which does not encompass your downtown. That would be in RDA 1, and we look forward to, as we mentioned, multiple other projects that will be coming in that will hopefully develop additional increment in the RDA 1 area.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just comparing the types of projects, and we have other gaming entities that we're not providing additional funding to, haven't, and there's not a whole lot of other restaurants or businesses right around the GSR. They're kind of tucked in an industrial area. So I don't know how, what other business is going to really benefit right around the GSR. People will probably be eating there, gaming there. People will likely maybe stay at other places. But the lion's share of the business is going to be going to this private business because there's not really a whole lot else right in that area. And also, I was curious, is the GSR applying for any tax abatements through the GOED office?
Councilwoman Ebert, Andrew Dis, for the record, we have looked at every possible incentive program that is out here, and this is the only one that we qualify for.
Okay. So no abatements through the state.
Councilwoman
Okay.
Eber, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay, thank you.
You're 2 minutes over. I'm going to go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to continue. So, assuming that we move forward, there's so much support. It looks like it has tremendous benefits. What I want to make sure is that the community benefits are there as well, not just it feels good, we think it'll do this, it probably does that, numbers look like this. And I want to remind the council of a project that we did. Stonegate came in and they wanted us to help with a SAD, a special assessment district, and they wanted to use our bond rating, not our money, but they wanted to issue bonds under our heading and get the benefit of that lower tax rate. And for doing so, we gave them no money, no TIF, no nothing. They gave us millions in recreational fields that they committed to, repositioned their schools, offered to do and committed to do connections for electric cars in every single 5,000 homes, and so on. When Walmart came in, they did a deal with with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and they had laid out many community benefits, and they don't pay the same kind of taxes since they're a sovereign nation. And in that deal, Walmart committed to hire so many employees from RSIC and those kind of things. I'm just giving examples. I would like to make it simple. Just do it and everyone go have a nice day and it's all going to be beautiful. And I already mentioned that we've got a job to be focused and to be those critical thinkers. So let's say Doug's Donut Shop does actually pencil and they can do it on their own. The question is, what would we have done with $68 million in this RDA area? Would we have addressed sewer? Not very sexy, but needed. Paving roads, many people have won and lost elections just due to potholes. Would we have done 2 pools, one in Ward 3 and one another place? I mean, the list is endless, what we could do with those funds. And maybe if the redevelopment area goes away, at some point, all of those funds come in, we can do some of these things. So I just want to list a few because there's not, I have 1 minute. Potentially, we have investments, public facilities. Is it possible that we could talk about a $2 surcharge on tickets? You've committed to workforce housing. Could we put a commitment into the agreement about that so that the new employees actually have a place to live? What about the potential losses to UNR adjacent businesses? Begun to be addressed, but could we pencil that? Could we put that in an agreement? I'm worried about UNR's commitment, actually. Academics goes right along with sports. Their long-term rates, I was really glad to hear that there's a longer-term contract being envisioned. But what about all the poor students? We've heard about that. I was a poor student. I could barely make it through college, just grants and loans. Grandmother sent me $50 a month to live on. It wasn't a lot at the time. The women's basketball, and if I may just continue my list, Madam Mayor.
30 seconds.
All right. The women's basketball, some of that's been answered. Thank you, Stephanie, but I still am concerned about it. The future of Lawler, is that a stranded asset? What happens there? Does it just sit? How do we support the increased travel with the roads, the maintenance, the police, the sewer to the GSR? How does that get paid for? A labor agreement, I know that you've offered to pay prevailing wage. Is there a project labor agreement? And then finally, and this is important to me, every agreement, you got to think in terms of a prenup. What if something goes south? Could we work out that we could settle any kind of disagreements not through lawsuits, but through arbitration or some other method so that we remain positive partners? It's really important to me. This is what we're supposed to do on these kind of things, and I'm trying to live that dream, be a good council member, get to the bottom line. So I want it to be a win-win. And I think if we even spent the 3 hours that we did on public comment today in a room, talking through these issues, that we could put a fine pencil, and some of them would make sense to lots of people.
Right, Councilwoman, you're
Thank you.
over.
It's okay.
All right, Ms. Turney, you want to come up and address some of those questions?
Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager, for the record. Some of those would need to be addressed directly by the applicant. One thing that I would caution this board is what's in front of you today is a financing tool. This is not a development agreement. It is a different agreement than what this body has seen in the past. I defer to our legal counsel if she feels that I'm in the wrong vein there. strictly what's in front of you today is the discussion on the tax increment financing and that split that's before you. Additional requests would need to be something that would have to be discussed with the applicant separate from this agreement. Again, this is a financing instrument. This is not a development agreement where we can add in some of the things that you've asked for, as you mentioned, from a previous development.
So do we, if I may just follow up, what are we going to be asked to vote on then today?
What will be in front of you today, there are 3 proposed options from the term sheet. These are the negotiated terms. Again, this body can choose as you please. There is the TIF split is what's in front of you. So
Right.
100%, 90-10,
And
or
then would
90-10
that
with
be
an earmark.
memorialized in an agreement?
Correct. There is.
Would that come back to council?
What is proposed today is for that not to come back to this body, for you to have the chairwoman of the board, your mayor, to execute that. That agreement is included in your packet today. Legal has reviewed it. There may be some very small changes. Nothing would be material. If there were material changes from the applicant or our legal side, it would come back before this body.
And is that different, Ashley, than we typically do?
It's very similar from what you do in other ways, in the sense that when the agreement is part of your packet, you've reviewed it as part of your supplemental documentation, has been reviewed by legal. So in that regard, it's very similar. You sign every document, or you can also have the executive director, which is the city manager, execute that document as well.
And I'd like to I kind of want to point out that we don't have a lot of economic development tools. We really
not.
don't.
As a city, I
And-
would say this is the only one you have.
And the hard part is, when I stepped into the seat, we were $600 million in debt. We did not have any room whatsoever to make any investments. So really, in order to make things work, we have to do private and public partnerships. But what has to happen here with the TIF project, someone has to be willing to make the investment. And I haven't seen a lot of that. There's, one other person, downtown that's really making the commitment. So you kind of have to have that in place, really, to make a project of any significance work. And that's just the bottom line. And so my point is, I guess I want to point out, because I think people are getting a little lost here, is that that entity has to come in and say, I'm making that investment. Otherwise, there's nothing generated. There's nothing there. Nothing.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. And this body, you may recall, you re-energized your redevelopment agency back in August of last year by setting standard expectations, guidelines, applications for all the applications to come in. So anyone is eligible to apply for those if they're in those areas, and we would be happy, willing, and excited to take all those applications. This is the first one in front of you, but to your point, you do need to have someone who is ready to make that investment.
And I was going to say, I would encourage anyone that wants to make those investments and bring them forward to the council. There just hasn't been anything of that significance.
Correct.
And actually, the people that have invested, I have to say, oftentimes, they are painted as villains, or just, some of the things that you hear out there. I do think it's the minority, so we have to be really careful of those things, but people that are doing really good things in the community, from housing to entertainment projects. And, we have to recognize that. I think people really forget how important it is to show that your city is innovative. If you want people to invest and, call this place home. I think, too, the other thing is, as a mayor, I'm highly competitive. I know you are, President Sandoval. I don't like to lose at all, whatsoever. But I also have to really remind everyone, we all have to be rooting for Reno. I cannot pick and choose my children. That's not how this works. And I want to send a message, to the outside world that Reno is doing something. We're relevant. We're creating jobs. We're creating innovation. We're creating a great university. We're creating just an incredible community for entertainment, innovation. Everyone knows how much I love sports. and arts and culture, we have changed a lot in the last decade. And I think, we need to continue to look forward. But I also want to say that I'm grateful for the people that make the investment, that want to make the investment in Reno. It says that we matter. It says that our community is really relevant. The nice thing is we can all pick and choose where we get to live. And if that's not the vision for the community you want to live in, that's okay too, right? But I think it's overwhelming that we have a lot of citizens here today. And I just want to reiterate, as the mayor of the city, I want everyone to thrive. Because guess what? If you're not, they're going to California. They're going to other places. People that are worried about, oh no, my backyard, don't worry about your backyard, because you should be lifting up your backyard. Because what you should be worrying about is that going to California or other places, other cities. That's the problem. Why? No jobs, no education, no entertainment, no great quality of life. You have to have revenue and economic impact to build a great community and have significance, and also have a great quality of life. Can you imagine no jobs? I mean, what that looks like, no infrastructure, no education, no arts and culture. I mean, I'll never forget when I said, I want to do Burning Man sculptures inside the city of Reno. People thought I was crazy. And so I just think that we have come to a whole new playing field and saying that Reno matters. We've been on a lot of top 10 national lists, and there's a reason for it, because visionaries see, like Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Morello, and, in all of our gamers, beautiful properties. I had the Conference of Mayors over at the Pepper Mill, all of them. But if we're all investing in Reno, I promise you, we will win. We will win. So. Anyway, I think we are at our 2 rounds, I believe. Councilwoman Ebert, you've had 2 rounds?
I have,
Correct.
but I don't know if
Okay.
everyone else has.
Okay,
Madam
I'm going to
Mayor,
go with Councilman Ebert, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. Look, I want to make sure everyone understands a few things. This is the most significant decision that many of us will make in our time on council. As a result of that, I've spent the last 5 years studying TIF, going to cities where TIFs have been done well and being done poorly, trying to figure out what other cities got right, because that's what we want. We want to get it right. Ultimately, it's okay to ask questions, and many of the questions that have been asked at the dais, I've already asked and answered those questions for myself. I've met I've probably had 100 meetings on this topic with our staff, with the applicants, with people opposed to the presentations. I don't have a lot more questions, but sometimes when I hear questions, it begets other thoughts. And I think, Ms. Turney, you said it very well, that some of the questions suggest that there are just differences of what type of vehicle we're using, right? So what is TIF? And here's what I conclude. One of the things that I did read in the run-up to this is Dr. Alicia Barber's book, Reno's Big Gamble. And she's an incredible historian of this community, and she talks about the interplay of civic reputation and promoted image and a sense of place. She also warns against over-reliance on tourism because, as she says in the book, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes we gamble big and we fail. It also talked about Reno's ability to evolve and rebrand itself, and that's what I'm interested in. There is little to no risk to the city. Ms. Taylor, the vice mayor, has already indicated that. That's because we've had the questions with our legal team. We've had the questions for the finance team. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime generational partnership. That I believe that does not make me a cheerleader. It tells you that I have done the homework to know the answers to the questions that are important to me. So that I bristle at the thought that if I don't ask questions or I haven't dug deep enough, I'm not doing my homework. I've done the homework. It's time to have some conversations about the why. There is an element of faith that is certainly required in any partnership. And one of the things that was very impressive to me today was the number of people who showed up here and said, I know Alex Morello. I've known him for this many years. Mm-hmm. He has proven himself to be who he says he's going to be. I'll also tell you, I've known President Sandoval my entire legal career. As a lawyer, sometimes lawyers have just this way of communicating about one another. But this is a person who has also governed the great state of Nevada. And so when you have these 2 gentlemen who are putting their reputation and their faith in this community far be it for me not to do the same thing and extend my hand in faith. Jim DeVold also said something very true, which is that if we do not pursue growth opportunities, we are DOA. And, you know, I love Yerington, but don't want to live there, right? Eloy Hara came and he said something that also resonated with me. And Madam Mayor, you'll give me a little bit of leeway
Yeah.
to finish my thoughts. But he said, you have to pursue smart growth opportunities. It's not growth at any cost. It's not growth not knowing the realities of the road we face. It's saying, hey, I'm going to believe in Reno, like Dean Mosier said. It's saying things like new funding that's paid for exclusively by growth is a no-brainer. That's what Derek Bivet said. Corey Hunt said it would be a tidal wave of things. And certainly it is true that sometimes you gamble. And I hope that most people gamble and win. I don't think they build these casinos by that mantra, but maybe they gamble and win a lot at the GSR, and we'll hope for that. And sometimes you gamble and fail, right? The question is, what protections does the city have legally and financially so that the risk to us is that we're playing with house money, right? And in fact, we're playing with Mr. Morello's money, quite frankly, because we are not going to increase taxes. We're going to have this new thing. And at the end of that, it is a financial deal, right? If you can't look at the financial information that Hunden has provided, and even the Wells report provides a very incredible opportunity. Even if you took the lower of the two numbers and two economists can disagree on a thing, you would still be an incredibly better place than where we are today, which is no development there. This claim about, well, they can build it on their own, they won't need us and we'll get the whole thing, that is just a game of chicken I'm not willing to play when the University of Nevada, Reno has a vision for this community's future, and that vision is something we all ascribe to. And again, I'm not a cheerleader. I'm a skeptic. I am someone who publicly opposed the Raiders deal, the Oakland A's deal. They weren't here. I didn't have to burn a lot of capital to oppose them. But intellectually, one has to wrap your head around the idea that this is a different financial tool, the one that we have in the redevelopment agency. And as I sit here today and wear the hat of a redevelopment agent, these other questions, which I think at times can be used to tear down the vision, are ones that I'm not willing to gamble Reno's future on. I'm going to bet on us every time, and I think I have a track record of having done that and made good decisions, and I will live with the decisions that I make today and going forward, because there's a lot more redevelopment deals to be had. Every one of them is going to have to come and stand on its own merits. Probably none of them will be as so exciting as to have, Colby yelling from the rooftops about it. But each one of them will be an important part of Reno's future, a future which right now looks a little scary, right? And that someone who said, I'm going to bet on Reno today and bring nearly $1 billion of investment into this community, I'm not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. So I say thank you. I'm prepared to vote when the time comes. I will be supporting.
All right, thank you, council member. Go ahead. Councilmember Taylor, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. You can probably sit down, Ashley.
She's being so good.
I know, she's being so good. I would like to say, Mr. Morello, thank you for investing in our community. You've done it in the past. I believe you will do it again, and I believe in you, and I'm appreciative. I had a conversation with Mr. Sandoval, President Sandoval. It was very candid, and I let him know what my concerns were. And he said, will you please keep an open mind? And I said, I absolutely will keep an open mind. I will keep an open mind, and I will not make a decision until I've heard everything. And that's where I'm at right now. And the athletic director, Stephanie, you said something, and you said, recognize the ask. Recognize the ask. And I take that very seriously. You said the people, businesses, and families around the university might be hurt a little bit. Those are the people that I represent. Those are the people that elected me. Those are the people that I have to speak for in this space. I think this is a great project. I'm supportive of it. But I went to the people. Go ahead and get your phone. I talked to businesses. I talked to families. I talked to students. I had one-on-one conversations, and people told me, this is going to hurt me. This is going to hurt me financially. I talked to Hall of Fame athletes that are in the Hall of Fame at university, and they said, we don't like this. So while I think this is a great investment, I am absolutely supportive of that. I cannot go against the people of my ward that have asked me to speak for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I think, I just had a quick question. I think the athletic director spoke a little bit about the lease and the approval there, and just wanted to understand that a little bit more. I know it's outside of our processes and our jurisdiction, but I don't know if President Sandoval would like to discuss what the process entails to look at the lease and maybe harp a little bit on the community benefits on that, of that going through. I don't know if you have a sense of what the regents are thinking. I'm obviously not asking you to speak on their behalf, but if you can share with us what the process looks like on that end.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, tuning through you to Councilman Martinez. As the athletic director Remp mentioned, we have these concepts. There is a commitment by Mr. Morello to sign a long-term lease agreement. We won't get, once that is completed, we will go to the Board of Regents and present that to them, and it's subject to their approval. I can't speak for the regents, there's 13 of them, but I would have a high level of confidence that they would be supportive of this, and I hope we get to that point. I truly do. And Councilwoman Dewar, you had mentioned about poor college students. They go to our games for free.
Yeah.
And they will continue to go to our games for free. And then you also mentioned a wasting asset. I'm not sure if that's the terminology you used with regard to Lawler. I think all of you have had your experiences at Lawler, as have I. Pavarotti performed there. The Eagles performed there. Prince performed there. No one comes anymore. Nobody wants to come. We have gone to the RSCVA and said, please put us in your inventory, make it available. No one is interested because no money has been put into that.
And you sure did
facility.
do that.
Pardon me?
You sure did do that. I
Yes.
can attest to that.
I just called it a stranded asset, meaning it's over there, maybe not being used as it could, and I just wondered what its future might be.
Yeah, no, and you would not meet anyone more than me that would love to monetize that more, because that's direct revenue to our athletic department and to our university. So with that, I hope that was responsive to your question, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, President Sandoval. I appreciate you sharing that. And I think having reviewed the sheet terms on a whole different side of the coin, looking at the agency fee, prevailing wage, the maximum tax increment reimbursement being set at a specific amount, I feel comfortable with the protections that staff has negotiated with Mr. Morello and making sure that the city's money and public tax dollars are protected and there's still an ability to capitalize on the investment, this huge investment that the Morello Group is willing to make. The only other thing I'll mention, just because there were Girl Scouts here earlier and we've talked about youth sports, but I know for Councilmember Reese and I, youth sports and recreation is a huge component. So golf and the ice rink and those other amenities are a huge portion of the benefits that come with this project. So thank you for that work, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so I'm just going to harp on this one more time. I'm going to keep asking you every single year that you're in town what is happening with community engagement, how many of our kids are able to enjoy this stadium, how many, I'm going to keep asking you that for your commitment and for your creativity and for our ability to continue to grow the access to this arena and the ice and potentially the golf and anything else that gets built here. Just one thing I wanted to circle back on, it's been brought up a few times here that the city council here, we don't choose winners or losers, right? In town. We don't pick one business over another business. I want to ask everyone in the community that is listening and that wants to be a supporter of this project, I'm going to ask you sincerely to continue to support the businesses in and around the property of the university. Make sure that you've got all of your Nevada gear when you show up at the GSR. Make sure you get on those buses to make sure that you're at these games and you're buying tickets to all the different events that are here. And I just want to make the point that Mr. Murillo, you have chosen Reno as a winner. we're not choosing you as a winner or a loser compared to other businesses. You have chosen to invest in Reno, and that makes us a winner. So thank you for that. I am very grateful for that. One last question, and this is for our legal team. I just want to make sure that let's just say there has been talk about the RDA being potentially looked at to be extended for 10, 20 years later at a different legislative session. If that does not happen, are we at any legal exposure at all? Is this a 10-year deal and a 10-year deal only? I know that this has been touched on. I just want to make it sure, or make it clear one more time on the record. Are we in any exposure to be sued if the city of Reno decides not to extend our RDA 2?
Thank you, Councilwoman. For the record, I'm Rory Robinson with Kaempfer Kroll, and I've been the agency's outside counsel for this matter. And the answer is no, the agency would not be on the hook for any funds that are not actually received by the agency and payable to the terms and conditions of the owner participation agreement and the note that's delivered in accordance with that agreement. It says, and it's boldface, that anything owing any amount that has been deemed in advance, which would be any amount that's payable on account of eligible improvements. So for even anything to be payable under the note, the improvements would have to be completed. And then the agency would have to be determined that it was in accordance with the agreement. And then that amount is payable under the promissory note, but only to the extent that the tax increment is actually received by the agency, and it has to be during the time period remaining on the current term of the redevelopment project. The note matures on the date of expiration of the current term of the redevelopment project, and anything remaining that would potentially be payable otherwise is forgiven. And it states that both in the owner participation agreement and the note. The note is not even, we call it a note just because it's an easy instrument to set forth, what is owed, what's your source, what's the maturity date, and that, forgiveness term. But that's only issued if all of the conditions are met under the agreement.
Madam Mayor, because we have our lawyer on the hot seat, may I just
Go
ask
right
related
ahead.
question? So I want to make sure I understood something. I don't think it's a note, right? A promissory note, like what I have on my home, has a certain set of obligations which require me to perform those obligations. So I'm just trying not to be the lawyer. I am not our lawyer. I play one on TV. But it seems to be more it's an obligation, right? That there is no debt that is created by it. If the assessor assesses and collects and it is paid out upon the split, that's all we're saying is we're going to pay the split according to the terms of our agreement. So that's why I don't think of it as a promissory note.
Yeah, and we've termed it a note, and I know, other agencies use that term, and it's, but I do a lot of construction law and, other types. So, notes are payable accordance with their terms. They have maturity dates, and it is perfectly legal to have forgiveness. And we provided very clearly, that this is a limited source note, which is also legal. So everything is set forth in the four corners of the document. Again, we use bold. So yeah, there would be no additional
there will be
obligation.
sophisticated people on both sides of this transaction. I want to just make sure that I'm clear, and so my colleague's question was, it is not a promissory note. It may be a note, and there are different kinds of notes, but it's not the same kind of note that you have on a mortgage. It just is not.
Right,
It's different terms.
right. It's definitely not, and we also say that, it's not supported by any other source of income of the agency, full faith and credit of the agency, no taxing power. All of those provisions are within the four corners of the
No
document.
water falling to the city's general fund,
Right,
no bond obligations,
absolutely. And
no debt.
solely, not the other RDA, the only source of payment under that note is the tax increment, if we, has been discussed and put on the record. So, yeah, it's an unfortunate term. We can call it an instrument. But yeah, there is no liability that's going to extend beyond what is received and, anything owed beyond the expiration date of the Redevelopment Agency 2, Project Area 2, and if it is extended by statute, and I've, previously worked on an extension, first of all, it's something typically you have to opt into, but the agreement provides very clearly that that's not an automatic extension. We'd have to go through this process again, or something similar, to have, any amendments. So it would be an open meeting to have that approved.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it. We have had 2 rounds, so everyone has exhausted their 2 rounds. Councilwoman Ebert, will you please turn off your mic?
I wanted to know if we can have another round.
1 minute.
Okay, so I have a lot of stuff. I'll try and talk quick. So I looked through some different college arenas during some presentations and saw that this arena is significantly smaller than the average college stadium. And I think that if we're really saying that this will be a way to bring in larger events, we're not going to get Beyonce here or Taylor Swift with a 10,000 seat arena. It's not going to happen. And all the other arenas I looked at had men's and women's teams there. So since it's cash flow negative, I don't know why we can't support the women there as well. And I've heard the comments about, there's less women in attendance, but I don't understand how it could work other places and not here. And to Councilmember Taylor's point, I don't think that this can not pull business from other areas. I don't think that this is possible to exist without doing harm to other businesses where the team will be leaving. So that's it, I guess. That's all I have time for.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep. So I just want to go on record as saying, I think an important point here for all of us, which is that even when you're very excited about something, and in fact, especially when you're very excited about something, it's incredibly important, I think, and appropriate to ask hard questions, and it makes the deal stronger. It makes us all do better. And that's my role. I am planning to lean in and support this, but I'm very interested in what of the 3 options we've been presented people are going to be interested, or is there a 4th option? And I've even heard you talk, Madam Mayor, about other thoughts as well than the 3 we've been presented. I don't know if you're leaning towards one, but, it's not wrong. I just want everybody to know it's good to be a critical thinker. It is not wrong to ask questions. It's not wrong to protect the public good, and that is our role, all of our role. And you can still be a booster at the same time. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we get to support.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. I want to lean into something Mr. Martinez said, and also Ms. Anderson, about the community benefit, right? Because that's what I've had when I went out into the community and people asked me in Rayleigh's, "What are you going to support this? What are you doing?" And I said, well, I'm collecting information. What do you think would be a community benefit? And of course, the first benefit is the increased tax revenue that it generates by its own volition. But there's other things, there's jobs, there's the construction jobs, there's post jobs. The university is an important piece to me. But the one that you have both highlighted for me is that sort of component about recreational opportunities, youth athletics, and I think it's aqua golf, it's ice skating, of course, it's basketball. I mean, I want to see us having youth camps for children to go to play with our university men's and women's basketball teams. So it's really about sports. So the community benefit I'm hoping for and really want to lean into is that, right? There's a benefit also, of course, to the land underneath the fire station, which has a $4 or $5 million price tag. The fact that we're not going to pay rent anymore on a facility. Those are benefits, but I'm interested in the one that Mr. Martinez, you and Ms. Anderson brought to light.
Okay, just one thing I do want, I always try to sort of do this with every project we look at, because, we do hear a lot of things and a lot of things that aren't true. So I do want these on the record. Talk a little bit about, I have heard that this is a tax in perpetuity that goes back to the developer.
Madam Mayor, Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager, for the record. Thank you for the question. There has been some, I would call it misinformation out in the media. This is not a benefit that goes back in perpetuity. The RDA sunsets in August of 2035. The agreement very clearly indicates that tax increment cannot and will not be refunded to the developer after that date of that sunset.
Okay.
So not in perpetuity.
Okay, the other myth that I would like to ask you about is that you get a bonus based on if this is approved.
No, ma'am.
Well, I love to have it on the record.
No, ma'am, that is, Your Honor, that is not correct. I don't know where that started. We are hired through a competitive bidding process from the city. We simply represent the city.
And complete independence, correct?
Completely independent.
All
There is
right.
no bonus, no bonus, no bonus.
Okay.
Have I cleared that there's no bonus? Okay.
I appreciate that. And then the other thing is, I want to reiterate and explain that this tax, we do not just hand them a check. It has to be generated based on what they do, what they build. And so, because there is, I think, well, there are people out there that are saying that we're just going to give them our tax dollars in that respect. And so there has to be something for a something.
Yes.
Can you
so-
explain that?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Mayor. Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Clarifying a few points. The first thing, again, is that this is not a loan to the developer. This is not a bond. The city nor the RDA agency are incurring debt. This is also no prepayment to the developer for this project. The order of operations is the the participation agreement would be executed. They would go off, construct. Once the first subsection of their item is constructed, they would request the reassessment from the assessor's office. The assessor would say, your new tax bill is X. The developer would pay new tax bill, and then once we received proof of those funds deposited into our bank account, we would then refund the percentage as was agreed to by this body at that date. So they're paying it first before we refund any dollars.
Okay, thank you. And then talk a little bit about the school district.
So currently in the RDA 2 area, this is different for RDA 1, so I won't muddy the waters. RDA 2, the school district is continuing to receive their percentage of the existing property tax base as was set during the original stage of the freeze when we instituted the RDA 2 area. At the end of RDA 2 in 2035, then in theory, all boats rise in high tide and they will begin to take on the larger portion of the tax increment that's been created in the entire area.
Okay.
They benefit from the sales tax that will come in, the C tax. That's something that is not tied to the RDA agency, and that amount goes to them in the normal amounts through this period.
Thank you so much. And the other thing that I want to address, and I don't know, Andrew, who wants to address this from your team, but also there has been this narrative out there about the women playing versus the men playing. I think you should address that.
I'd be happy to, and I'd ask Director Remp to come stand beside me as we talk about this, because that has been part of our discussions since day one. Our message to the university was, we absolutely want Coach Levins and the women's team playing in this stadium. You can hear it from the
100%. I don't know where they hear these comments, but I am a huge sports fan for women and men. And I like Governor said, well, ex-governor, president now of our great University of Nevada, and also Stephanie has also said, I've given money. I'm not sure if anybody else has, but I have given NIL money to the women's basketball. Is that accurate?
Correct. And Coach Levins is here. So we've talked about this at length. It is important that the experience of our student athletes be at the forefront. And when you go and you play in a cavernous environment, it's not a great experience. So Coach Levins and her staff, as I said in my remarks, is totally focused on building up attendance, building a successful program, focused on the community, and when the opportunity arises, we will bring them there. And in the interim, when there's an opportunity for multi-team events, postseason events, maybe when we play UNLV, if we can get everybody that came and spoke today to come out to those games, we will have them at the GSR.
And I would love nothing more. I've told Stephanie that I'd love to have women playing there and winning championships. So I'm a strong supporter of both sexes playing.
Yeah.
basketball in my
And
arena.
thank
And
you
anything
for
else.
investing in the women, and also, we have, big supporters from Mike Pagram all across the city, and so it means a lot, so thank you for
And one more
investing
step,
in the
and
women.
I also said that I had to also invest money in both both women and men, because, of course, each coach wants, you know how it is, right? Everybody wants what's best for their both, but they both agreed, and we had a great relationship with both coaches, and I support them both.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
I address one other thing that was brought up? Or is that
Sure,
not?
yes, please
So it
do.
was about the students, and I know you guys are all making your remarks. There's 20,000 students at Nevada. There's about 1,000 that come to our games. So what I had mentioned is the 19,000 that don't come, none of this affects them. But the 1,000 that do come, you heard from several of them today, they are supportive of this. And I think the rub is oftentimes you're taking it off campus, which I also tried to address. Like, we know that, we don't like that, we all want to be on campus. But we have to figure out a different way to be successful, to support he is continuing to support NIL, which helps our team be successful. So I think it's important to understand the entire picture when it comes to our students supporting this initiative. And we feel like the ones that are all in on basketball are supportive. They are going to come to the games. It's going to be a great environment. And the ones that are not, that maybe that's who you talk to that aren't supportive, they're not really participants, and they're not having to pay anything. They're not having to do anything. It doesn't affect them negatively. And so I think that's an important distinction when it comes to students. So.
I just want to piggyback on that a little bit, that I understand, the concern. But what I want to say is, if your business is relying on just when these events are, you don't have a business. It's what's happening every single day in and out of your business. I know, because I have 2 events a month, and if I had to rely on just those 2 events, I would never make it. It's what happens day in and day out inside my front doors, and what I can't stress enough, how critical it is to shop local. Please, I know it's so easy to want to get on your computer and do this and that and get Amazon right at your front door, but do us all a favor, everyone, support your local businesses. If you could do any one thing for this community, I cannot stress it enough. And how much it gives back and the jobs it creates. And small business is the lifeblood of America. It really is. I cannot stress that enough. But I do want to say, if your business is solely going to rely on events or the basketball season, you don't have a business. It's great to have the gravy. We all love the gravy, but we have to figure out how we make our small businesses have sustainability for the long term, the long run, right? Or else you don't have a business. So, all right, thank you so much. Okay, here we go. We're going to wrap it up. We've still got Ranchera. We got a whole bunch of other people that want to come in into chambers, so we got to get going.
I had a question about the motions that we could make.
Okay, I'm going to have Councilman Martinez make his motion, and then you can question it, because I don't know what his
Well,
motion.
it might affect.
I don't know what his motion is yet.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can ask your question. All right, okay. Before we do that, I would just like to ask Mr. Morello, are there any closing remarks that you would like to share with the council?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and to all the council people who've been here for the last 4 or 5 hours, I don't envy your job. I really don't. You guys do an incredible job, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You're doing an absolutely incredible job servicing the public, and that should not go unnoticed. I've been to what I can do to make more of a difference. And everything I've heard from every single one of you has impacted me in different ways. And so what I would suggest that I've been considering moving forward on, and it's going to affect me more personally because of what I have to give up, but I think it's the right thing to do. My whole life I've given to education and sports. I've given a lot of money. I'll leave it at that. I would like to contribute something, and I've always fought for the underdog. And I think you hear it from the team members and what they said about me. I would like to fight for Ward 3, which I happen to do business in Ward 3. And he's been a very good supporter. I think he's done a great job, and that's you, Mr. Martinez. I would like to give back 5% for youth sports hockey, youth sports recreation facilities to make a difference in this district that has been underserved for many years. I think it's time to make a difference in that. So youth, recreational sports, not hockey. You've got me into hockey so much. But it's
Nothing wrong with hockey.
I love hockey. Look, I put my money where my mouth is. I bought a team for a lot of money, and so I love hockey, but this is for Ward 3, which I think has been underserved for many years. I'd like to give 5% of the TIF money to that district.
So is that 15 then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would.
Maybe.
I've already committed to giving 10%. And as you see of the proposals, I want to give an additional 5% more for my portion, which I will have to work with. I've been texting back and forth with my attorneys how I would do it, structurally wise, taxes and all that, but I'm sure I can make it happen.
And that would also include the fire station land.
I thought you had me at a hello already. It's like,
Oh, Alex.
what do you guys think, committee? Should we give it to him?
Yes.
All right, Mayor, Madam Mayor, you've got that too.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's for you. That's for you.
Well, you know how much I love my fire department.
I know you do.
Yeah.
And you love sports too.
Thank you.
And
And
so
I
do
love
you.
sports.
And so do you. And all of you. I haven't spent that much time, but I would like to see everybody vote 7-0. I'm sure I won't get that, but I want you to understand that I'm very grateful for just giving the time. And I'm losing my voice because I've got a horrible cough that as the day wears on, I lose more of my voice. But I am very lucky and privileged to be here. I love the city. I have fought for this city, and I have put my money where my mouth is. I don't talk nonsense. I just act, and I make things happen. And I'm losing. I'm so grateful for you guys believing in me and what we want to accomplish, because it truly is life-changing in many ways, and it transcends the city, and it really changes the skyline. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, with that being said, I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Martinez. It's your ward. I would love for you to make a motion to see where it goes.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and I just want to start off by saying thank you. That's incredible, those two things that you just added. So I'm going to try a motion, and if the lawyers can correct me if I don't tell this the right way, but let me give it my best shot. So I motion to approve the tax increment finance agreement and deal terms to include 90% reimbursement, the transfer of the deed for the land of Fire Station 21 to the Redevelopment Agency, and acceptance of the generous donation of 5% from the Grand Sierra Resort to the City of Reno to support youth sports and recreation.
Okay.
Does
All right,
that
so
sound-
I have a motion from Councilman Martinez. I have a second from Councilman Reese. Discussion. That would be Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah,
And I'm sorry, before we do that, can I just add one additional, I believe, and the remainder of the sentence here to authorize the executive director of the redevelopment agency to execute final participation grant based on the approval deal terms was also part of your motion, sir?
Yes, I can state it for the record if you need me to.
Thank you.
I will make sure he includes that.
Thank you.
Let me go over here first. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
What I wanted to ask is if it would be possible to designate an outside area as parks and open space as part of this, so that there would be a benefit to the public that did not, require a ticket to use or any kind of cost.
I think it sounds like to me with that additional add-on, that's something the council could decide and carve out in that capacity. We don't know what it looks like yet, but I assume Councilman Martinez, because he is such a big proponent of open space and parks and recreation, that you will identify something, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Morrell. That was incredibly generous. Those are exactly the things that I brought up in terms of community benefit. I mentioned our fire, things to help our youth. This is exactly, and I can't tell you how grateful I am for those things. The mayor and I have worked on youth sports in Ward 3 for the entire time we've been on council, and we've been unable to get there. We tried to use the ARPA money. We, as you know, Madam Mayor, we've tried to use flood money. I mean, we have tried just about everything. This will help us get there. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. I suppose then I have an ask as well. And this is an ask. First, I have a question, and that is, how many of the people in this room who've been here since 1 o'clock understand more now about TIF than when we started? Can everybody say yes affirmatively? Probably more than you ever wanted to know. Well, look, however we end up on the motion, when people say things that are not true about what's happened here today, please defend the decisions that we've reached here. It can be at times very interesting and curious when people say they know everything about TIF and they really don't, or they use these catchphrases like handouts to billionaires to describe a thing.
They're great talking points,
Yeah,
trust me.
it's-
They love
It's great on
those.
Facebook and
Yeah.
on social media. Stay off there if you're not on there.
Fake book.
But share with your friends what you now know about tax increment financing. Maybe you'll be the next person through the door with your own project. Because we really, I think it needs to be said that this community has, of course, lots of questions, but you now have answers. So my ask is that all of you become ambassadors for the project and endeavor. I think, Mr. Morello, you brought us into your heart and your universe. I'm sharing some of mine with you, and now I'm challenging each of the people in this room to make that same commitment, because I do think we've all been here learning today, and it's been good.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? No? Okay, Councilman Martinez, I need you to put that on the record.
Do you need the whole thing again, or just the
No,
last part
just-
of it?
no.
Okay, and authorize the executive director of the redevelopment agency to execute the final participation agreement based on the approved deal terms.
And my second is the same.
Okay, thank
Madam
you
Mayor?
so much.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Roy Robinson for the record. Just if I could interject, this is in the backup, but I want to stress, because under statute, before the OPA can be approved, the agency must determine that the facilities pose a benefit to the redevelopment area or the immediate neighborhood, and that no other reasonable means of financing those facilities are available. So that would be encompassed, that finding would be part of your adoption of the resolution if you
motion.
choose. Yes,
Include
and
it in the
that
motion.
information on
Okay.
that is in the backup.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Madam Mayor, maybe I can help. Under NRS 279-486, there are certain criteria and findings that we make as an agency board. And I will state for the record that in reaching my determination, all the buildings, facilities, and structures and other improvements would benefit the redevelopment area or the immediate neighborhood. I can make that finding successfully. Certainly, I can also make findings that we can increase the levels of human activity in the redevelopment area and immediate neighborhood, that the area possesses attributes which are unique in either the type or use of level of quality and design. And finally, that we can have a greater social financial benefit to the community than would a similar set of buildings or other improvements were they not paid for by the agency. So having made those affirmative findings, my second is the same. I don't think Mr. Martinez has to make the same findings, but for the record, those are the reasons why I've reached my decision.
Okay, thank you. So now that that is on the record, I am going to ask Madam Clerk for a roll call vote. Okay?
Vice Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebert?
Can I have any discussion at this time?
We just did.
Okay. Well, I wasn't clear if there's going to be any kind of park put into this, and I'm going to be a no.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Councilmember Reese?
I am an enthusiastic Wolfpack yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Sheeby?
Yes. Congratulations. We look forward to the future, and go Pack. I'm going to ask council to please get up. I need you to get up for 15 minutes, come back at 6:30 to be ready to hear Ranchera. All right, Madam Clerk. Lauren, I'm going to send it back to you. We need to close out the redevelopment agency, so I apologize. So may I get a motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency?
Madam Mayor, I think we have item H.
It's going to be item
wait.
C1 for
C1, Charlie
C1.
1.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your patience with us. We just had another item on our agenda that took
Five and a half
a long
hours.
time. And we're back, and the good news is everyone is eaten, and I think they have energy to go the rest of the miles with all of us. All right. Madam Clerk, what item are we on? I know we need to close out the redevelopment agency.
Yes, we're on C1 for board comments.
Okay, any board comments from council members? Seeing there are none, any public comment in RDA?
We have no one registered to speak. After 4 p.m. yesterday, the final comment, though, it was 209 letters of support, 11 letters in opposition, and 3 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to now head back to our regularly programming schedule.
Madam Mayor, as a point of order, can I ask what the order is again? I think you said we were starting with D1.
One.
And then what happens after D1?
We are going to head into D1. I'm going to hand that over to City Manager Bryant so you can, because we've moved some things around. So just give us some housekeeping notes.
So for tonight's festivities, we're going to do items D1 through 3, open them all together. Then we're going to do C3, Building Code Update, followed by F1, F2, then J1 and K. Over, under.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
And
that's
ma-
great. Okay, so we're going to head into item D1. Madam Clerk, I will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
These items were properly noticed, and we did receive correspondence which has been distributed as 3 letters of support for the amendment, 63 letters in opposition, and 3 letters of concern. And then I want to turn it over to the city attorney to read the ordinance.
I am. I'm going to send it right over to John Shipman. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is ordinance. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7299, case number LDC 25-00037, Ranchera Plan Unit Develop Master Plan Amendment and Handbook Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning to change the text in the Ranchera Plan Unit Development Design Standard Handbook to A, change plus or minus 7.2 acre portion of the land use plan from equestrian center to single family in order to create Village 8. B, reduce the total number of units from 722 to 469 units. C, modify the objectives of the PUD by removing all references to equestrian and riding facilities. And D, update the flexibility section to reflect current RMC processes and other miscellaneous updates to reflect current RMC references together with matters which are pertain to or connected therewith. Ward 2.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Leah, hold on 1 second before we call you up. Any council members have any disclosures to make? No? Councilwoman Ebert, you have your light on. Do you need?
Sorry.
No?
I'll just,
Okay.
going to make a disclosure.
Okay, please do.
Just that I have met with the developer a couple times. I've met with some of the individual people that are here to speak. I've put a lot of time into this project.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I guess I have the same disclosure.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I get a point of clarification from our legal team? So I've not seen us disclose meeting with parties before. I know that's a planning commission thing. Do you wish for us to disclose that now?
Yeah,
Is that a new new thing?
For the record, John Schmidt, just kind of as a quick background is when we're doing items that are like conditional use permits, that you're acting in a quasi-judicial fashion, you're acting as a judge. In those types of situations, we tend to see disclosures, and you might want to do disclosure. This is an adoption of a PUD, which is a legislative act, so the same rule doesn't apply here.
Well, I'll withdraw my disclosure.
All right, thank you very much.
But I know we do it when we have appeals.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk. Any public comment?
Jan McDowell, followed by Barbara Beam, followed by Ron Beam.
Okay. And then after public comment, I'm going to call you up, okay, Leah? All right, thanks so much. Do we? Oh, is he gone?
It's a she.
Oh, she?
I just met her in the lobby earlier. I think she had to go.
All right, well, listen, we'll make sure if she comes back in the room, then we'll call on her. So just remember the second speaker, public commenter, just be ready so that we just move our flow. Okay? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Barbara Beam, followed by Ron Beam, followed by Pamela Gray.
Okay, Barbara Bean, and then Ron Bean is going to be next, so he's going to jump right up 10 seconds before you're done.
Well, I wanted to follow someone, but anyway.
Well, you're the leader.
Well, Madam Mayor and Councilman, thank you for allowing me to talk to you today. It was very interesting. We were here at your last session, and they were talking about the quality of life in Reno and how we can maintain that. And to me, this is very fitting because we purchased our custom home in Ranchera in 2022. We were very excited about the Ranchera project because as sold by the agent that we bought it from, we loved the location, the clubhouse, the equestrian center, and we thought it was a great investment. And it was sold to us as a very private, elite neighborhood in South Reno. Fast forward to 2025, the equestrian center is gone. There are plans for more and more smaller cookie-cutter homes that will only reduce the value of our custom homes. The ambiance of Ranchera is slowly deteriorating with building plans for the equestrian center, those 7 acres, building on the east lawn of the clubhouse, the removal of the sales pavilion, more track homes, addition of those 59 track homes on the 7 acres where the equestrian center was. I'm sorry, 29, there's not 59. But anyway, I just want you to please consider the residents of the custom homes that we bought into. All I ask is that you put yourself in our shoes. Think about your parents, some of you, because most of us, a lot of us are retired. We've worked our whole life to have the kind of retirement home that we wanted. We've invested millions of dollars into our custom homes. And I think that, look at your parents. If they had worked, myself, 50 years, to be able to afford the kind of living we want to do in our retirement, and now all of a sudden, everything that we were sold is changing. The area behind the custom homes where they want to put the 29 homes, it's just going to be cookie cutter, separating the acreages and our custom homes that we paid in excess of $500,000 for the lots. So we have all those little homes going in between us. It's only going to reduce our value. So please, don't just look at the developers and the money, but as the neighborhood that we bought into and that we love. Thank you.
All right. Barbara, thanks so much.
My name is Ron Beam, and obviously...
And you're related.
Yes. Like 50 years related.
Wow. Are you guys from Reno?
No.
Or no? Where are you from?
I'm originally from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh.
She's originally from Cortez, Colorado.
Oh, okay.
So, anyway. Yes,
Okay,
and
good.
we've
I'm
lived
glad you love
in
Reno.
about 5 different states through our marriage and work and
Love
travel
that.
and so forth. Anyway, want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. But, there's a couple of things. I think, as I have heard, that the last traffic study was done in something like 2019. The village was not even open to the public at the time. They were still building the village. So all those stores in there were not even open. I may be wrong, but I don't think they were. Now, we've got a lot of stores open in there. They're planning on building a few more, I think. And traffic has become a multitude of a problem in respect to getting out on Kitski. Any time of the day, people are coming into those restaurants, the bars, whatever, the other stores that are there, and to shop, eat, and there's nothing like having 15, 20 cars at a time sitting at that Kitski entrance, an exit, I should say. And 90% of the people in this town don't know how to use a
Roundabout.
traffic lane properly to
I
sit
said
there and
roundabout.
wait till that McCarran light releases. And you got 500 cars coming down there and they sit there and wait rather than pull out there till then somebody let them in as it should be. But anyway, that's one problem that I see. The other problem that others are going to mention too are, but have you thought about, Hera obviously was a very interesting guy and made a lot of money. His intent, and after he died and given that to these sons and daughters, was not to make it into some small groups of houses. He wanted to keep it as a certain thing and protect it. People have bought and sold those different properties, and now you got everybody trying to make every kind of money they can off of all of that property, and we're losing the ambiance of the whole situation. Secondly, have you really thought about, okay, so there was supposed to be maybe 7 houses where the Equestrian Center. They're trying to build 25, 29, whatever. As you look at that, have we got the infrastructure? Have we got the sewage, the electricity and everything in there that will handle all this additional property that they're trying to add? And it isn't a question of, thank you.
All right, good. Thank you so much, Ron.
Pamela Gray, followed by Amy Horvath, followed by Glenn Gray.
Hey,
Pamela Gray.
Take it away.
I live at 730 Canner Way and moved here from Chicago. And thank you.
We're a lot warmer than Chicago.
Pardon me?
Right, Brian? I
Oh,
don't know if
it's
Brian's
the
here,
weather.
but
I
Brian's
love it
from
here.
Chicago.
Love it here. Love it here. We purchased our lot in Ranchera in 2018 when visiting Reno with our daughter. We had been looking all over the country for a place to retire and build. On our first meeting, we were so impressed with the vision of Ranchera that we put a deposit down on a lot at that time. Being thorough, we went beyond the salesman and met with Paris, excuse me if I mispronounce his last name, Fruscione, who was a partner in the development at the time, no less than 4 times to go through the potential changes that could happen around us. We were told again and again that there was a possibility that the equestrian center directly behind our property would come down. But as stated in the PUD, only 6 to 7 homes on 1-acre lots would replace it. We were also told the path to Bartley Ranch would always remain, and at that time, we were even told that the road on the other side of the path was needed as an emergency exit. Over the next couple of years, we planned our home and invested an investment based upon that information and built our home in Ranchera. Ranchera was such a special place when we moved in 2021. And over the past few years, we have all been surprised with the bait and switch changes by the developers. The PUD suggested many beautiful things in this community, and instead, over time, we're becoming just another overly built community in Reno. When voting on this proposal, please think of the fairness to the community of Ranchera. The homeowners invested there will live there and remain there long after the developer leaves. please consider the maximum of 15 units on the, from 7 units on the equestrian center lots. Please provide a 100-foot open space buffered at the northern border of Village 8 that includes the entire pathway to Bartley and the mature trees that are already existing on that property, and deny housing of any kind at the sales center on Village 7. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Amy Horvath, followed by Glenn Gray, followed by Penny Whitaker.
Is that up there? I can't tell. Okay, hopefully you can see that. I can't
Yeah,
tell.
they will, they'll make it so we can read it. There you go.
A little bit on the bottom, so hopefully. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and residents. My name's Amy Horvath, and I thank you for your time tonight. I want to begin by saying that the residents here tonight, those that are here in person and online, and those who aren't, are not here to stir up trouble. We're not angry for the sake of being angry. We are constituents who chose Reno as our home. We're residents who love our community and want to see it thrive. We are families and individuals who invested in the Ranchera vision, who were told and sold one thing, and are now faced with something very different. While it might be easy to label us as privileged residents, I ask you to consider this. The developers and corporate interests shaping projects in Reno are far wealthier and more powerful than the families who now call this place home. I don't speak for everyone, but I can speak for myself. I'm a level-headed, highly educated woman. I'm a small business owner, an educator, a mother of twins, a community fundraiser, a former HOA president, and a tireless child and school advocate. I clearly have a hard time saying no. I care deeply about this community. I've met with many of you city officials, the applicant and the developer rep, HOA leaders, neighbors, and residents across Ward 2 to try and understand and resolve the issues facing Ranchera. And I believe this. There is a path forward. There's a balance between the developer's right to build, the city's desire to meet housing demands, and the residents' right to trust in what we were promised and to protect our investments in neighborhood. A home is often the single largest investment a person will make. But more than that, it's our community. And it's not just for ourselves, but for all of Reno. Ranchera is visible. It's historic. It's a cornerstone of the city. It's seen from Windy Hill, airplanes, nearby neighborhoods. It's visited by thousands of people through the village and the club at Ranchera. Tonight, I echo many of my neighbors in asking you to adopt these three proposed modifications. They are not obstacles. They are compromises. They show respect for both the property rights of the developer and the vision of the residents. Developers and residents are both shareholders in Reno's future. And at this stage, resident ownership within Ranchera exceeds that of the applicant. It's time for our voices, sorry, I just stepped away. It's time for our voices as residents to have equal weight. So I ask, can a compromise be found here tonight, in this room, within these walls? I believe it can, and I implore you, please, approve the MPA and the PUD amendment with the three modifications that are before you. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and thank you for all you do for our city.
Okay, thank you so much, Amy. I feel like I know you. Have we met before? Why do I know you?
Yes.
Did we go to high school together and get in a lot of trouble?
No, I went to school down in SoCal.
Oh, okay.
I was at the appeal for Village 7.
Okay.
And I was the really annoying resident who stood up here and waited until I had everybody's attention.
Well, you couldn't have been that annoying because I don't remember that.
Okay, well,
but
that's
I remember
good.
your face. I feel like we've worked together, or maybe a Midtown initiative.
But
no, okay.
Ever since I moved to Truckee 8 years ago, or actually no, 9, 10, 11, 12 years ago, I know your face because I would see your video playing at the Reno airport. So
I made him take it down.
Did you really? Mm-hmm. I thought it was a great introduction. And then once I moved, I was like, oh, I know who the mayor is.
You're very sweet.
Well, thank you all for listening.
Thank you for being here. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Oops. way.
There you go.
Oh, sorry about that.
Perfect.
There
Right.
we go. Okay. Honorable Mayor Sheevy and Honorable City Councilman, my name's Glenn Gray. I live at 730 Cantor Way in Ranchera. I was given this map by the developer in 2023. Please note the date of this rendering. It's dated 1/4/23. Notice on the north side of the walkway, the buffer zone already exists. You can see it on the top, right on the top there. Kindly see the note that 20 homes were to be 1 story, and notice that there are 24 homes proposed. Also, try and notice if there's any green space, but I don't want you to strain yourself and hurt your eyes while you're trying to find it. Mr. Gray sent a letter dated May 5th stating, "We have conducted over 16 meetings, including a neighborhood advisory board session, 2 neighborhood meetings, planning concession hearings, and several stakeholder meetings with Ranchera owners. These efforts have shaped the amendment." End of quote. And my answer is, really? How? We still have 24 homes in the amendment. We still have only 50-foot barrier to the north. We now have only 5 homes restricted to 1 story, when originally you can see 20 1-story homes. We have no more green space, and we have saved no trees. No meaningful changes or concessions were made as a result of the 16 meetings because the suggested changes by the developer were already in this document. They were here. All the time the community has spent at those 16 meetings, and we have absolutely nothing to show for it. The citizens of Ranchera have expressed that all they want is for their community to be a better place. And simply, I want the same. In the spirit of cooperation, we have suggested a compromise plan that the residents have supported, and the compromise plan respects Mr. Grace's investment and desire to sell the equestrian property quickly. Our compromise proposal helps Ranchera be a better place to live for all its residents. We are just caring moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas of Ranchera. We have failed to achieve anything for all our efforts. We have been outmaneuvered by a professional developer, Mr. Grace, with far more resources and experience in this arena. As you can plainly see, we actually are farther back than we started 2 years ago with this map. But this is your arena and your area of expertise, not ours. Honorable Mayor Sheevy, Honorable City Councilman, as citizens of Ranchera, we call on your leadership. We call on your wisdom. We call on your fairness to help us make Ranchera a better place for all its residents and the entire Reno community. Most important, we call on your vote for the compromise to the proposed amendment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
I respect your decision.
Thank you very much.
Penny Whitaker, followed by Nancy Potawills Baba, followed by Christine Speed.
Hi. Thank you very much for accepting me here. My name is Penny Whitaker, and I lived in Ranchera for 5 years, previously in Collin Ranch. I moved to the ranch because of its beautiful grounds and equestrian center and the trails all within. It broke my heart when the equestrian center was taken down. The investors seemed only to be interested in rezoning and making money, forgetting all the things that we were promised. And the overcrowding is way too much for this area. Anyway, enough of that. I would hope that the council would approve the compromises and let the investors put up 15 homes. Right now, they have the right to put up 5. They are trying to have it rezoned to put in 29 homes. I also, number 2, would increase the buffer on the north end of the equestrian property, Village 8, from 50 to 100 feet. And I do not permit the sales center in Village 7 to become a residential housing. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much.
Nancy Potawills Baba, followed by Christine Speed, followed by Caitlin Matthey.
Good evening, Mayor Shivi and council members. My name is Nancy Potawills Baba. I live at 6116 South Pleasant Oak Trail in Ranchera. I moved to Reno in 1986, and my husband and I moved into Ranchera in 2020. We own 2 homes in Ranchera, one that we live in and one that we use as a rental. We bought into this development because we loved the open spaces and the feel of being in the country while also being close to doctors, shopping, and cultural events. We were sad when the equestrian center was abandoned. We're not riders, we're not horse owners, but the feel of being in that space was important. We were especially upset with the proposed dense housing where, again, we thought there would be continued open space. We understood that more houses might be built, but we do not need hundreds of new homes in the current open space. We need to maintain the quality of life that we were promised when we bought into this development. So we strongly support the amendments to limit the planned unit development to a maximum of 15 units, to have the walkway continue to be wide enough for both the walking path and for the shrubs and trees, and to not turn the sales pavilion and the land around it into more and more homes. I'm concerned that if the developer succeeds in prevails with their proposal, our quality of life and our property values will be significantly diminished. Thank you for considering my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Christine Speed, followed by Caitlin Matthey, followed by Audrey Keller.
Is this going to work? Do I have to do anything else?
It's upside down.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shivey and council members. I did write you all an email, but before I start, I just wanted to say, walking around Reno, I would admire these sculptures from Burning Man, and I thought to myself, whoever had the good idea of getting these here? Well, now I know. Okay. I don't oppose changing the PGOS to single-family zoning in Village 8. However, while others maintain that the PGOS designation was a mistake, I would like to point out just how PGOS-y the old equestrian center grounds were. So the feeling that open space is being taken away and not replaced is real. That's what it looked like. Compromise. Although the PUD handbook only grants 7 houses to this area, for consistency with the spaciousness of adjacent residential areas, I am sympathetic to the developer's need to find a builder. 15 houses could still be a good fit for this land. Regarding the pavilion, please don't approve a zone change to permit 5 more houses on this site. As the Events Center and Kitsky Gate are the architectural anchors for the community at the entrance there, the pavilion and Talbot Gate, this pavilion and Talbot Gate are the architectural anchors for the community at the Talbot Gate. These 4 structures represent our cultural identity. On a recent field trip visit, the chairperson of the Planning Commission commented that it would really be something if this building were destroyed. I took that to mean that it would really be a cultural loss to Reno if this building were destroyed. Meanwhile, the community has become used to using its grounds for outdoor summer parties on the lawn under its patio lights and using the indoor space for our HOA meetings. We've become not only emotionally attached to the building, but realize we actually need a space like this to gather and hope to purchase it in the future. In the words of RMC 18.02.602D, we value the pavilion as a way to promote community engagement and foster a sense of belonging among residents. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Caitlin Matthey, followed by Audrey Keller, followed by Werner Keller.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Matthey. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to residents like me this evening. I would like to talk to you about the three things that brought my family to Ranchera: low density, open spaces, and heritage. Starting with low density. The original 2018 PUD promises to remain sensitive to and maintain the low density and rural residential character of the area to the south of the ranch on Del Monte Lane. Well, Del Monte Lane averages 2.65 acres per home. The existing zoning for 7 houses in Village 8 averages 1 acre per home. The developer's proposal for 29 houses would take it further to an average of less than a quarter acre per home. That's over 10 times more dense than Del Monte and is significantly out of character with the surrounding area in Ranchera. Number 2, open space. The current PUD lists 13.2 acres of open space within our community. Over 4.5 of those acres are unusable spaces, like ditches, drainage channels, or pond areas. The other 8-something acres are paved walkways that are substantially adjacent to busy roads. Not the type of communal or recreational open space envisioned in the PUD or marketed to homeowners like me. If I leave the neighborhood entirely, I can go to Bartley Ranch or Wheatland Park nearby, but those are busy public spaces not within our community. Ranchera's main clubhouse is still owned by the developer also, with no guarantee that it will stay a club at this point. And third, heritage. There are only 2 meaningful open spaces left in our community, and that's the former Equestrian Center, which was taken away and turned into Village 8, and the historic sales pavilion that Christine just showed us a picture of, which the developer is asking to tear down and build homes instead there, even though the very first bullet point of the original PUD says that the development would utilize existing structures to establish unique equestrian and special events venues. I'm not here to fight development altogether, but the developer has demonstrated a willingness to take a foot when we give them an inch. I believe compromise is possible, though. The developer must be held accountable to the vision that they used to gain this city's approval and our community's trust. At a minimum, any amendment should increase housing in Village 8 to 15 homes from the current 7, not 29. Carve out 20% of that Village 8 area for recreational open space. If that's for a 100-foot buffer, then so be it. Preserve the historic sales pavilion as a community asset, not more housing. Those 3 things, those 3 compromises, without them, I oppose the developer's proposal. And I respectfully ask this council to deny the amendment as is. Thank you so much.
All right, good job. Aren't you cold?
No. Well, yeah.
I'm getting colder looking.
I moved
freezing
here
up
from
but-
Chicago, and while it is warm, my Midwestern parents ridicule me for having West Coast blood now.
My
so.
chief of staff says he's
But we
from
moved here for the
Chicago.
weather, and it's
He
beautiful.
says that all the time.
Yeah.
I complain, I'm so cold, and he said, then you have no idea.
did bring a
because
jacket, but I forgot to wear it.
I'm from Chicago, so.
You are?
Okay. No, he says he's from Chicago, because I'm always complaining that I'm cold, and I'm like, aren't you cold? He's like, I'm from Chicago, you guys are all wimps here. So, anyway.
That goes away if you live here longer. Thank
Good
you all
job.
for your time. I really
Good
appreciate
job.
it.
Audrey Keller, followed by Werner Keller, followed by Stephanie Runden.
Good evening,
Hey,
Council
Audrey.
and Mayor. Hi, everybody. So, my name's Audrey Keller. I'm here today representing a group of concerned homeowners, and I think there were 63 letters in your email boxes. Sorry about that, but not sorry, because we really, really, really want to encourage you to hear what's happening with our homeowners from our point of view. While we're not opposed to development in principle, we do have serious concerns about the developer's current proposal. The developer, Mr. Grace, has a troubling track record when it comes to keeping promises to homeowners. For example, the Equestrian Center was promised to be rebuilt in another county. Not happening. sold and gone, not happening. More recently, the Lake Ridge Swim and Tennis Center was demolished and now is being replaced with hundreds of high-rent apartments. A development that ignores, again, the needs and the desires of the community. These actions raise serious doubts about the developer's commitment to long-term community well-being. And we are concerned that promises made in this proposal when they come before you may not have substance and they may not last, sadly. As an example, in Village 7, they are proposing an enhanced detention basin. That is not a good thing. What that means is essentially a hole in the ground meant to control flood water, and they want to suggest that we should use it as a park. It's also where they dump snow in the winter. This idea could easily be abandoned and left as an eyesore, providing no real value to future residents. I'd like you to vote to support our compromise and their fair compromises. We have listened to the developer very much. We want to ask to keep the housing at 15 homes. That's our compromise. And we believe it will help preserve the rural character of our community and ensures that it remains in harmony with the surrounding properties. You've heard from property owners that are close by. My home is not close by, but I think harmony inside a community is very important. We'd like you to expand the buffer in the northern boundary of Village 8 from 50 feet to 100 feet. Why? Because 50 feet is a big lie. It only covers a bunch of rocks on a hill, and it doesn't cover the existing walkway at all, and it won't take us to Bartley Ranch Park, and it won't take us to Wheatland Park, which is part of our open space. And then finally, I want you to keep the sales center in Village 7 a center and not redesignated or repurposed for additional homes. It's a fair compromise. And finally, after everybody talks, my experience is that you get to ask a lot of questions. Please consider asking the homeowners follow-up questions. We've been here, and we will tell you and answer them truthfully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Werner Keller, followed by Stephanie Runden, followed by Kyle Forsyth.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll try to be brief, unaccustomed as I am. Many of the arguments put forward by the developers and their investors, especially ones that came recently in the letter from Councilman Doerr, are what I would call fine print, technical. Basically, the position in that letter was, well, these homeowners that are complaining about our change in plans, they were warned that we might do this, and with citations. Well, we have lots of fine print situations in our lives. We buy a car, there's fine print, and of course, the ultimate fine print is real estate. And the presumption in America is not gotcha with the fine print. The presumption in America is if you execute the fine print and there's something unusual, you get to revisit that issue. If the car didn't have tires, you get to revisit that, no matter what you signed. I will say for sure that everybody in the Ranchera did not read all of their documents. There were 500 of them, 500 pages of them.
You mean you didn't read every page?
I did not. Even
I
though
get it.
in
I got
business
500
school-
pages right here, too.
So I think we deserve what the system, what America really gives to people that sign all these docu-signs. I mean, give them a bit of reasonable doubt and says, maybe you didn't read it. Even though it meant millions of dollars to you, maybe you didn't read it all the way through, and maybe you need a little leeway and not strict interpretation on the part of the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No, my problem is when I start to read, I fall asleep, right? That's the problem. Reading
Well,
the
that was-
500 Page council book.
That was one of the key things you took away from UCLA Business School was read all the documents.
Hey, I had a high school teacher one time, and it
Don't
was
sign anything
and it
you
was
don't read.
finals. And guess what he did? He just said, "All I ask is everyone read it all the way through." Well, then you see everyone taking the test for about 2 hours, and at the very end of the test, it said, "If you read this all the way through, you are excused, and you get an A, and you can get up and leave." There was one kid that did that out of 20 of us.
And of course.
So I will never. I learned my lesson.
And of course, why is all that stuff in there? It's to protect us against them. It's protect them from signs. So when we sign a release at a merry-go-round, it's to protect the merry-go-round operator. But in America, I don't think you can sign away your rights. That's what my law professor said.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Stephanie Runden, followed by Kyle Forsyth, followed by John Scow.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Sheev and the council members. Many of you heard from me yesterday via email, so a lot of what I'm going to be saying is just reiterating the points that I already made to you in email yesterday, but I thought it'd be nice if you could actually hear from me in person. So my name is Stephanie Runden. I live at 725 Mayorwood Trail in the Ranchera community. You have before you the opportunity to vote on a proposed amendment to the Ranchera Plan Unit Development Master Plan Amendment and Handbook Amendment. Note that this is the third time that the petitioner has requested a change to the master plan for our community. When my husband and I purchased our home in 2021, we relied on good faith that we were buying into a unique community designed to honor the rich legacy of Bill Harrah, particularly those aspects that had to do with the ranch lifestyle and cutting horses, for which he was so well known, and the promise of open space. We've been disappointed with the events that have led to these changes, including the buildings of condominiums at a height that completely obstructed our once stately views of Mount Rosenslide Mountain, and the demolition of our beautiful equestrian center. It's been, quite honestly, a huge bait and switch, and we've been really disappointed. And yet, here we are again, third time. The current proposal for 29 homes on the equestrian center site and other amendments will simply further erode the unique nature of our community. Ranchera will simply become another subdivision of tightly compressed homes. Therefore, I'm asking you to support a compromise motion for changing the PUD in Ranchera as follows. First, increase the allowable housing on the equestrian property, which is Village 8, from 7 homes to a maximum of 15. Now, the petitioner is asking for 24. We're asking for a maximum of 15. And I know that the developer is keen to sell this property, so, again, by still providing a reasonable number of homes, they have more likelihood to sell the properties quickly. Further, this number, so 15, fits with the surrounding 125 homes adjacent to the equestrian center property and will be of similar size and value to the homes that are surrounding it. Second, increase the buffer on the north end of the equestrian property, Village 8, from 50 feet to 100 feet to preserve that existing walking path. And again, we're just asking to preserve what we already have there. Oh, shoot, did I already go over my time? Okay, and then just finally, real quick, please don't permit the sales center, Village 7, to become residential housing. It truly is a jewel, and we'd like to keep it that way. The only other thing I'm going to say is, as I was standing up here earlier, I'd never seen this sign before. Creating a community that people are proud to call home. That's all we want to do. That's all we're trying to do in Ranchera. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Kyle Forsyth, followed by John Scow, followed by George Philippidis via Zoom.
Good evening. I need to disclose I'm here as an advisor, not for the villas at Ranchera where I'm involved in that development, but for on the estate lots 6320 Falabella Court. That owner has asked me to come here and speak on their behalf. That's in the estate lots. We can let 7, 29, 14, 15. This client is selling their estate lot. Values are going to go down if you add 29, 24. I would say 14 as an independent advisor. 7 was in the documents that everyone that we're selling to knew if they read the fine print, as everyone should, because in real estate it's caveat emptor, buyer beware. However, in this case, I do find, and I was at the Planning Commission meeting, I was very concerned with the disclosures there. I found that the signage that was put up was not very clear, did not mention the 29 lots. I found that many of the homeowners were unaware. I went to one of those meetings and never saw the 24 map that I saw tonight. It's the first time I've seen that. So on that notice, whether someone's spending a lot of money or not, this is about tax revenues. You want tax revenues. Higher-end homes produce tax revenues, which support this city, your EMS systems, which I understand through speaking with law enforcement agents and the fire department, are about to go through cuts. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry to say that, but I've heard that.
Yeah, no.
And I've heard it, though, through
That's
some
not
reputable
happening.
sources outside. I'd love to meet with you about that, because it is a concern. As many of our buyers for the other development I'm involved with, they want to feel safe, and they're moving here because Reno is becoming a very safe community. So on that note, the owner of 6320 Falabella Court would like to see no more than 7, but they would be willing to go to 14. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
John Scow, followed by George Philippidis via Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I've been told to take my glasses off.
Good evening. You don't have to. I'm not going to.
If I can still read. For the record, my name is John Scow, and I thank you for giving me the chance to speak to this proposal. I'm a resident of Ranchera, living at 728 Cantor Way in the Lariat section of the neighborhood, on the northern boundary of what will now be called Village 8, next to the area there. I'm in opposition to the proposal as it currently stands. 7 is too few, and 29 is too many. I said, I look at it, I understand that the developer needs to sell their property. But what's the best for all the parties, the applicant, the city, and the residents, is a compromise, I believe, as proposed, of 15 homes, which will allow for nicer homes that create value and additional tax revenues to the city, and also be to the value of the existing homes around that and the tax revenue as it goes up. Because if you do 24 to 29 homes, you will hurt the value of these existing homes and may lower your tax revenue. I said, I'm also in favor of the 100-foot buffer. I live on that fence line, so therefore I would appreciate that. And the fact that there is a lot of existing trees, of mature trees, that would be covered by that 100-foot rather than a 50-foot. And I said, at this point, I would thank you very much for your time and for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
George Philippidis via Zoom.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great.
Hi, George.
Well, Chief and City Council members, my name is George Philippidis, and I've been living in the Ranchera area for the last 3 years, well, actually in the community. I've lived in 8 new home developments over the last 40 years, and I have to say that Ranchera is one of the most unique and beautiful communities I've ever seen and lived in. If you've not been there to see the community, you should. My fiance and I selected Ranchera because of its historical background and the beauty of the mansion, the equestrian center, sales pavilion, and surrounding grounds. The property here has a unique ranch-style feel, which was rare to find in the middle of a city. There's a lot of history and nostalgia that is associated with this property that is very unique to Reno. Just because the buildings aren't 50 or 100 years old does not mean they're not historic. I'd like to begin with Village 8. Mr. Dewar has mentioned numerous times in community meetings and city council presentations that the current zoning of 7 one-acre parcels was a mistake. And maybe it was a mistake, but maybe it was not. Maybe somebody was trying to preserve that parcel from high-density building and instead maintain a ranch style of larger lots in the Ranchera field by keeping those to 7. Either way, we've had discussions about minimizing the house count to half of the 29 homes that the developer wants to build, but to no avail. When you have two parties that are bilaterally opposed to what each wants, you have a standoff. And if a decision by the city council favors either side on this amendment, you end up with a win-lose scenario. A compromise means that both parties are willing to give something to get something, to meet in the middle, which is what we've put forth here today for your consideration, which is 15 homes versus 29. Second, the open space corridor at the north side of Village 8 was proposed to be 50 feet, and while the developer's intentions were good, in reality, does this not appear to be enough when you see the real impact of 50 feet and how tight that access way is? We're asking to increase that to 100 feet for two reasons. One, as a wider buffer between the Village 8 tract and the existing tract to the north, but also as additional open space. We've requested by the developer numerous times in meetings for more open space to be considered in and around Villages 7 and 8. They have not offered anything on more open space. Their solution was to have us leave Ranchera and go into Bartley Ranch. A 50-foot buffer approval would be a win for the developers and a loss for the homeowners. Lastly, the sales pavilion. We've been told numerous times that the pavilion would not be financeable or sellable unless it came with an underlying approval to build 5 homes on it. We were also told there was not current intent to raise that building. There may not be current intent, but I believe there is future intent, and that future intent is to sell that parcel so that 5 homes can be built on it. If you approve the parcel for 5 residential homes to be built, the current or future developer can buy that property with those development rights and raise the building and build tomorrow. Without a vote to not allow the 5 homes on that parcel, we can preserve this last iconic Ranchera structure for future needs of this community. If you approve the developer's request, we will lose and the developer will win. On a positive note, we do appreciate the developer's request to reduce the total numbers of housing from 722 to 629. If they do reduce this, we'll have a better chance of becoming a homeowner management there. If you could please, council members and Madam Mayor, consider the following 3 considerations for a compromise, it would be greatly appreciated. 1, increase the allowable housing on the property, on the equestrian property of Village 8 from 7 homes to a maximum of 15. 2, increase the buffer on the north end of the equestrian property Village 8 from 50 to 100 feet. And please do not permit the sales center in Village 7 to become residential housing. In summary, I am hoping you can support our request for a compromise, middle ground, and win-win decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to bring it to the body. Actually, no, I'm actually going to give it to you, Leah. So the floor is yours for staff presentation. What? What happened to you? I hope it was good. I hope it was really good.
Well, I'm working on coming up with a better story,
Okay.
but
Usually that's the way it is.
it was a run-in with some furniture. I lost.
Okay, well, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here, though.
Yeah, no problem, of course. So, good evening, Madam Mayor, members
Good
of the
evening.
council. This evening, for the record, Leah Picotti, Associate Planner with City of Reno Development Services, and this evening I am presenting the application for the Ranchera Planned Unit Development. There are 2 requests here. One is a master plan amendment and one is a handbook amendment. So, excuse me, I'm going to go through each request kind of by itself here, but overall, the site is 140 acres. For anyone who doesn't know where it's located, it's south of McCarran and west of Kitsky. The first request that we're looking at is to amend the handbook to do 4 things, and this is high level, right? We're going to eliminate the equestrian center to create Village 8.
reduce the total number of units from 722 units to 469 units, modify the objectives of the PUD by removing all references to equestrian and riding facilities, and update the flexibility section. Basically, that's a conformance issue to bring outdated zoning and references to old RMC code up to date. The second request before you tonight is for a 6-acre parcel for a master plan amendment. The request before you is from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to single-family neighborhood. It is the site of the current equestrian center land use designation, and you can see it on your map there with a big red arrow pointing at it. So on the map, on the board here is the existing land use plan, and I wanted to show you guys this because it shows exactly where that equestrian center is. The key issues that staff analyzed were the total number of units, the density of the equestrian center or proposed Village 8, conformance of the handbook with Reno Municipal Code, and the master plan amendment. So I'm going to go through each one of those things individually, kind of talk about what the request is, what the background on that is, and what the result of approval would be. So first of all, we're looking at the total number of units. And this is a request to reduce the total number of units from 722 to 469. To give you a little bit of background, when the PUD was originally approved in 1995, it was approved for 188 total units. In 2015, there was an amendment that came before the council where it was amended to 722 units. And just for reference, that's 691 units plus 31 were allowed on the equestrian center site at that time. So, the total number of units, now that we've moved on since 2015, and the majority of Ranchera has been developed. You can see all this parts of it that have been subdivided there. There's not a lot left. Village 7 is coming up for subdivision, proposed Village 8, and there can be some, I think up to 12 units on the event center parcel. But now that we're really close to build out, I asked the applicant to take a look at this and tell me, what are the realistic numbers here? What do we have that's existing, and what can we really build on the remaining parcels? And they came back and said 469. And I said, great. Because in all the time that I've been here working on Ranchera cases for the past 4 years, one thing that I hear from the residents over and over and over is that they want control of the HOA board. Now, that is completely outside the purview of a zoning document. City does not enforce HOAs. We don't look at it. We don't review it. We don't have anything to do with it. But I think in the context of the PUD amendment, it is important to talk about it because reducing the total number of units gives the residents majority control over the homeowners association board, or at least gets them one step closer. So my understanding here is that it's a 3-member board, and when 25% of the total homes are sold, they get 1 member. When 50% are sold, they get 2 members, and when 75% are sold, they get 3 members, and that gives them full control. But at 50%, they would have majority control. So if you look at your screen, you can see that middle column right there, and that shows how many units with 722 are required for each of the thresholds. So at 50% with 722 units, they need to sell 361 units in order to meet that 50%. As of March of 2025, they had sold 292 units. With the proposed amendment to 469 units, that puts that 50% threshold at 234 units. Being that they've sold 292, it should, in theory, give the residents control of the HOA board. And I can let the applicant come up and talk a little more about that. But even though that's totally outside of the purview of the zoning document, I think it's important to talk about it here. So, the result of that overall reduction is that the overall density of Ranchera is reduced from 5.1 dwelling units per acre to 3.3 dwelling units per acre. And in theory, residents will gain majority control of that HOA board.
The next thing that staff looked at here was the density of that equestrian center in Village 8. And I know we've heard a lot about it tonight, and I understand the concerns of the residents. But I just want to show it to you from a zoning perspective and what the surrounding densities are. So the request is to increase the total number of units from 7 to 29 units. That goes from 1 dwelling unit per acre to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. To give you a little bit of background, single-family residential has always been allowed here. I went all the way back to the 1995 document, and at that time, the equestrian center was 16.5 acres and allowed for 2 dwelling units per acre. It was changed in 2015 to 1 dwelling unit per acre. In 2018, it was amended again to reduce the total size of the equestrian center to the 7.2 acres it is now and allow for 1 dwelling unit per acre. So when we're looking at this density, I just want to be clear that at 4.5 dwelling units per acre, we're looking at about 10,000 square foot lots. It's not a super small lot at 10,000 square feet. To the north, we have 6 dwelling units per acre. To the northeast, we have 6.5 dwelling units per acre. To the east, we have 34 dwelling units per acre. So in context, it's less dense than those developments. And then to the south is part of that old equestrian center, so it allowed for 1 dwelling unit per acre, but it also allowed for cluster development. So when they came in with the tentative map, they actually reduced that lot size in exchange for providing the 2.4 acres of open space that's going to buffer the estate's residential from the equestrian center development. So that actual development down below, they range right around about 1/2 an acre in size. But again, within that approval, you have that 2.4 acres of open space buffer between the equestrian center and that. So, should this total number of units increase from 7 to 29, the overall density will be increased from 1 to 4.5 dwelling units per acre for specifically that site, and Village 8 will replace the equestrian center designation. The next thing that we're looking at here is conformance with Reno Municipal Code. So the request is to update the flexibility section to reflect current RMC processes and other miscellaneous updates to reflect current code, basically. So to give you a little bit of background, the current iteration of the handbook was approved in 2018. In 2020-21, we did a whole overhaul of Reno Municipal Code Title 18. So all the references within the handbook that reference different codes or reference different zoning, all those code references don't exist anymore, and some of the zoning districts don't exist anymore. So what we did there was we just looked at our equivalent chart that we have in current Reno Municipal Code, and we said, okay, if it was SF9, it's now this, and we went in and changed those things. So this particular part of the application is really just a cleanup. The other thing about the updates to the flexibility section is that the 2018 iteration only allows for minor deviations and variances. Well, when we updated everything in 2021, we allow more options for flexibility. So we allow major deviations, we allow alternative equivalent compliances, you can still apply for the minor deviation. So basically all this is doing is just giving the residents the option to apply for those other methods. We do have one right now that's going to come before the Planning Commission here in a couple of weeks, where somebody wants to use the major deviation to increase the height of their fence by 9 inches. So things like that. So if this is approved tonight, the handbook, the result is that the handbook will conform to current RMC. All right, the master plan amendment. So the request is for a master plan amendment from PGOS from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to single family neighborhood. To give you a little bit of background, prior to 2017, the master plan land use designation for all PUDs and SPDs within Reno was just special plan area. It didn't have anything specific. So when we updated the master plan in 2017, staff went in and looked at the specific uses of those sites and gave them master plan designations in accordance with it. So
If whoever that staff member was in 2017 didn't look at that tiny little fine print underneath the equestrian center designation that says it can be developed as single family, they would have assumed that this was PGOS. And staff's analysis is that that's what happened. Under no circumstances should anything that allows for single-family residential development have a master plan amendment of PGOS. Really, PGOS is for lands that have been preserved through conservation easements or other mechanisms. Nothing ever preserved this as open space. It was a commercial establishment. So without a doubt, it should have been SF. It probably was an oversight. So if this gets approved, the master plan will conform to the approved uses. One thing I want to mention here is that the master plan is a guiding policy document. It doesn't actually restrict development. So even if this doesn't get changed to SF and it stays PGOS, they can still develop it with single-family residential uses because the zoning allows for that. So this is really just a cleanup item to make it SF so that those approved uses that are already approved will conform to the master plan. Well, on the board here are the planned unit development, PUD recommended review findings. I'll kind of go through these. So is it consistent with the objectives of a PUD? And I've been questioned about this a couple of times because that's exactly what our code says, consistent with the objectives of a PUD. But we don't necessarily define exactly what the objectives of a PUD are. So that's why in the legal ad, I included that section that said that they were updating the objectives, because I wanted to be really clear that however you look at that, the objectives, the overall objectives for this PUD are being modified. So is the amendment consistent with the modified objectives? Yes, it sure is. Are the changes in the public interest? Well, if the reduced number of units gives the residents control of the HOA board, I think that finding can be met. Is there a compatible ratio of residential to non-residential? Essentially, there's no change in that. There's also no change in open space, even though the equestrian center has the PGOS designation, the actual 13.2 acres of established open space within Ranchera is not changing. Provides public services, there's no change in that. Is it compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? I think when we looked at that density chart, it does show that it's somewhere in between the densities of the adjacent properties. Does it address a unique situation? Yes, the amendment addresses the changes over the past 7 years, and really the build out of 400 units in Ranchera. Is it compatible with the master plan? Well, the master plan amendment's going to bring the site into conformance with the master plan. And does it provide a public benefit? Again, that reduction in the total number of units should benefit the residents by giving them control of that HOA board. On the board now are the master plan amendment recommended findings. These are much simpler. Substantial conformance with the master plan priorities and policies. Yes, again, the SF designation brings the site into conformance. Activities and development are compatible with the surrounding, while the master plan amendment doesn't change the allowed development in this case. It was always allowed as single family. And the availability of public services, no change in that. So staff is able to make all of those findings as well. There are 2 motions needed for this. Those 2 motions are on the board. I am available for questions, and the applicant also has a presentation for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Leah. Mr. Durling, come on up.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Council. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. Some of my presentation's redundant with what Leah went over, so I may, kind of gloss over a few slides, but if we need to get back to those for any detail, I'm happy to do that. As mentioned, this is a master plan amendment and a PUD amendment specifically for just the equestrian center. We have now incorporated additional changes based on the input that we've had with the neighbors. The PGOS going to single family. As Leah mentioned, I won't spend too much time on this. It was never intended to be an open space amenity. It was a commercial stable. and a writing arena. John Hara's original vision for that in 2011, when I worked for him for the kind of that version, the second amendment to the PUD, was that it would be kind of like a livestock event center. So it was always intended to be a, kind of a harder working events facility and commercial stable. Unfortunately, the economics of that did not work, and that's why that use was ceased. One thing here, with the equestrian center, as I mentioned, it was never intended for open space. And actually at the time in 2015, when what I would call the modern PUD was approved, it was Council Member Breckus actually that brought up, this concept that we had this event center, which is what is now the club, and we had this equestrian center, about 32 acres, that we were intending to be these event type facilities. She brought up, and I think, wisely, to say, hey, that's a great idea, and I hope it works, but if it doesn't, you need to have something on the books now as a basis for, making modifications in the future. And so she threw out, hey, what about 1 unit per acre for this? We all agreed, and that's kind of why we're here today. It was always intended to have some sort of backup plan, and council actually stipulated that it should have a residential density at that time. So we're here, things have obviously evolved with the PUD over time. It's gotten quite a bit less dense actually than what it was originally planned for. So this is the Fourth Amendment, which is kind of the current PUD that we're working off of right now. The equestrian center located there, just over 7 acres. And in my previous statement there that, the Ranchera PUD has developed in a much, much less dense fashion than we originally envisioned. Back in 2015, this is at, essentially the crossroads of McCarran and Kitsky, two very busy arterial streets in our community. And we really proposed that as infill development. It was, when you look around it, there's a lot of commercial, a lot of higher density residential. And so the 722 units that we proposed was intended to be kind of a more urban infill type development. Fast forward, as things evolved, they went with a small custom lot program in villages 3 and 5. And then, essentially some of the other ones where, Village 6, for example, we thought would be more like townhomes, and it ended up being more kind of smaller lot, single-family homes. So everything kind of tended a little less dense, and ultimately to the point where now, it looks like, it's just going to develop a little bit over 400 units. So what we have proposed is changing that equestrian center to this new Village 8. And then this is the open space plan. The only modification here is on that north side of Village 8 there was an open space corridor that went through there in the last plan, but it wasn't defined. It was basically just to say that there needed to be a trail connection from Silver Charm Way, which is next to Village 4 in the event center there, to make the connection to Bartley Ranch. And so what we were doing here is defining it and saying, hey, let's make that defined. It's 50 feet. I can show you another slide kind of I have in the can if you would like to get more detailed on that. That 50 feet does allow for that existing pathway that was built to be in there. It also aligns essentially with the right-of-way, the northern right-of-way line of Silver Charm Way. So it kind of makes sense that, and there's an aerial I can show you at the end if you'd like. So we defined that. This is all the open space that was anticipated. It's really trail corridors. On the left side of your screen, that's the Lake Ditch Trail Corridor. It's a public trail corridor. We've got the Evans Creek corridor kind of between the estate lots and Village 8. The trail corridor coming from through Village 8 down to, essentially the event center, and then a trail corridor along Ranchera Parkway in the middle there. And then on the south side, there's the open space buffer along Del Monte, which was really important to the residents in Del Monte to maintain the tree buffer that was already there. So what we proposed, and again, this was incorporated into, kind of some initial meetings with the adjacent neighbors, and then more, I'll get into more modifications we made. But we proposed that 50-foot open space buffer. We originally had 1 tree for every 50 feet because that was the standard on the Lake Ditch Trail. We increased that to 1 tree for every 30 lineal feet. And then the trail corridor connection connects to that Lake Ditch Trail. We put in 29 allowable units, and how we came up with that. So we have single-family zoning essentially here in the Ranchera PUD. That single-family zoning is the same as villages 1 and 2, 3, and 5. In the handbook, right, it's a zoning document, and so the different lot sizes or densities, if you will, we have essentially, you can have 6,000 square foot lots or 9,000 square foot lots. Most of it is allowed to have 6,000 square foot lots, which it was on more Leah's slide to speaking to the allowable densities there. And so Village 8, we opted for a 9,000 square foot lot minimum, which when you do the math results in 29 allowable units. So we use the lowest allowable density that we have in the single family designation in the Ranchera PUD as our baseline. We then further restricted that adjacent to that open space buffer on the north side, as well as the open space Evans Creek buffer on the south side, that any homes adjacent to that would have to be 1 story. In having our neighborhood meetings and things like that, what came up multiple times was the desire to reduce the overall number of units because, as I mentioned, Ranchera has developed in a much less dense fashion. We went through the math on that, took essentially everything that's been approved and put that in the ledger. We looked at Village 7 on the north side there. That is the urban residential. In the handbook, it was originally intended to be kind of condos, higher density condos, 310 units there. It has an approved tentative map for 59 units. So we took that approved tentative map, which is about 5 units per acre, is how that density works out. And if you look, the little box that is on the lower left corner of Village 7 there in the orange, that's the sales center that was mentioned. That sales center has always had a residential density underneath of it. And so what we did in this reduction is we said, okay, well, the bulk of Village 7 is 5 units per acre. That sales center parcel is about an acre, so that's 5 units. So that added to our tally. We obviously added up the 29 units we're proposing. Then we added a 10% contingency because not everything's approved and built out there. And we applied that contingency to the urban residential. So that's where you see in the urban residential there where it says it's going from 310 to 107. Even though it has an approved tentative map for 59 units, it hasn't been recorded or built. So we don't know, that those plans may fall through. It still needs to have that flexibility to realize some of those units there. So I know it's a lot of kind of rationale there, but there was a logic behind it. So the neighbors have brought up a compromise, and we have been, obviously trying to work with them throughout this process. As I mentioned, we've established the 50-foot buffer. We have limited the 1-story buildings. We've reduced the overall number of units from 722 to 469. Furthermore, we keep getting feedback from them, and so what they had was a reduction in Village 8 from 29 units to 15. The applicant considered that and is willing to reduce that to 24 units as a good faith gesture. They asked that a open space amenity be provided in Village 7, not a part of this request. We worked with the buyer, that they haven't closed on it, but the buyer of Village 7, and they actually incorporated a dog park into a detention basin. The detention basin's already constructed. But when they build that village, they were saying, yeah, we'll fence it, we'll put some turf at the bottom, some steps down, some benches around it to have a dog park there. The feedback came back that that's not guaranteed. So our request to you is that if you approve this, that you would approve it with additional language in the PUD that would require an open space amenity like a dog park or flat turf area, something like that, be constructed in that drainage basin. They had asked for an emergency evacuation plan, not really a part of the PUD, but we worked with the HOA because it's an operational aspect. We worked with the HOA, and they've adopted now an emergency evacuation plan. I believe they consulted with Reno Fire on that. They asked to increase the buffer from 50 to 100 feet. We just can't accept that. The 50-foot buffer contains that existing trail. It's commensurate also with the other buffers that we have within Ranchera. So the Lake Ditch Trail is about 35 feet. Evans Creek Corridor is 55 feet, and the Del Monte buffer is 45 feet. So 50 feet seems reasonable within the context of the Ranchera PUD. They asked to retain the sales center. We can't accept that. The sales center parcel has always had underlying high-density residential allowed there, and the PUD actually states in there that the reuse of the sales center is an option and is not required by the developer. So, right on time. That concludes my presentation,
Okay.
and I would be happy to provide any additional detail.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, anything else? Nope? Okay. First of all, I want to start off by saying, I I have been doing this for over a decade now. Holy cow, that's gone fast. And it is a very, very rare to see compromises. It's usually all or nothing. So I want to commend all of you for at least, trying to get to the table. And I have a lot of, compassion, because I just want to remind everyone, you guys were not there, but we had a lot of people in these chambers screaming at us, saying, how dare you turn this beautiful property into houses? Naomi, were you there?
I was here in 2014 and 15.
When did we approve that project?
Well, as they said, back in 95, but my time here, we took an amendment in 2015, I want to say.
Yeah.
And that amendment, David Bobstein was here, we walked the property extensively.
Yes.
We eliminated the
So my point is,
amphitheater.
do you remember, it was incredibly controversial. And you know what we heard? Oh, those council members, they're on the take of the developers, because we approved that. And you guys are all the ones who get to benefit from us approving that. So it's nice to see you all here, because when we do that, we usually don't get to see you again, and you're sort of ghosts. And it's a beautiful, beautiful property. And I have been pretty vocal about this. I think, honestly, I could see how these residents would be very unhappy. Feels like a bait and switch. And I wonder, Joel, what was the thinking behind this? I also feel like at the time we had a council member that I'm trying to understand why she did what she did. But I think at the same time, it's just really hard to understand what you were thinking. So kind of bring it back. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Andy Durling for the record. So I feel like I'm the Ranchera historian, right? Because I've been here since.
Remind us, because I
yeah.
see a lot of projects, you see a lot of projects, but I have to tell you, I hear their stories and I would be pissed.
Understood. So what's kind of, this has evolved, right? And PUDs, it's not uncommon, right? That they kind of evolve and take shape over time. As, we have a vision at the beginning, but ultimately there are home builders that come in and they want to build a product that they can sell, right? It's the economics of it. And so that's essentially the reason why we have this request now. The 7 lots that we could build, right? 7 lots are allowed to be built right now. They would essentially be more custom lots, just given the nature of them. Looking at the market where it stands now versus where it did, 10 years ago, the custom lot market is a lot more saturated, and we don't feel that that's a viable use right now. So we needed to look at alternatives that would be attractive to builders to come in, and there would be enough meat on the bone for them to, be able to have a building program, and 24 homes is not a lot of homes.
No, it's not.
And
but,
so that's for a single builder to come in and build
thank you.
those. So that's
Listen,
what we're trying to
I guess
find.
my point is, you guys, to be honest with you, I think you're really lucky that they're all sitting here and saying we're willing to make a compromise and coming to the table. How often do we see that?
Yeah,
It
rare.
never, ever happens, ever happens. So when you see it, I hope this council understands how much that is whenever you truly come to the table and give up, because it doesn't happen. I think I've seen it one other time. It was in Verdi with Councilwoman Jardin. Maybe you were.
Maybe.
I think you were on this one.
I don't remember, but.
And it was
Good chance.
pretty miraculous, to be honest with you. So I want to commend all the residents for coming to the table. I really, really hope and pray that this council, gives everyone, including the developer, but also the residents, some grace and mercy for coming together and actually coming to a compromise. Like I said, it never, ever, ever happens. And you know this. How many times does this happen?
Not often.
Not often, see? Okay, well, I appreciate you working with them. I want to go through one of these one by one, because some of these things I don't quite understand about the 50 versus the 100. I want to make sure that they don't lose any walking trails. Does that happen at 50? Do they lose walking trails at 50?
No.
No. Okay,
No.
how come they're saying yes and you're telling me no?
If I can get my presentation back up,
Okay.
I had a slide canned for this. So this is that trail. Those are the homes, the former equestrian, obviously it's an older photo there. And so just taking a quick measurement, right, that's almost 50 feet. And you'll see, if you were to draw a straight line, right, across it, on the right side of your screen, you see kind of the bump out of the right-of-way. 50 feet essentially kind of ties into that. So the sidewalk then on, I think that's Falabella, would then tie into the trail. The trail can stay kind of in its current state right there.
Doesn't get modified?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right.
I may.
All right.
If
I'm gonna-
anything, what does get modified is now we have a higher tree standard, right? So now they have to go in and plant one tree for
More
30
trees.
feet.
More trees.
Correct.
Yes, which is good. We want more trees. Okay,
You know,
Councilwoman.
In anticipation of this, and
go
I'd
ahead.
heard what the residents said, and I heard what, well, Mr. Grace said. I actually went out there yesterday, and I thought, I'm tired of talking about 50 and 100. So I actually went out there with my surveying tape measure, because that's one of the things we do. And when I measured from that corner of the fence, 50 feet does not cover that. It stops short of the path. You would have to move the path to get within, I promise you, Andy.
Okay, well, I'm seeing a measurement too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm looking at an
I
aerial
took
and
pictures. Well, you're just gonna have to trust me on this, because this is what we do for a living.
that's what I do for a living too.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll have to get your tape measure out there. But the point of it is if you go from the fence to the path, that is over 50 feet. So the first part of the path by Falabella is outside the 50 feet.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Seven?
It
Okay.
is, right? I mean, where I'm measuring, yes. And so the 50 feet, if you draw a line straight across, yes, they will have to make a small trail connection there. Likely, it's going to remain as is. Why would you rebuild a
So
little
what I
bit?
did was I also measured the residents' 100 feet recommendation. And as you can see, just south of your orange line, there's a line where there's, I think, an expression of a lateral for the lake ditch, maybe. It's a rock. It has trees there. It's along the edge of the green. Do you see it out there?
Yes, yeah.
And what is that?
I think it's a drainage ditch.
Right. So the 100 feet stops just short of the drainage ditch. It includes a lot of trees that are there already. Now, if you want to modify that, I'm sure the residents, it's something to talk to them about. I don't know that they're stuck on 100 feet, but I think they want to retain their path and retain the trees. And so I think there's some room for compromise there myself. But I'm just sharing that if you just take strictly 50 feet, part of the path is outside that dimension.
But it's close.
From the corner, yes.
It's
I mean,
close.
yes, so you have,
Well, the first third, I guess. Of
Yeah.
it's hard because I don't have
Yeah.
a pointer, but.
But no, but it's close, so at
It's
least
close.
I appreciate that,
Yes, and if
Andy.
you, I mean, the
Thank
50
you.
feet essentially, like we said, matches up with the right-of-way, right? So that from a planning perspective, now you're gonna have a right-of-way and a larger buffer. There's, there's an opportunity to extend that silver charm up into this new village. Now you've got a larger buffer there with open space, 50-foot open space buffer and a roadway. I'm not sure that's gonna happen, but that's a logical extension to
Okay.
in my brain.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar, you still have a minute and 38 left.
Oh, okay, I didn't know I was speaking. I was trying to answer a question for you. I have a few things to say, I guess. Let me start at the beginning.
Okay.
I just want to say that I have read all the letters that all the residents sent, that the developer sent, and I read a lot of heartbreaking stories. Many of these people moved to this place specifically because of the equestrian nature of the property, the rural nature of the property. And I would do an analogy. What if somebody moved to a place because it had an Olympic swimming pool, and they were all swimmers, and then the pool was filled in? Or an ice rink. They were all into icing, maybe hockey or ice skating or whatever. But
I'd move into that development.
You would move into that, and then that was gone. The challenge is they moved there because they believed how it was marketed. And it was marketed, the objectives in the PUD actually say that it is to maintain the ranch aesthetic of the property, including tree-lined lanes, open space, and single-family architectural style complementary with existing buildings. So what I'm worried about is by removing those objectives that you said we want to take out horse references and all that. Well, the only thing left about horses, to my knowledge, is the names of the streets, which really doesn't do a lot. I mean, it's still a beautiful place, no doubt, but I understand, I didn't use the term bait and switch, I think you did, Mayor, but I think several residents did. They feel betrayed, and the difference about this PUD, and remember, this could have been straight zoning, and we wouldn't have any of these conditions. The applicant chose to have a PUD, and it laid out a whole bunch of conditions. What's happened since then is a lot of people have moved in, and now they are co-owners with you. You own some property, they own a lot of property, 292, I heard earlier, just earlier today. So 292 people have invested in this community, and it's not just a simple thing of, oh, the developer thought this. They are about to apparently take over their HOA. They are co-owners, and I think it's really, to your point, Madam Mayor, what they said about leaning in and working with you and making a compromise, you are absolutely right. We very rarely see that. And it is a compromise. I was prepared, seriously, to come here and talk about 7 lots, because that is how it was zoned. That's how it's been put forward.
That's true. You said, no way, no, to 777.
I was devastated when the Equestrian Center and you and I, Mayor, worked so hard for years with Mr. Grace, who also wanted to keep it, only to have it go away. So I'm back at 7 lots, frankly, I'm just sharing. And I'm cognizant of the role of the PUD, which specifies the fence type, the housing stock, the use of the existing buildings. And to take it all away, I think it really does a disservice to the people that have moved in. So I am very interested in this compromise. I think it's very forward-looking. It's probably more than I probably would have done if I lived there. I would have been, no, it's 7, and let's stick to that. At least they can develop. But I hear you, residents. You're saying you want to lean in and work with the developer, and I think that's very, very important. I'll have more to say in a second round, but I just think what everyone's been through, it has been wrenching for you, for me, for you, and for you. And I really think it's time to sort of come to a peaceful compromise, if it's possible. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just really quickly, I do want to ask, do you have a representative here from the HOA? Like, do you have a?
We don't have any control.
We have no control.
Okay. And is it, but don't they have anyone that represents them?
No, that's our problem.
He is the HOA.
Okay, come, because I can't hear you. Okay.
My understanding is there's one resident member on the HOA board currently.
They were elected or appointed? Or?
Yeah, how did they get
know.
there? They were elected, appointed?
I don't know. Joel, elected or appointed? Elected.
He's elected? Who is he?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. John okay. All right.
I don't believe there was actual
That's so
formal election.
weird. You elect someone that no one voted for. Okay. It's fine. We'll bring him up later. Or we won't bring him up because he's not here. My point is we'll talk about him later. Anyway, okay, moving along. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple questions for you guys. I was able to watch the Planning Commission meeting, and I believe the vote, was it a unanimous vote, Leah?
5-4, right?
5-1 with 1 absent.
Okay, the question I had was, I guess it's not, the question I had is, when you bring up that green screen where you have the residents and wants and the compromise,
Yes.
one of the things that the planning commissioners had said was they wanted you to go back and work with the residents.
that's true.
So is this what has happened in the compromising space since then throughout this?
It's been an evolution. We did go back, we had a conversation with one of the representatives and heard, really it was important for this emergency evacuation plan. And also they wanted to see some sort of replacement open space amenity, right? That was kind of the two things.
And you guys you have just in the last, 2 hours or whatever, said you're interested in going from 29 to 24 units?
So
Okay.
we're further, yes, we're still at the table. We keep coming
Sure.
back and trying to, do things that we feel are, we understand where their perspective is, right? But a compromise is not that we just agree to everything they want, right?
Well, and I guess
It's
then the
some
next
sort
question
of-
is, I understand where my colleagues are coming from, of you look in a handbook and it says if it is developed, there'll be 1 acre lots. I understand that. I understand the life of a PUD over economic turns and changes, things have to change. How did you, and I think you might have said it, but I need you to just make it very, very simple for me. How did you come up with the designation of 29 to 24 houses? Because you have some single family, you have some 1 acre, you have some custom lots, and then you have the city's designation of what you can do with single family.
Yes.
So simply, please.
So, yes, so the single-family zoning designation, right, in the PUD is essentially the yellow, right? So it's villages 1, 2, 3, 5, and this new village 8. So it's most of the west side. In that zoning designation, there's 2 lot standards. You can do 6,000 square feet, and there was a mandate that Village 1, which is in the far northwest corner, far top left corner, had to be 9,000 square foot lots, okay? So we took those lot standards when we were looking at this Village 8 and said, okay, well, we'll take the lesser of it, and we will take 9,000 square foot and make that the lot standard.
So let me ask you, could you have come in and said, we want the 6,000 square foot lot?
could've.
And it would have increased the amount?
We could have.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to figure out where the compromises are coming from on both sides.
Most of the single family is 6,000 square foot zoning, right? Some of it's developed less than that, obviously, but the 9,000 requirement was specific to the upper northwest corner.
Where does the 15 come in?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Ms. Picotti, I have a couple of questions, and then I might need something from Mr. Durling, but I want to first understand, as I understood it, in 1995, this was originally divided into 188 somethings of some size, units, right? That was the original handbook, is that right?
Yes, correct. Leah Picotti for the record. Yes, it was allowed to be subdivided into 188 lots.
And so in 2015, the handbook was changed to allow for 722.
Correct.
Right, and this body, apparently, as Madam Mayor says, was vilified from going from 188 to 722, right?
Correct.
And the beneficiaries of that increase in density were all the people now here in this audience. Is that accurate? And so we're going to have a conversation here too. This is not an iterative process. We don't yell from the audience. We at the council are asking questions of our staff, and then we will ask the clerk to read the admonitions. We've had a very long day, and being yelled at by people in the audience who I can't hear your questions, it's not going to work for me. So Ms. Picotti, I want to ask the same question in a different way now. So were there any people living here in 2015? Were there any homes built there?
I don't believe there was.
Yeah, so everyone who now lives there benefited from a change in the PUD handbook from 1995 when Bill Hara had the idea to have 188 units. So then it went to 722, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and now those same people who are benefiting from that increase or change that everyone apparently got vilified for here when the prior council voted on it, now is objecting to going from 722 down to 469. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what the public is asking for in terms of numbers, but the applicant has reduced the number to 469.
Right, and so one of the arguments I heard was something along the lines like the increase in density would ruin our property values. Is that what I heard in the Planning Commission and also here?
I heard the same thing.
Okay, and so I want to understand now I think that's what I have for you, Ms. Picotti. Mr. Durling, can I understand something from your perspective? So there were 3 items identified as the compromise.
Yes.
I'm not sure I agree that that terminology represents a compromise, but let's go through each one of them. What is the first one?
Maybe it's the neighbor's proposal, maybe a better terminology, to go to 15 units on this village. And so what we have said is it's 29 is the proposal now. We are willing to come down to 24.
And is it possible that it goes lower than that when you sell it to the next buyer or the developer?
Yes, that's the max. 24 would be the maximum, and then depending on what builder comes in, it could be 22, I don't know. Yes.
Do you have a buyer lined up for it?
We do not.
Okay, that's my first round, Madam Mayor.
Good questions. I like those. All right. Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I'm only going to call on if your light's on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So go ahead.
Sure. So I was a little struck by the graphic that was shown earlier. Andy, maybe you can address this. But they showed that back in 2023, 24 homes was proposed for this area. And I think the reason that the people in the audience moaned was that that's where it was 2 years ago. The data's wrong, is that what you're saying?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. And so when they said, you said we compromised and we did this and we did that, I just have a few questions. Is the one story, which is on the edges of this thing, is that put somewhere in the handbook?
To that question, yes. So we do have a standard, a design standard in the handbook specific to Village 8, that any lots adjacent to the northern or the southern open space buffers have to be one story.
Okay. And then another question I had is, when were the 5 lots put under the sales center? It's not being proposed now.
No. So again, right, that's the 5 lots, right, are hypothetical, and that's my trying to reduce the number of units in a logical manner. So
Not sure I follow,
Village
but
7,
Just when was it added? That's all I was really asking.
well, there's 310 units that are currently allowed in Village 7. So on that 1 acre, there might be, I don't know, 50 that could be allowed. Like, that's what I'm saying. We have drastically reduced
Okay.
the density.
Is it the intent right now of you to sell these 5 lots? Or, I mean, the reason I'm asking is within the language of the PUD I just read, I mean, one of the goals was to preserve the existing buildings to add to the amenity and the flavor of this place. I mean, you take out the clubhouse and you take out this building, you're not left with a lot of buildings or I mean, I saw a lot of buildings torn down on the property before.
So there's only a couple buildings left,
Right.
right? It's, and the sales center was, it's funny that it's this glorified building now, but when I started on the property in 2011, it was a photo studio and a garage.
Right,
And it
but
had a bunch of
today it's a sales
lawnmowers
center.
outside. So, it's been spruced up a lot.
Sure.
By the master developer. And really, the intent that we talked to in the handbook, it's the mansion, right?
Yeah.
That mansion, it has a very iconic architectural
Sure.
style to it. That's what we're talking about.
Well, you're talking
where
about selling it to a third party, so that could be someone
Could be
doesn't.
continue to be operated as a
Yeah,
club.
I have
yeah.
a question for Joel too, if you don't mind, I'm running out of time.
Well, I just wanted to maybe clarify your question on the
sorry.
24 lot.
Yeah.
I didn't get to that.
Sorry.
And then, you can ask Joel, but the 24 lots, in 2023, the club, or not the club, the equestrian center was shut down, and we were starting to explore what can we do with this. And so we had a lot of different options that we kind of threw on the drawing table. That was the one that kind of rose to the top, and we thought, okay, well, this one might be viable. It's a product type that we think, would be, desirable, both, for sales as well as for a builder. And so that was the one we kind of, okay, this may be the inspiration, but again, this is zoning, right? So we're establishing zoning standards and maximum densities and things, and
Well,
design
it's
standards right
PUD.
now.
I mean, if it was
And
zoning.
could be something totally different than that.
Yeah.
It could be small lots, or
Okay.
smaller lots, or something like that.
All right, just for Joel, you made a comment earlier about moving to the HOA, or sorry, Ms. Picotti did. Is that your intent, Joel, to move forthwith into handing over the HOA, whatever that looks like? I'm
Joel
not
Grace,
sure.
for the record. Yes, we would like to be able to turn the HOA over. The issue right now is that there's ongoing litigation, so our council is saying we can't do anything with the HOA until that is resolved.
Okay, but assuming it's resolved, because I don't see it going for years, I mean, you've told me it's your intent to.
Mhm.
So when would, given this redistribution of homes and numbers, when would the residents have 2 people on their HOA? When would that happen? Like,
I don't
Soon
have
as
that
this
number with
approved?
me. We've handed
you
this.
said you have nothing to do with the HOA?
I have nothing to do with
Okay,
the HOA.
so that's a conversation for the HOA folks.
Correct.
Okay, I do have a proposed compromise that maybe is more akin to Mr. Reese's thought of compromise, but I don't know if anyone else has
All right.
some thoughts.
Hold on a second. Councilman Ebert, do you have any? No? Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am not sure I've yet had the questions answered for me for the 3 items that have been presented by folks here tonight. So the first one is about the distance or the buffering, the 100
Correct.
versus the 50 feet.
So first is going to 15 units. The second
Okay,
item.
so
Yep.
I'm still not resolved on that. Let me
Okay.
understand something. You've said you do not have a seller for it yet.
Or a
You've also
buyer.
said a buyer for it. You've also said that it's possible that be less than 24 units, and that's what I'm not understanding, because there's an interplay between that position and the buffering that it matters to me about why we're digging in on one thing, but maybe there is a compromise to be had on it. What is the interrelationship between the 24 number and the buffering?
There is no interrelationship.
No, they're different.
They're different, right? The buffer is an open
So
space
you know
buffer.
where the lots are laid out with 24?
we do
Well,
not.
then that tells me you don't know where the buffering has to be. That's what I'm trying to say.
So the buffering is specific just to that northern boundary, right?
Only
So
on the northern
it's to
boundary.
provide additional protection and separation for the existing lots that are in Village 3. And so our proposal is 50 feet, and like I said, that's commensurate with a lot of the other buffers that are around the ranch, and it does incorporate the trail. And so the 100 feet is,
Why does it matter to you whether it is the existing topography or something else?
because that's all flat land. There could be lots there. So 100 feet would further reduce the developability of the property.
Possibly, but
Which-
not necessarily, correct?
Well,
Because if
it
you don't
it takes away developable
anyone to
land.
develop it yet, you don't know.
True, but on a gross basis, it takes away developable land.
Okay.
All right,
then,
Madam- oh, sorry.
Go
Sorry,
ahead,
didn't-
Devin. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
As to the third item, which is this question about
The sales center.
phantom lots or not phantom
Yes.
lots under the sales center, do you have a present intention to tear the sales center down and put homes on it?
There's no present plan for it.
Is
So
there
it
a
was not
future
sold,
intention to do that?
not to my knowledge, no. It was not sold with the rest of Village 7. It's its own parcel. It was separate, it's separated out, and they're trying to figure out what, could happen to it. But without having a plan, we need to have some flexibility still in there. And like I said, to reiterate my presentation, right? It's always had residential density underneath of it. It's always been
But if
within
no
the
one's
Village
intending to
7.
knock it down and someone will someday buy it, why does it matter to you if we don't allow you to change the phantom parcels underneath it? This is what I'm not understanding.
I guess I'm not understanding your question then.
Why do they need to stay?
Well, if there's no residential density underneath of it and it doesn't survive as a viable use, it's no longer a sales center, it's no longer, some offices, things like that, then what is it? And it needs to have an economic benefit and to the master developer that they would have the ability to do something with it. And if we take away all of its rights that it has now, then it has very little value.
But the right I'm trying to understand whether you care one way or the other, whether it's taken away, is the right to build housing on that parcel.
It's that, and if it were sold, say, to the HOA, right, as an amenity, then the underwriting of a loan for that would want to have some sort of Plan B.
Designation.
Huh?
A designation, it
It
has
would
to have
have,
a
yes,
zoning
it would want to have
designation?
some sort of value under, we've had this, Kylie Ranch, I did a lot of work in Kylie Ranch years ago. I understand it's in a different city. But there were multifamily zone parcels and things like that were part of an open space conservation area because they needed to establish a value for it, right? So that's not uncommon that you would have an underlying value and density just regardless of what it ultimately becomes.
And after you change the density and the homeowners become the majority and therefore take over the HOA, do they get to determine what happens to the building at that point?
No, they do not. No, it's privately held.
I see.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a quick question while Andy was up there? On the Village 7, that's where the thing is, the sales center or whatever.
Yes.
I thought I read in the handbook that is zoned, or it was always supposed to be single-family.
It's urban residential. It was
Urban
Yeah,
residential,
which-
and what is the designation for that?
So urban residential was our made-up designation for that to basically communicate it was meant to be high density. It was high density
And
residential.
I thought in the handbook it said urban residential had some sort of amount of density associated with it.
310 units.
Okay, so Village 7 has always been
310 units.
310 units.
Yes.
Okay, does that include the sales center? Okay, thank you.
Going back, Andy, stay up here. I have a feeling we're going to keep you up here for a little bit. Going back to the community center, I'm trying to think here. It's not on the market. I understand, this is what I've heard from your representatives, is that you are willing to sell it to the HOA for a reduced price. Is that true?
I don't know. That's,
Okay.
No, I'm dealing in
Maybe
land use here.
Mr. Grace, would you know?
We haven't had any conversations except with two people. We've had one offer, and we've had two people. Nothing to do with residential. It was. And where it's sitting right now, it's not on the market. It's not. Love the HOA to buy it. Love the HOA to buy it.
Here, come up here, I can't hear you. Okay, you would love for the HOA to buy it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, both of those assets will be for sale at some point. And there is an exploratory group going on right now with some of my understanding, I'm not part of the HOA.
Yeah.
But with certain members, they are exploring the financing options and taking a look at it to see if the homeowners can purchase both these assets. That would be a win-win situation. We'd be open to that. We'd love to see it happen.
Okay. Are you guys aware of this possible HOA getting involved? Yes? Okay. I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing here.
And apologies. Joel Grace for the record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, I think it's good to try to bring this to a close. Don't they say the art of compromise or good resolutions when pretty much everybody's unhappy with you?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want everybody to be unhappy with me, but I am trying to come up with some kind of compromise that leans in between these things. And on these 3 points, I guess what I might recommend, and for the council to consider and the applicant to consider, residents to consider, is that perhaps, there's about 6 acres there, is what I understand. I mean, is that correct? Yes. So my suggestion is perhaps you could go to 1/3 lots per acre. That's about 18. It's not 15, but it's not 24. Perhaps you could go to a 75-foot. That's not 50, that's not 100, but it's 75. It would incorporate the current path and the existing trees. And on the sales center, which already has the 5 lots, that's not in discussion here today. But I think what's important is, we've heard judges say this recently, that you enter into good faith discussions or negotiations on the sales center to get it done. You've said you want to move out, so, and then move forthwith to get this HOA, whatever you can do, help it get wrapped up and get the, if we vote today and change these numbers, that's the basics. I mean, even though Leah says it has nothing to do with HOA, it really does, because how it's plotted in the PUD and how many residents have moved in, that is the basis for the HOA elections. So I think once this is done here, they can move quickly forward on changing the representation in the HOA. So I'm suggesting, just to recap, that we go to 18 homes in that spot, which is 1/3 acre lots, that you go to a 75-foot buffer. I'd rather see 100 because there's actually a electrical station, substation or whatever there. There's a ditch there. I don't really think you want to move all that. That's expensive. So if you can go to 100, but at least do 75, and then engage in a good faith effort to move the discussion along on the sales center and on the HOA.
But I want to make it clear, we don't really, and I wish we did have some way to hold people accountable to those things. But I want to make it clear, it's just
a good faith.
A good faith.
Which Joel tells us that it's underway already.
Yeah.
You said that. Yeah.
Okay. We keep trying to think you're the HOA. I don't. Yeah, and that's the hard part. We've been there where you're just sort of the delivery and someone else is behind it. And to be honest with you, when this property, when it all started from the beginning, there were a lot of different developers, investors. It's changed dramatically. And I know you actually are like in the hardest position because you're the front-facing person. Like I am the mayor. Everything is my fault, just so you know, everything. So when the weather's good, I'm taking credit for it. My fault. So I totally sympathize with you as well.
Perhaps Ms. Horvath could come up. I mean, you can't all come back up and speak, but I do want someone to speak. I mean, I don't even know if this is acceptable to the residents to have 18 units instead of 24, and to have 75 feet, if that gets you where you want to be, you know.
You can come on up.
Yeah, if you want.
I also want to ask Joel one more thing. Is there any, has there been any discussion to put in a little bit more heritage? Because I think that's the hard part, like, you know, horse sculptures or, you know, I mean,
They have that.
Ranchera, I'm telling you, is the best. I mean, I shouldn't say this because then I'm like picking and choosing areas, but it's, oh my God, it's beautiful. You guys live in such an incredible development. I am telling you, if I could move there, I would do it in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. It's just unbelievably gorgeous. Matter of fact, I brought all the mayors there to show them Ranchera because I was so impressed and proud of it. So I brought a couple hundred mayors there to show it off. But is there anything that you guys are thinking about? Sort
So
of
the only thing that I
heritage
control in
aspect?
that regard is really the paintings and the artwork and the stuff that resides in my office.
Okay.
So
That's not helpful. I'd like to see plaques.
Well, there has been discussions about
Yeah.
using some of that, and then I believe that they
Could do it in the community center. You guys all buy it, and then you could do it in the community center. And also, like, that would be a great way for historic preservation.
Sure, I know that the HOA has made, I don't know necessarily in the heritage side of things, but there was if I remember correctly, it was a brick or a plaque of some sort that was at the equestrian center. That has been moved. I don't know where that's been moved to, but as far as John Hare goes, that portion has gone with him. But again, the original intent for our office building was actually being torn down. What had happened was Chip Bolby had fallen in love with the floor when he took up the floor, and they reused it into it. Because as you know, we took down like 6 or 7, and this is all pre-me.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that just with being in that building, it was originally a photo studio and a maintenance equipment shop for John. So that's Chip's vision, remodeled it. It worked pretty well for a sales center, but that's kind of the history of that building.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
No.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just ask, I mean, is anybody from the residents, I mean, Glenn, could someone speak to this? I mean, Amy? Audrey?
We're ready to.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the question?
The question is, what if we made a motion to approve this equestrian lot, which I'm back at 7, okay, but I'm looking at 18 homes per, that's a third acre lots, or however they're gonna lay them out. 75-foot setback or trail corridor, whatever you wanna call it.
Can we address each one?
What's that?
Is it okay if we address
Please,
each?
start
Okay.
with 18.
So I would say on the 18 that the language would read a maximum of 18.
Correct.
Not
Yes, the way it's written, maximum
a
now.
maximum of 18.
Yeah,
Residents could agree on that.
okay,
An 80-foot buffer,
80, okay,
residents
Could
could
do
agree to
that.
that.
okay,
Yeah, I want to speak to the 18
Okay.
homes. If you, 18 is an interesting number. If you take the 29 and add 7 to it, Mr. Grace
Can you
wanted
just move
29.
over? Can you
Oh,
move over here?
I'm sorry. Mr. Grace wanted 29. It's currently zoned for 7. That's 36. You cut that in half, it's 18. If you look at the 7 lots and you add 11 to it, you get 18. If you take the 29 and you take away 11 lots, you get 18.
All right,
18 actually cuts right in the middle. And I believe that when you look at that 6 acres and you have 18 homes, and you divide that and put the infrastructure in, which you're gonna lose some of that acreage, let's say
Yeah.
you lose an acre.
I'm not too worried about that part.
Yeah, you're gonna have quarter to third acre lots, and those lots will be commensurate with the surrounding homes that are existing
So it
there.
works.
So in our mind,
And it's a
It's-
transition from the 1 acre lots to the south to the quarter acre lots to the north, or whatever it is, so, okay.
in our minds, it can work, and we would be willing to.
To do that?
accept that.
Okay. All right, so then 80 feet, that works too. I mean, I picked 75 out of the hat, but.
The comment that I wanted to make on
Yes.
the 80 feet is that it maintains, so this was the 50 feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're showing a picture. Could you put up the overhead?
Okay, I'm not a surveyor.
Right.
I've learned a lot about how lots of things in the city work.
Yeah.
But I am not a surveyor. So what I did is I just took a
The
ruler
50?
and used whatever this measurement was and then applied it off the fence line along
Yeah.
here. So this.
Gotcha.
If we, I don't know where 75 or 80 feet would be, but let's just call it 80 or 75, whatever, It, 80 feet would incorporate
Yes.
all of these existing trees. It would incorporate the existing path, which
Yes.
is less expensive to move.
Yep.
Which I know conforms with RMC standards. The other thing is it also, 80 feet would be consistent with, 80 feet would actually give us something more. Again, this path is already there.
Right.
So this 50 feet is already, this is
It goes
50 feet.
right to the edge, yep.
So 80 feet gives us actual more open space, so that feels like a win.
And it includes the major trees that are on that,
Yeah,
that
like you
she
just showed us a big tree.
And it is also consistent with the pathways that are to the south.
Okay.
And then I wanted to make a comment, if that's.
Oh, sure.
Okay. The 469 units, this came up a lot as a compromise for the residents. I was the one who asked a lot for this, but it was not, I don't know that, I should say, I don't know that it was a compromise for the residents. I know that city staff can ask the applicant to do that.
Yes. Well, to go to what's really plotted,
Right.
not an imaginary number.
Right, and I appreciate
Yeah.
the applicant and the developer having had open conversations and being willing
Yeah.
to talk to residents and,
That's nice.
and meet
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
This is one of the first times, this is actually the second development that's come up since residents have moved in. So I do really thank you both for that and
Yeah.
really appreciate
And
that.
I will tell you, we work with a lot of developers. I have to be really honest with you. And these guys are pretty nice guys compared to most. So, okay.
So that was the two.
And then the last one
Yes.
was this 5-lot drawing underneath the sales center.
So I just wanted to comment on what Mr. Gerling said, and again, there's a document up here if you can do that. So I understand.
Looking at the green.
Yeah, so
Could
this
you
is.
blow that up a little
This
so we
is
can
taken
actually-
right out of the PUD, page 48. There is a lot. Sorry, a little too close there.
No,
There
you
are.
can just move it over.
Okay.
There you go. There you
There
go.
are a lot of permitted uses that are available in urban residential. It's not just single-family. This was all part of documents that I sent to you all.
So what you're saying, even with the 5 lots, it already, and can you?
Well, what I'm saying is if you were to remove the underlying zoning of 5 lots.
Yeah.
Mr. Drilling was saying, well, then what can we do with this building? It could stay. What I would love to see happen, and this is just wishful thinking, but I would love to see the items that are redlined to be removed just from the sales pavilion parcel. The applicant asked to have those, that was all one village. The applicant asked to have those become separate parcels. So I think that they need to be treated as separate parcels. You had underlying zoning there, and then you parceled it off and you made it separate. So I think those should need to be looked at as 2 very separate parcels. And so for proposed Village 7, yes, single-family, small lot, cluster development, 0 lot lines. For where the current sales pavilion is, which is.
And is it labeled, let me ask you this, it's not Village 7, right? Oh, well, it's a separate parcel?
It's a separate parcel.
Okay, which is something you made up, it's not a city zoning, right? Right. Okay.
So why?
So you'd
we're
like
doing a
to see
PUD
that
amendment.
parcel called out.
Called out.
With these things deleted so that it's more clear what its future might be. Is that what you're
And
saying?
so it's currently zoned as, well, it's currently permitted to be used as an office. Allow it to be, continue to be used as an office. Why does it have to stay residential? Why not why not preserve the historic nature of that building and to preserve the one of 2 buildings? There are 2 buildings left that make Ranchera. This building and the event center.
Okay, so let me ask, is that something, for the, I'm sorry.
Mr. Grace, you want to come on up?
Could you leave that
You
up?
guys are
though?
coming up. Do you think we can get some legal help on this? Are we negotiating here? Is this what what are we doing?
It's fine. Everyone, guess what? I'm running the meeting, so I'm going to continue to run the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, it looks really nice now. It's not a historic building. John turned this into his maintenance and photo studio, so its current configuration is completely different.
Okay.
So there was garage doors where our offices are, there was no bathrooms, so we remodeled that whole thing in 2016, I guess. So that property is a separate parcel. It was cut out because of the fact that we were talking about either making it our permanent office at the time, which we decided not to do. This discussion with the homeowners started probably, I think with Amy and Karen Swobe had shown up at my office. We had a meeting. They really were interested in the HOA purchasing our building. And I said, great, make the ownership an offer. That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
So that was kind of the start of it. So this is now turned into the club being looked at, the club being looked at as well as our office building. But that building was always just there as a temp because that was supposed to be demoed along with the other 3 or 4 that we demoed.
Okay.
So
All right. So
that's part of the confusion.
I would just say then we need to stick to the community center.
Yeah, and I guess just to shorten the conversation, because I appreciate Councilwoman Dewar's information, I only have authorization from the investment group to what Andy has presented tonight. So
Okay.
I can't say, yes, we'll do that, no, we'll do that. So I would rather that just the application gets voted on,
Yeah.
yea or nay.
Either we
and then-
vote up or down. That's how
Correct.
I'm understanding what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then we're going to go that route. I appreciate Councilman Dewar for always trying to work with both sides.
Yeah.
I appreciate the residents and I appreciate you guys. So that's, go ahead.
Well, I guess I'm at a loss. I mean, I know you don't have authorization. They're not representing voting members of the HOA or the residents. They're just a subset also. I think we're just trying to move this along and they can go back to the residents. You can go back to your owner. I mean, I would love to vote on this with these changes. And if it's not acceptable, then, let's have another conversation. I mean, I think that's what we have to do unless you want, I mean, the only other thing I can think of right now to give you time to present is to do some kind of 2-week continuance so you can talk to them. What?
No? Okay. All right.
Oh, you don't think that?
No.
Oh.
I guess this is just a confusing process for me. It's not typical that we would have a negotiation at the podium like this.
No.
We have an application in front of you for 29 units and PUD changes. We have tried to concede on a number of issues we feel that are totally fair, reasonable, and based in planning and engineering judgment. What we're kind of doing here feels very arbitrary to me that, maybe 80 feet or 75 feet. We've tried to
Andy,
make this.
let me just stop you right there, because here's what I don't want to have happen. When you say that, it does matter, and I'll tell you why. I want people to have access, right? You're a good planner, am I right? You're a very talented planner. So I don't want you coming in here and ruining your reputation because you're taking out half the walkway. And that isn't cool, it's not conducive to the environment there, right? And when you hear both sides, you're like, okay, well, what is really happening? And I'm not saying, I mean, there have been times where, we have asked people to save trees and they tear them down or, those kinds of things. So it's just sort of, I think, past PTSD. So it does matter. So that's all we're asking is like, what is it? What is it really? Is 50 feet going to remove some of that trail?
Per the image that I showed, as well as what Amy Horvath showed, the majority of the trail is in that 50-foot buffer.
Okay.
It's on the end where we're making the connection to the existing sidewalk.
Okay.
And there's ADA requirements and other requirements
Yeah.
of code that are gonna kind of mandate how we make that connection. And so if it's not in an open space buffer, it doesn't mean that it still can't be connected.
Okay. All right. And listen, I think anytime that you can get to a compromise, you should. I know you might not like it up here. I get it. It's uncomfortable. But you know what? It was really uncomfortable for all of us at the time, well, whoever was here at the time, when we voted on Ranchera. It was uncomfortable. It was controversial. People, like I said, you're in the pockets of developers. And, so then it's hard to come back and revisit. And how many times are we going to come back and do that? And I hate that I'm looking at you, Joel, and whenever you're just, like I said, you're just the front face. We dealt with someone else at the time. But when you keep coming back, I mean, at some point, I can see why people are here and they're outraged and speaking out, and that's where, if we can get to a compromise in the community, that's whenever you win. And sometimes if you both walk away with a little bit less, then it's better than nothing. And I never see compromises like this. And so I think on both sides, you came to the table today with a compromise, you guys came with a compromise. So I really have to credit both of you. I really, really do. Because it's so rare. It never happens.
Madam Mayor, do you want to,
Go ahead, you give me a,
Okay.
give me a motion.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get there. I don't know where the
Okay.
council's at, but let's try and then we'll go from there.
Gosh, okay, well, I hope this passes. If it doesn't, then we'll try another motion. All right, I guess I will recommend that we reduce the lot size on the equestrian parcel to a maximum of 18, the path to a 80-foot span as measured from the fence, and ask since you own the building, engage in good faith discussions on possible sale to the HOA. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And again, I would say you probably can't include that in the.
I just
in
said
the
good
motion.
faith.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so I have a motion.
Do you want
from
me to delete
Councilwoman-
it? I
No.
mean, oh.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I will second that motion. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to be just supporting the motion for a couple of reasons. One is I find the whole process that we've engaged in tonight rather unique for my 7 years on this body. I think we sit in a legal space. We are not the Planning Commission. We are looking at just the change in the PUD handbook. And in that regard, there are certain findings that we have to make, and I can make the findings on the same basis that the Planning Commission made them. Now, I am also someone who believes, as a lawyer, that compromise is a good word. I'm not sure what I've seen here tonight represents compromise. I've never seen compromise quite like tonight. I also think that it's clear that each of the council members, Madam Mayor, yourself, and Ms. Dewar, have really strong feelings on the subject. And of course, I respect the both of you very greatly. I am forced to choose between understanding what the Planning Commission did, which was a 5-1 decision in favor of the recommended things, and this different way to sort of reach compromise. Numbers just being pulled out of thin air. I'm not sure what the difference between 24 and 18 is, why the residents think on one end that would destroy their quality of life for all time immemorial, and on the other hand, it'd be fine. This is not making a lot of sense to me. We have a housing crisis in this community, and so when we have the opportunity to approve housing, and certainly these are not going to be cheap cookie cutter anything. I heard that said tonight. I think these are going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Whatever is built there will be certainly out of my price range. And so I simply find this process that we've engaged in, and I'm a process person, and I know sometimes my colleagues fault me for that, but as a lawyer, that's where I am constrained to be. So I have no objection to the concerns
All
that,
right.
Madam Mayor, you've raised, or Ms. Dewar. Your heart is in the right place. I'm just not there on the process.
Yeah. And I feel philosophically different. I was here whenever it was probably one of the most controversial votes.
It was.
So I feel different. I also feel that just because you can doesn't mean you should.
And I'm going to add that I have supported Ranchera on every request that they've had, every. And I have made the motions.
And I am big fans. Matter of fact, Park Lane was supposed to look like Ranchera. It was supposed to be absolutely beautiful.
And here I'm asking them to lean in and work with residents and us. So that's it.
Motion, I have a second. All those in favor say
Wait,
aye.
I had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so are you guys willing to make the changes if this is the motion? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Your aye?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries, I
Good.
believe. 4-3. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
I'm a no on the motion.
Councilmember Dewar,
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember Ebert,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
No.
Councilmember Anderson,
No.
Mayor Sheeby.
Aye.
So it's 4-3.
4-3.
Fail.
Yes.
But anyway,
Sorry,
fail.
3-4.
So
3-4, yes.
perhaps, Madam Mayor, and I'm willing to do this, perhaps an alternate motion could be to Mr. Reese's point that it's unusual to negotiate from the dais. Maybe we could take that offline, and maybe we could do a 2 or 4 week continuance, whatever people would like. I have shown that I can work with these people and get things better, and we just did it on Lake Ridge, where we ended up with a much better design because we did a continuance. So I'm willing to tackle that. So I'd make a motion to continue this for, I don't know if your people are in town, but for 4 weeks to the second meeting in, I guess it would be June. Is that correct?
But I understand you're not willing to. No.
Madam Mayor, I'll try another motion.
Move on. Okay.
I'll try a motion just to see where we go.
I didn't know if there was a
I
second.
don't, I didn't, did you still want to make the motion when they say they're not willing to do that?
They don't want to do it, but many,
So give me a motion.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna make a motion based on compliance with the applicable findings. I move to adopt the amendment to the master plan by resolution subject to conformance by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
And that is how many units?
Well, I believe there's 24 in one, 50-foot path, and what the applicant was requesting in Village 7.
Okay. Go ahead.
Leah Picotti, for the record, I just want to be clear, we have 2 motions on the table. So the one that
Do you
you
wanna
just
do
read
2
is the
different?
is
Okay,
the
so-
master plan. And then that's going to be adopted by resolution by the body, and then it'll go to Truckee Meadows. And then the second one is specifically for the amendments to the handbook. So I'd like to do it as 2, just to,
So I just made the first one for the master plan amendment.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second.
and a question.
Go ahead.
Before you vote. When you said the change to Village 7, did you mean the lowering of the number?
I meant whatever was presented by the applicant.
Was it the dog park? I mean, I'm unclear to Village 7.
Well, Village 7 is where the sales center is, right?
No, well, it is part of Village 7, but it's also, they also mentioned they put in a dog park. They also mentioned they put in a 469 units, I think. Is that right, Ms. Picotti?
I think we're just doing the motion for the master plan amendment in this. Is that correct?
We're just doing the master plan amendment.
Okay.
So what does that mean for Village
That's
7?
just strictly to take that 6 acres from parks, greenways, and open space to single-family
No,
master
that's
plan
Village
lands.
8, isn't it?
Correct.
But you
That's-
said just Village 7.
No, I'm sorry. The master plan, the motion for the master plan amendment is specific just to that 6 acres. So it doesn't.
Village 8,
Yes.
not 7.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. So I just want to be clear that that doesn't have any development standards associated with that particular
Okay.
motion.
All right.
Village 8, just to clarify. That's why I was confused.
Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
I'm a no. Are you? Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar,
No?
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebert,
So this is for the 24 houses, 50-foot buffer, yeah?
Yeah.
Just the master plan amendment.
This is a master plan amendment, not the buffer.
Nothing to do with the development.
Okay,
Just parks, greenways, and open space to single family.
am I not understanding something?
Well, these two said at different things.
Okay, okay.
And they're two
I
different
understand what
motions.
she's saying, but perhaps if I may.
Yeah.
So the master plan amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong, is simply saying that Village 8 that used to be the equestrian center, that has about 7 acres on it, that we're going, do we want the 7 that's currently there homes? Do we want 15 homes? Do we want 24 homes? Do we want 29 homes? That's not part of the master plan amendment, but that area, the plan amendment is, do you want to make that area only single family, or do you want to keep it PGOS as the zoning?
Is that correct, Leah?
Okay, Leah, come up here for a second, and.
I'm trying to describe where the area is.
There's two
with these
different
zoning
motions.
Okay, yeah.
Councilwoman,
Yeah.
there's two different motions.
I
Nothing to
know.
do with, I know we've had this long discussion on
know,
that.
and
Has nothing
today's
to do with that
really
right
long.
now.
Yeah, when
Okay.
you say just a master plan, we don't know what that includes, so please
So
be
the
clear.
master planned land use designation for the equestrian center parcel right now is Parks, Greenways, and Open Space. The first motion that you see there will change that to SF.
Okay.
Okay.
Their second motion is the zoning map amendment to change everything in the handbook. That's the buffer, the number of units, and
Okay, got
everything
it.
else.
Yeah,
All
then,
right.
yes.
I will make a motion just to approve.
No,
the-
we have a
Here
motion
is a
on the
motion.
table.
Okay, well.
All right, you
included
guys,
things that
everyone,
aren't
we're
in
all
this
tired.
motion.
If we cannot get along here, because I have people screaming at me, and then I'll keep getting up and we will take recess. Is everyone, we've already been here since 10 o'clock. We can stay here a lot longer.
Are we doing the roll call?
Okay, Vice Mayor, how you doing?
I'm great. We're in the middle of a vote. We're doing a roll call vote,
Yes, we
right?
are. So
So
you-
I voted yes.
Okay.
Stuart
I'm gonna-
voted no.
I'm
Don't
going to
remind
vote,
me.
yeah, actually, yes, now that we've had clarity that it's the master plan going from PGOS to single family, I'm a yes.
Okay,
That is a precursor to everything else.
okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Right.
Okay.
I will attempt a second motion for the zoning map amendment.
We're all tired, I gotta tell you that. But okay, go ahead.
Based on compliance with the applicable findings, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
All right, so I have a motion,
Second.
I have a second.
For discussion, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
To be clear, Vice Mayor Taylor, is that at the 24 lots? Because the Planning Commission was at 29, and so
They
you're...
compromised at 24.
They came in at 24. Are you still willing to go to 24? Then I would say 24.
Yeah,
Is
so-
that
so
possible?
it's-
So it's an amendment to the Planning Commission or for 24 units?
Correct. Yeah,
In-
if I may, to Andy Durling for the record.
Yeah.
Our request was to amend the Planning Commission's decision from 29 to 24 units in Village 8 and require in the PUD that we improve the drainage basin in Village 7 with an open space amenity.
Okay, and to be fair for everybody, my computer isn't working anymore. So we're trying to go off of numbers, that would be my motion.
Okay, so I have a motion,
A second.
a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Just, I wanted to have a little discussion.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I think it's great to compromise, and I'm a big supporter of open spaces and trees, but I also recognize that the applicant has already made some changes based off the feedback of the community. So I will vote yes, just based off of their willingness to make some accommodations. I know it's not ideal, but most things usually aren't, so just
Okay.
wanted to give an explanation.
All right, thank you so much. So anyway, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries 5-2. Do you need a roll call vote?
Yeah,
Madam Clerk?
I thought it was
Okay.
6-1, so I didn't catch the other no besides Councilmember Dewar.
That was me.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Do you need a roll call vote?
No, that clears it up for me.
You got it? Okay. All right. We probably need a break. Anyway, thanks everyone for coming. We appreciate you very much. Go home and get some sleep. that's the most important thing that you need to do tonight. And then there's always a new day tomorrow. All right, thanks, everyone. And appreciate Joel and Andy, thank you for coming. I know it's not easy. You guys can go back, go there and just, say bad things about me behind my back. All right, good night, everyone.
Or me. I mean, if you don't want to say about her.
Anyway, no, but I appreciate the compromise. Thanks. Okay. We need to get into C3. Chris Pingree, I need you to get to bed soon too, so give us your Cliff Notes.
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
We'll let IT catch up. I'm Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services. For the record, we're here to talk about the 2024 Building Code regional amendments and adoption. I have a presentation prepared. We have all been briefed on this. I don't know how quickly you would like me to go through this, but I'm going to shoot for fast.
I think you can tell we're cranky. It's been a long day.
Couldn't even tell. Nope.
And we've all seen this many, many, many times before. I want to remind this body, this is nothing new that we are looking at right here. So let's, streamline.
I'll show my age. When I got into the building and safety department years and years ago, we were under the 2000 code. So this is my fourth round of bringing building codes forward for adoption since then. So every 6 years, we bring this forward with new standards, new technology, everything new, standard to the industry. We have briefed this we've gone through the whole process, 18-month process with all of the technical committees, all of the industry, everyone who participated in this group. From August of 2023 until February of 2025 to bring it forward to this body. Our list of participating jurisdictions regionally as a group, we do this to make it fair and make it equitable for all development to be consistent throughout the region. And we've got 12 of our partner agencies that are going through the same adoption at the same time with the same regional amendment package. This is not the fire code, not public works design, not zoning code. This is the 9 separate individual codes that we are talking about looking to move forward for adoption. Every one of them, we have the most talented staff that knows all 9 of these books and then some. And we are just looking to update from the 2018 to the 2024 code series. Here's the list of our friends in the industry who really helped us get here to make a consolidated and group effort on everything in these amendments. We did have a few significant code changes from the 2018 to the 2024, a few energy code changes in the commercial and the residential space. The only thing I really want to mention today was the complete rewrite of the Rockery Walls construction process that we have within the region. We've probably all been in some sort of predicament where we had to defend and talk about Rockery Walls throughout the region that either had failures or weren't built to industry standards. So we worked with the local structural engineering firms and came up with a complete rewrite of the Rockery Walls to make them safer, better construction, better inspection, better process. Community outreach, we met with AGC, we met with BAN, we met with NAOP, all with open arms just to discuss, to make sure we check the boxes that everybody, this wasn't a surprise to anyone.
And that's a big one.
Well, and as we're going through it as a region, everybody's aware.
Yeah.
Adoption dates, this one's kind of important. We're looking to move this forward for a July 1 adoption with a soft rollout until January 1st of 2026. That gives the development community the ability to submit their projects under the 2018 or the 2024 codes. Just the grace period standard issue that we've done for decades. My proposed motion, questions, here for anything.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions?
Just a
Go
comment.
ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I sent a note to Chris because I was so impressed with your summary of those changes. That's a lot of complexity.
Yeah.
I thought you did a really good job, so I wanted to say it again. So I was really pleased to see the rock wall changes because you have had a lot of complaints. You guys have had to do work with a lot of builders on remedial activities for collapsing walls and dangerous walls. So, and then the last thing I just wanted to mention was I was really surprised. This seems like quite a step on the energy efficiency, and they did this, I guess, nationally?
It's national. I mean,
Which is basically a new home I was really surprised to read this, that the lights have to turn out when you walk out the room. That seems big.
Every cycle, things change and they move to, I mean, there's a ton of sustainability movements and energy efficiency every time they go through this.
I was a little, I hope there's a way to turn the light back, like, you know.
Motion, yeah. that comes
Well,
that
I
way.
mean, what I mean is, some people are not comfortable with having a completely dark house and only one room with the light in that you're in, from a safety perspective, and so I hope there's a way to override that, but
Manual switch on it too. This
There
came
is?
up a lot in conversation, yes.
it came up a lot, this safety
Oh, yeah,
issue, and,
yeah.
so, just one more time, there's a override,
It's a sensor, you know, it's with a
Yeah.
manual switch on it.
so you can leave it on when you leave the
Okay.
room, but it was scary.
Thanks, Councilwoman.
But it was great, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pingree, thank you so much for the work that's gone into this. I will tell you that when it first hit my radar screen, it also hit other people's radar screen in the community, both from my perspective serving here and as the chair of the District Board of Health. Immediately, the hackles went up across the region. People were sending me emails, imagining the end of the universe happening because they thought, you know, snow load calculations were going to happen and all these different things were going to happen. And really, what I want to commend you and your team for is the work that you went out into the community. You met with every stakeholder group. And then, of course, all those pitchforks got put away. And I think that's really something about you in this community. When I go out into the community and we're having conversations, everyone tells me your department and your team and Ms. Foos are routinely held out as the gold standard for the planning and work that you do, in just sort of understanding building codes better than other people, being willing to work with people. And so that meant I had to put my pitchforks away because I didn't have to go do the work. You were doing it, right? And not that I would know how to do the work, but that someone expected me to do it. But when I turned to you for the help that I needed to be able to give to the constituents' concerns that were raised, just A++ work on your part as ever. So
I
thank
would
you.
be totally remiss to not mention, this is the first time ever that the city of Reno spearheaded this code adoption process and blew every other historical code change out of the water with the amount of communication and the collaboration that worked. So Bob Flores and Daniela Montero and their teams that did all of this work and chairing this whole committee, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for their hard work. So kudos, it's all to them.
It's awesome. Okay. All right, we're going to move along. I move to direct staff to move forward with the ordinance update Title 14 of the Reno Municipal Code. And great job. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Chris, great job. Please get home. Will we get you home by 10? One more? Okay, let's go. All right, next.
F1.
F1.
And I was Thank you.
This is an ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6707, case number LDC 25-00038, Arlington Office, Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 0.31 acre parcel located on the east side of South Arlington Avenue, plus or minus 260 feet north of its intersection with West Plum Lane within the Plumas Neighborhood Residential Core Planning Area, from single-family residential, 5 units per acre, SF5, to professional office, PO, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 2.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, and this is the ordinance adoption, right? Yeah, so I'll move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F2.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6708, case number LDC 25-00043, Earl Wooster and corporate zone change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 43.13 acre site located on the northeast corner of East Plum Lane and Harvard Way, and another portion of north of Villanova Drive, plus or minus 132 feet east of its intersection with Harvard Way, from single-family residential, 8 units per acre, SF8, to public facility, PF, together with matters which pertain to or necessarily connected therewith, Ward 3.
Okay, thank you so much. Sending it to Ward 3.
I just wanted to interrupt. I thought that the ordinance numbers were 6706 and 6707.
Yes. I think he said that.
I had them as 6707 and 6708, but Am I one ahead?
I have them 6706 and 6707.
Okay, so F1 is 6706 and F2 is 6707. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're 3.
Move to adopt.
Thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're heading into item G1. This is appointment to the financial, sorry. Oh, now we are, okay, sorry, I missed that. So now I'm going to send it over to Madam Clerk. Do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have anyone signed in. We did receive correspondence after 4 p.m. yesterday, which has been distributed as 3 letters of support, 12 letters in opposition, and 4 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. My last final, any motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. If one of you guys voted no, I wonder, would we have to stay here? All right, everyone go home. Thanks for getting through this long day. I appreciate you.